Class V words relating to the voluntary powers division. I. Individual volition. Sect 1 on 1. Volition in general. 1 acts of volition. 600. Will and will, volition, conation, voliety, liberum arbitrium, will and pleasure, free will, freedom and c. 748. Discretion, option and c. choice. 609. Voluntariness, spontaneity, spontaneousness, originality. Pleasure, wish, mind, desire. Frame of mind and c. inclination. 602. Intention and c. 620. Predetermination and c. 611. Self-control and c. determination and c. resolution. 604. Force of will v. Will, list, see fit, think fit, determine and c. resolve. 604. Enjoin, settle and c. choose. 609. Volunteer. Have a will of one's own. Do what one chooses and c. freedom. 748. Have it all one's own way. Have one's will, have one's own way. Use one's discretion, exercise one's discretion, take upon oneself, take one's own course, take the law into one's own hands. Do of one's own accord, do upon one's own authority. Originate and see cause. 153. Voluntary, volitional, willful, free and c. 748. Optional, discretional, discretionary, volitant, volitive. Minded and c. willing. 602. Propense and c. predetermined. 611. Intended and c. 620. Autocratic. Unbidden and c. bid and c. 741. Spontaneous. Original and c. casual. 153. Unconstrained. Adv. Voluntarily and c. edge. At will, at pleasure. A volant, a discretion. Al piacere, ad libitum, ad arbitrium, as one thinks proper as it seems good to. A beneplacito, of one's one accord, of one's own free will. Propria motu, suo motu, ex mera motu, out of one's one head. By choice and c. 609. Purposely and c. intentionally. 620. Deliberately and c. 611. Phr. Stet pro ration voluntas. Sic volo sic jubeo, a vostro beneplacito, beneficium acciper libertatem est vendir. Deus vult, was man nicht can maiden mus man willig laden. 601. Necessity and involuntariness. Instinct, blind impulse, inborn proclivity, innate proclivity, native tendency, natural impulse, predetermination. Necessity, necessitation, obligation, compulsion and c. 744. Subjection and c. 749. Stern necessity, hard necessity, dire necessity, imperious necessity, inexorable necessity, iron necessity, adverse necessity. Fate, what must be. Destiny, destination, fatality, fate, kismet, doom, foredoom, election, predestination, preordination, foreordination, lot, fortune, fatalism, inevitableness and sea edge. Spell and c. 993. Star, stars, planet, planets, astral influence, sky, fates, parky, sisters 3. Book of Fate, God's will, will of heaven, wheel of fortune, Ides of March, Hobson's choice. Last shift, last resort, dernier resort, pies aller and c. substitute. 147. Necessaries and c. requirement. 630. Necessarian, necessitarian, fatalist, automaton v. Lie under a necessity, befated, be doomed, be destined, and c. in for under the necessity of, have no choice, have no alternative, be one's fate and cn. To be pushed to the wall, to be driven into a corner, to be unable to help. Destine, doom, foredoom, devote, predestine, preordain, cast a spell and c. 992. Necessitate, compel and c. 744. Necessary, needful and c. requisite. 630. Fated, destined and cv. Elect, spellbound, compulsory and c. compel. 744. Uncontrollable, inevitable, unavoidable, irresistible, irrevocable, inexorable, avoidless, resistless. Involuntary, instinctive, automatic, blind, mechanical, unconscious, unwitting, unthinking, unintentional and c. undesigned. 621. Impulsive and c. 612. Adv. Necessarily and c. adv. Of necessity, of course, ex necessitate re, needs must, perforce and c. 744. Nolens volens, will he nil he, willy nilly, bon gris mal gris, willing or unwilling, caut que caut, fought demia by stress of, if need be, phr. It cannot be helped. There is no help for, there is no helping it, it will be, it must be, it needs to be, it must be so, it will have its way, the die is cast. Jacta est alia, chi sera, it is written, one's days are numbered, one's fate is sealed. Fata obstant, dies aliter visum, actum me in vito factus, non est mus actus, augerd hui roi domain reen, quisque suos patamer manes, the moving finger writes and having writ moves on. Nor all thy piety, nor wit shall draw it back to cancel, half a zero. 602. Willingness, willingness, voluntariness, and edge. Willing mind, heart. Disposition, inclination, leaning, animus. Frame of mind, humor, mood, vein, bent, and turn of mind. 820. Penchant and desire. 865. Aptitude and 698. Docility, dosableness, persuasibleness, persuasibility, pliability, and softness. 324. Geniality, cordiality, goodwill, alacrity, readiness, earnestness, forwardness, eagerness, and desire. 865. Asset and 488. Compliance and 762. Pleasure and will. 600. Gratuitous service, labor of love, volunteer, volunteering. Be willing and edge. Incline, lean to, mind, propend. Had as lief, lend a willing ear, give a willing ear, turn a willing ear, have a half a mind to, have a great mind to, hold to, cling to, desire, and 865. See fit, think good, think proper, acquiesce and assent. 488. Comply with and 762. Swallow the bait, nibble at the bait, gorge the hook, have no scruple of, make no scruple of, make no bones of, jump at, catch at, meet halfway, volunteer. Willing, minded, feign, disposed, inclined, favorable. Favorably minded, favorably inclined, favorably disposed. Nothing loth, in the vein, in the mood, in the humor, in the mind. Ready, forward, earnest, eager, bent upon and desirous. 865. Predisposed, propense. Docile, persuadable, persuasible, swayable, easily persuaded, facile, easygoing, tractable, and pliant. 324. Genial, gracious, cordial, cheering, hearty. Content and assenting. 488. Voluntary, gratuitous, spontaneous, unasked, and ask, and 765. Unforced and free. 748. Adv. Willingly and edge. Feign freely as lief, heart and soul, with pleasure, with all one's heart, with open arms, with good will, with right will, de bon volant ex animo, con amore, heart in hand, nothing loth, without reluctance, of one's own accord, graciously, with a good grace. Et la bonne hura, by all means, by all manner of means, to one's heart's content. Yes and assent. 488. 603. Unwillingness and edge. Indisposition, indisposedness, disinclination, aversation, nullity, nullition, renitency, reluctance, indifference, and 866. Backwardness and edge. Slowness and 275. Want of alacrity, want of readiness, indocility and obstinacy. 606. Scrupulousness, scrupulosity, qualms of conscience, twinge of conscience, delicacy, demur, scruple, qualm, shrinking, recoil, hesitation, and irresolution. 605. Fastidiousness and 868. Averseness and dislike. 867. Dissent and 489. Refusal and 764. Be unwilling and edge. Nil, dislike and 867. Grudge, begrudge, not be able to find it in one's heart to, not have the stomach to, demur, stick at, scruple, stickle, hang fire, run rusty, recoil, shrink, swerve, hesitate, and 605. Avoid and 623. Oppose and 708. Dissent and 489. Refuse and 764. Unwilling, not in the vein, loth, loath, shy of, disinclined, indisposed, averse, reluctant, not content. Adverse and opposed. 708. Laggard, backward, remiss, slack, slow to. Indifferent and 866. Scrupulous, squeamish and fastidious. 868. Repugnant and dislike. 867. Restive, demurring and unconsenting and refusing. 764. Involuntary and 601. Adv. Unwillingly and edge. Grudgingly, with a heavy heart, with a bad, with an ill grace, against one's wishes, against one's will, against the grain, sore against one's wishes, sore against one's will, sore against one's grain, in vita Minerva, a conterquier, malgersoi, in spite of one's teeth, in spite of oneself, nolens volens and necessity. 601, perforce and 744, under protest, no and 536, not for the world, far be it from me. 604. Resolution, end determination, will, iron will, unconquerable will of one's own, decision, resolution, backbone, clear grit, true grit, sand, strength of mind, strength of will, resolve and intent. 620. Firmness and stability. 150. Energy, manliness, vigor, game, pluck, resoluteness and courage. 861. Zeal and 682. Aplomb, desperation, devotion, devotedness. Mastery over self, self-control, self-command, self-possession, self-reliance, self-government, self-restraint, self-conquest, self-denial, moral courage, moral strength, perseverance and C604.1, tenacity, obstinacy and C606. Bulldog, British Lion v. Have determination and CN, know one's own mind, be resolved and see edge. Make up one's mind, will, resolve, determine, decide and see judgment. 480 form a determination, come to a determination, come to a resolution, come to a resolve. Conclude, fix, seal, determine once for all, bring to a crisis, drive matters to an extremity, take a decisive step and see, choice, 609. Take upon oneself and see, undertake, 676. Devote oneself to, give oneself up to, throw away the scabbard, kick down the ladder, nail one's colors to the mast, set one's back against the wall, set one's teeth, put one's foot down, take one's stand. Stand firm and see, stability, 150, steel oneself. Stand no nonsense, not listen to the voice of the charmer. Buckle to, buckle oneself, put one's shoulder to the wheel, lay one's shoulder to the wheel, set one's shoulder to the wheel, put one's heart into. Run the gauntlet, make a dash at, take the bull by the horns, rush in medias res, plunge in medias res, go in for, insist upon, make a point of, set one's heart upon, set one's mind upon. Stick at nothing, stop at nothing, make short work of and see, activity, 682, not stick at trifles, go all lengths, go the limit, go the whole hog, persist and see, persevere, 604.1. Go through fire and water, ride the tiger, ride in the whirlwind and direct the storm. Resolved and CV. Determined, strong-willed, strong-minded, resolute and see brave, 861. Self-possessed, decided, definitive, peremptory, transient. Unhesitating, unflinching, unshrinking, firm, iron, gritty, indomitable, game to the backbone. Inexorable, relentless, not to be shaken, not to be put down. 10x propositi, inflexible and C. Hard, 323. Obstinate and C 606. Steady and C, persevering, 604.1. Earnest, serious, set upon, bent upon, intent upon, steel against, proof against, in utrumque paradis adv. Resolutely and C edge. In earnest, in good earnest, seriously, joking apart, earnestly, heart and soul, on one's mettle, manfully like a man with a high hand, with a strong hand and C exertion, 686. At any rate, at any risk, at any hazard, at any price, at any cost, at any sacrifice, at all hazards, at all risks, at all events. Abysso a blanc, cost what it may, cout, a tort at a travers, once for all, neck or nothing, rain or shine, phr. Spes sibi quisque, cellui quivute cellula pute, kai non esserischia non guadagna, frangas non flex, manu 40, tintanda via est. 604a. Perseverance, n perseverance. Continuance and C, inaction, 143, permanence and C, absence of change, 141, firmness and C, stability, 150. Constancy, steadiness, singleness of purpose, tenacity of purpose, persistence, plodding, patience, sedulity and C, industry, 682. Pertinacy, pertinacity, pertinaciousness, iteration and C, 104, bottom, game, pluck, stamina, backbone, grit, indefatigability, indefatigableness, bulldog courage. V. Persevere, persist, hold on, hold out, die in the last ditch, be in at the death, stick to, cling to, adhere to, stick to one's text, keep on, keep to one's course, keep to one's ground, maintain one's course, maintain one's ground, go all lengths, go through fire and water, bear up, keep up, hold up, plod, stick to work and see work, 686, continue and see 143, follow up, die in harness, die at one's post. Persevering, constant, steady, steadfast, undeviating, unwavering, unfaltering, unswerving, unflinching, unsleeping, unflagging, undrooping, steady as time, unrelenting, unintermitting, unremitting, plodding, industrious and C 682, strenuous and C 686, pertinacious, persisting, persistent. Solid, sturdy, staunch, true to oneself, unchangeable and C 150, unconquerable and C, strong, 159. Indomitable, game to the last, indefatigable, untiring, unwearied, never tiring, adv. Through evil report and good report, through thick and thin, through fire and water, per phase et nefas, without fail, sink or swim at any price, vogue la galère, phr. Never say die, give it the old college try. Vestigia nuller retroer sum, Out vincer out mori, la garde muet et ni si rend pas, tout vint a temps pour qui se attender. 605. Irresolution, irresolution, infirmity of purpose, indecision, indetermination, undetermination, unsettlement, uncertainty and c. 475 demur, suspense, hesitating and cv, hesitation, hesitancy, vacillation, changeableness and c. 149. Fluctuation, alternation and c. oscillation, 314 caprice and c. 608. Fickleness, levity, legerite, pliancy and c. softness, 324 weakness, timidity and c. 860, cowardice and c. 862, half measures, wavera ass between two bundles of hay, shuttlecock, butterfly, wimp, doughface v. Be irresolute and c. edge. Hang in suspense, keep in suspense, leave ad referendum. Think twice about, pause, dawdle and c. inactivity, 683 remain neuter. Diligently hesitate, boggle, hover, dacker, hum and haw, demur, not know one's own mind, debate, balance, dally with, cockay with, will and will not, chaser, balancer. Go halfway, compromise, make a compromise, be thrown off one's balance, stagger like a drunken man, be afraid and c. 860. Let I dare not wait upon I would. Falter, waver, vacillate and c. 149. Change and c. 140, retract and c. 607. Fluctuate, pendulate, alternate and c. oscillate, 314 keep off and on, play fast and loose, blow hot and cold and c. caprice, 608. Shuffle, palter, blink, trim, edge. Irresolute, infirm of purpose, double-minded, half-hearted, undecided, unresolved, undetermined, shilly-shally, fidgety, tremulous, hesitating and cv. Off one's balance, at a loss and c. uncert, 475, vacillating and cv. Unsteady and c. changeable, 149, unsteadfast, fickle, without ballast, capricious and c. 608, volatile, frothy, light, lightsome, light-minded, giddy, fast and loose. Weak, feeble-minded, frail, timid, wimpish, wimpy and c. 860, cowardly and c. 862, dough-faced, facile, pliant and c. soft, 324, unable to say no, easygoing, revocable, reversible, adv. Irresolutely and c. edge. Irresolved, irresolvedly, in faltering accents, off and on, from pillar to post, seesaw and c. 314, int. How happy could I be with either? 606. Obstinacy, obstinateness and c. edge. Obstinacy, tenacity, cussness, perseverance and c. 604.1, immovability, old school inflexibility and c. hardness, 323, obduracy, objuration, dogged resolution, resolution and c. 604, ruling passion, blind side. Self-will, contumacy, perversity, pervicacy, pervicacity and docility. Bigotry, intolerance, dogmatism, opiniatry, opiniativeness, fixed idea and c. prejudgment, 481, fanaticism, zealotry, infatuation, monomania, opinionatedness, opinionativeness. Mule, opinionist, opinionatist, opiniator, opinator, stickler, dogmatist, bigot, zealot, enthusiast, fanatic v. Be obstinate and c. edge. Stickle, take no denial, fly in the face of facts. Opinionate, be wedded to an opinion, hug a belief, have one's own way and c. will, 600. Persist and c. persevere, 604.1. Have the last word, insist on having the last word. Die hard, fight against destiny, not yield an inch, stand out. Obstinate, tenacious, stubborn, obdurate, case-hardened, inflexible and c. hard, 323, balky, immovable, unshakable, not to be moved, inert and c. 172, unchangeable and c. 150, inexorable and c. determined, 604, mulish, obstinate as a mule, pig-headed, dogged, sullen, sulky, unmoved, uninfluenced, unaffected. Willful, self-willed, perverse, restive, restive, restiff, pervicacious, wayward, refractory, unruly, heady, headstrong, entete, contumacious, cross-grained. Arbitrary, dogmatic, positive, bigoted, prejudiced and c. 481, creed-bound, prepossessed, infatuated, stiff-backed, stiff-necked, stiff-hearted, hard-mouthed, hidebound, unyielding, impervious, impracticable, impersuasible, unpersuadable, intractable, untractable, incorrigible, deaf to advice, impervious to reason. Crotchety and c. 608, adv. Obstinately and c. edge, phr, non-possumus, no surrender, ils enant reen apris ni reen aubli. 607, tergiversation, change of mind, change of intention, change of purpose, afterthought, tergiversation, recantation, palinode, palinity, renunciation, abjuration, abjurement, defection, and c. relinquishment. 624. Going over, and cv. apostasy, retraction, retractation, withdrawal, disavowal, and c. negation. 536. Revocation, revokement, reversal, repentance, and c. 950. Redintegratio amoris. Coquetry, vacillation, and c. 605. Backsliding, volte-face, turncoat, turn-tippet, rat, apostate, renegade, convert, pervert, proselyte, deserter, backslider, blackleg, crawfish, scab, mugwump, recidivist, time server, time pleaser, timist, vicar of Bray, trimmer, ambidexter, weathercock, and c. changeable. 149. Janus. V. Change one's mind, change one's intention, change one's purpose, change one's note. Abjure, renounce, withdraw from, and c. relinquish. 624. Waver, vacillate, wheel round, veer round, turn a pirouette, go over from one side to another, pass from one side to another, change from one side to another, skip from one side to another, go to the right about, box the compass, shift one's ground, go upon another tack. Apostatize, change sides, go over, rat, recant, retract, revoke, rescind, and c. abrogate. 756. Recall, forswear, unsay, come over, come round to an opinion, crawfish, crawl, draw in one's horns, eat one's words, eat the leek, swallow the leak, swerve, flinch, back out of, retrace one's steps, think better of it, come back, return to one's first love, turn over a new leaf, and c. repent. 950. Trim, shuffle, play fast and loose, blow hot and cold, coquette, beyond the fence, straddle, bold with the hare but run with the hounds, nager and tread duo, wait to see how the cat jumps, wait to see how the wind blows, changeful, and c. 149, irresolute, and c. 605, ductile, slippery as an eel, trimming, ambidextrous, time-serving, coquetting, and cv. revocatory, reactionary, phr. A change came o'er the spirit of my dream. 608. Caprice, caprice, fancy, humor, whim, whimsy, whim-whim, crotchet, capriccio, quirk, freak, maggot, fad, vagary, prank, fit, flimflam, escapade, boutade, wild goose chase, capriciousness, and seeage. Kink v. Be capricious and seeage. Have a maggot in the brain, take it into one's head, strain at a gnat and swallow a camel, blow hot and cold, play fast and loose, play fantastic tricks, Turner Cassack. Capricious, erratic, eccentric, fitful, hysterical, full of whims, and cn. Maggoty, inconsistent, fanciful, fantastic, whimsical, crotchety, kinky, particular, humorsome, freakish, skittish, wanton, wayward, contrary, captious, arbitrary, unconformable, and c. 83. Penny-wise and pound foolish. Fickle, and c. irresolute. 605. Frivolous, sleeveless, giddy, volatile, adv. By fits and starts without rhyme or reason. Phr. Nil fuit unquain sic inipar sibi, the deuce is in him. 609. Choice, choice, option, discretion, and c. volition. 600. Preoption, alternative, dilemma, embarrass de choix, adoption, cooptation, novation, decision, and c. judgment. 480. Election, political election, politics. 737.1. Selection, excerption, gleaning, eclecticism, excerpta, gleanings, cuttings, scissors, and paste, pick and see best. 650. Preference, prelation, opinion poll, survey, predilection, and c. desire. 865. V. Offers one's choice set before, hold out the alternative, present the alternative, offer the alternative, put to the vote. Use option, use discretion, exercise option, exercise discretion, one's option, adopt, take up, embrace, espouse, choose, elect, opt for, take one's choice, make choice of, fix upon, vote, poll, hold up one's hand, divide. Settle, decide, and c. adjudge. 480. List, and c. will. 600. Make up one's mind, and c. resolve. 604. Select, pick and choose, pick out, single out, cull, glean, winnow, sift the chaff from the wheat, separate the chaff from the wheat, winnow the chaff from the wheat, pick up, pitch upon, pick one's way, indulge one's fancy. Set apart, mark out for, mark, and c. 550. Prefer, have rather, have as lief, fancy, and c. desire. 865. Be persuaded, and c. 615. Take a decided step, take a decisive step, commit oneself to a course, pass the Rubicon, cross the Rubicon, cast in one's lot with, take for better or for worse. Optional, discretional, and c. voluntary. 600. Eclectic, choosing, and cv. Preferential, chosen, and cv. Choice, and c. good. 648. Adv. Optionally, and c. edge. At pleasure, and c. will. 600. Either the one or the other, or at the option of, whether or not, once and for all, for one's money. By choice, by preference, in preference, rather before. 609a. Absence of choice, and no choice, Hobson's choice, first come first served, random selection, necessity, and C 601, not a pin to choose, and C equality, 27, any, the first that comes, that or nothing, neutrality, indifference, indecision, and C irresolution, 605, arbitrariness, coercion, compulsion, 744, V, be neutral, and C edge. Have no choice, have no election, waive, not vote, abstain from voting, refrain from voting, leave undecided, make a virtue of necessity, edge. Neutral, neuter, indifferent, uninterested, undecided, and C irresolute, 605, adv. Either, and C choice, 609, phr, who cares, what difference does it make? There's not a dime's worth of difference between them. 610, rejection, N rejection, repudiation, exclusion, refusal, and C 764, declination, V. Reject, set aside, lay aside, give up, decline, and C refuse, 764, exclude, accept, pluck, spin, cast. Repudiate, scout, set it not. Fling to the winds, fling to the dogs, fling overboard, fling away, cast to the winds, cast to the dogs, cast overboard, cast away, throw to the winds, throw to the dogs, throw overboard, throw away, toss to the winds, toss to the dogs, toss overboard, toss away. Send to the right about, disclaim, and C deny, 536, discard, and C eject, 297, have done with, 678. Rejected, and CV, reject, rejectaneous, rejectious, not chosen, and C 609, to be thought of, out of the question, adv. Neither the one nor the other, no, and C 536, phr. Non hic infedera. 611. Predetermination, N predestination, preordination, premeditation, predeliberation, predetermination, foregone conclusion, fait accompli, party pris, resolve, propendency, intention, and C 620. Project, and C 626, fate, foredoom, necessity, V. Predestine, preordain, predetermine, premeditate, resolve, concert, resolve beforehand, predesignate. Prepense, premeditated, and CV, predesignated, predesigned, advised, studied, designed, calculated, aforethought, intended, and C 620, foregone. Well laid, well devised, well weighed, maturely considered, cunning. Adv. Advisedly, and C edge. With premeditation, deliberately, all things considered, with eyes open, in cold blood, intentionally, and C 620. 612. Impulse, N impulse, sudden thought, impromptu, improvisation, inspiration, flash, spurt, improvisator, creature of impulse, V, flash on the mind. Say what comes uppermost, improvise, extemporize, extemporaneous, impulsive, indeliberate, snap, improvised, improvisate, improvisatory, unpremeditated, unmeditated, improvise, unprompted, unguided, natural, unguarded, spontaneous, and C voluntary, 600. Instinctive, and C 601. Adv. Extempore, extemporaneously, offhand, impromptu, a l'improviste. Improvise, on the spur of the moment, on the spur of the occasion. 613. Habit, N. Habit, habitude, assuetude, assuefaction, want, run, way, common state of things, general state of things, natural state of things, ordinary state of things, ordinary course of things, ordinary run of things, matter of course, beaten path, beaten track, beaten ground. Prescription, custom, use, usage, immemorial usage, practice, prevalence, observance, conventionalism, conventionality, mode, fashion, vogue, etiquette, and C gentility, 852. Order of the day, cry, conformity, and C 82. Consuetude, dustor. One's old way, old school, veteris vestigia flammi, laudator temporis acti, rule, standing order, precedent, routine, red tapeism, pipe, clay, rut, groove. Cacoths, bad habit, confirmed habit, inveterate habit, intrinsic habit, and C. Addiction, trick, training, and C education, 537. Seasoning, second nature acclimatization, knack, and CV. Be want, and C edge. Fall into a rut, fall into a custom, and C, conform to, 82. Tread the beaten track, follow the beaten track, tread the beaten path, follow the beat. Stare super antiquas vias, move in a rut, run on in a groove, go round like a horse in a mill, go on in the old jog-trot way. Habituate, inure, harden, season, case harden, accustom, familiarize, naturalize, acclimatize, keep one's hand in, train, and see. Educate, 537. Get into the way, get into the knack of, learn, and see, 539. Cling to, adhere to, repeat, and see, 104. Acquire a habit, contract a habit, fall into a habit, acquire a trick, contract a trick, fall into a trick, addict oneself to, take to, get into, be habitual, and see edge. Prevail, come into use, become a habit, take root, gain upon one, grow upon one. Habitual, a customary, prescriptive, accustomed, and CV, of daily occurrence, of everyday occurrence. Consuetudinary, wanted, usual, general, ordinary, common, frequent, everyday, household, garden variety, jog, trot, well-trodden, well-known. Familiar, vernacular, trite, commonplace, conventional, regular, set, stock, established, stereotyped. Prevailing, prevalent. Current, received, acknowledged, recognized, accredited. Of course, admitted, understood. Conformable. And C82. According to use, according to custom, according to routine, in vogue, in fashion, in with it. Fashionable and C genteel, 852, want. Used to, given to, addicted to, attuned to, habituated, and CV. In the habit of habitu, at home in and C skillful, 698. Seasoned, imbued with, devoted to, wedded to, hackneyed, fixed, rooted, deep-rooted, engrafted, permanent, inveterate, besetting, naturalized, ingrained, and C intrinsic, 5, adv. Habitually and C edge. Always and C uniformly, 16, as usual, as is one's wont, as things go, as the world goes, as the sparks fly upwards, more suo, more solido, ex more, as a rule for the most part, usually, generally, typically, and C edge. Most often, most frequently, phr. Sella essentend, abunt studia in mores, adio in teneris consucir multum est, consuetudo quaes altera natura, hoc erat in more majorum, how use doth breed a habit in a man. Magna est vis consuetudinis, mornt fesserat usus. 614. Desuetude, en desuetude, disusage, obsolescence, disuse, and C 678, want of habit, want of practice, inusitation, newness to, new brooms, infraction of usage, and C unconformity, 83, non-prevalence, a custom more honored in the breach than the observance, v. Be unaccustomed, and C edge. Leave off a habit, cast off a habit, break off a habit, wean oneself of a habit, violate a habit, break through a habit, infringe a habit, leave off a custom, cast off a custom, break off a custom, wean oneself of a custom, violate a custom, break through a custom, infringe a custom, leave off a usage, cast off a usage, break off a usage, wean oneself of a usage, violate a usage, break through a usage, infringe a usage. Disuse and C 678. Wear off. Unaccustomed, unused, unwanted, unseasoned, uninured, unhabituated, untrained. New, green, and C unskilled, 699. Unhackneyed. Unusual and C unconformable, 83. Non-observant, disused, and C 678. Two causes of volition. 615. Motive and motive, springs of action, well springs of action. Reason, ground, call, principle, by end, by purpose. Mainspring, primum mobile, keystone, the why and the wherefore, pro and con, reason why, secret motive, arriere pensee, intention, and C 620. Inducement, consideration, attraction, lodestone, magnet, magnetism, magnetic force, electation, elective, temptation, enticement, agacery, allurement, witchery, bewitchment, bewitchery, charm, spell, and C 993. Fascination, blandishment, cajolery, seduction, seducement, honeyed words, voice of the tempter, song of the siren's forbidden fruit, golden apple. Persuasibility, persuasibleness, attractability, impressibility, susceptibility, softness, persuasiveness, attractiveness, tantalization. Influence, prompting, dictate, instance, impulse, impulsion, incitement, incitation, press, instigation, provocation, and C excitation of feeling, 824, inspiration, persuasion, suasion, encouragement, advocacy, exhortation, advice, and C 695. Solicitation and C request, 765. Lobbyism, pull, incentive, stimulus, spur, fillip, whip, goad, anchus, rowel, provocative, wet, dram, bribe, lure, decoy, decoy, duck, bait, trail of a red herring, bribery and corruption, sop, sop for Cerberus, prompter, tempter, seducer, seductor, instigator, firebrand, incendiary, siren, Circe, agent provocateur, lobbyist, fee. Induce, move, draw, draw on, bring in its train, give an impulse, and CN. To inspire, put up to, prompt, call up, attract, beckon. Stimulate and C excite, 824, spirit up, inspirit. Rouse, arouse, animate, incite, foment, provoke, instigate, set on, actuate. Act upon, work upon, operate upon, encourage, pat on the back, pat on the shoulder, clap on the back, clap on the shoulder. Influence, weigh with, bias, sway, incline, dispose, predispose, turn the scale, inoculate. Lead by the nose, have influence with, have influence over, have influence upon, exercise influence with, exercise influence over, exercise influence upon, go round, come round one, turn the head, magnetize, lobby. Persuade, prevail with, prevail upon, overcome, carry, bring round to one's senses, bring to one's senses, draw over, win over, gain over, come over, talk over, procure, enlist, engage, invite, court, tempt, seduce, overpersuade, entice, allure, captivate, fascinate, bewitch, carry away, charm, conciliate, wheedle, coax, lure, inveigle, tantalize, cajole and deceive, 545. Tamper with, bribe, suborn, grease the palm, bait with a silver hook, gild the pill, make things pleasant, put a sop into the pan, throw a sop to bait the hook, enforce, force, impel and push, 276. Propel and 284, whip, lash, goad, spur, prick, urge, egg on, hound, hurry on, drag and 285. Exhort, advise and 695, call upon and press and request, 765, advocate. Set an example, set the fashion, keep in countenance, be persuaded and yield to temptation, come round, concede and consent, 762. Obey a call, follow advice, follow the bent, follow the dictates of, act on principle. Impulsive, motive, suasive, suasory, persuasive, persuasory, hortative, hortatory, protreptical, inviting, tempting and suasive, suasory, seductive, attractive, fascinating and pleasing, 829, provocative and exciting, 824. Induced and disposed, persuadable and docile, 602. Spellbound, instinct with, smitten with, infatuated, inspired and by adv. Because, therefore and cause, 155. From this motive, from that motive, for this reason, for that reason, for, by reason of, for the sake of, count of, out of, from, as, for as much as, for all the world, on principle. Phr. Fax mentis incendium gloriae, temptation hath a music for all ears, to beguile many and be beguiled by one. 615a. Absence of motive, absence of motive, aimlessness, caprice and 608, chance and absence of design, 621 v. Have no motive, scruple and be unwilling, 603. Without rhyme or reason, aimless, capricious, whimsical and chance, 621, adv. Out of mere caprice. 616 dissuasion, dissuasion, dehortation, expostulation, remonstrance, deprecation and 766. Discouragement, damper, wet blanket, disillusionment, disenchantment, cohibition and restraint, 751, curb and means of restraint, 752, check and hindrance, 706, reluctance and unwillingness, 603, contraindication. V. Dissuade, dehort, cry out against, remonstrate, expostulate, warn, contraindicate. Disincline, indispose, shake, stagger, dispirit, discourage, disheart, deter, repress, hold back, keep back and restrain, 751, render averse and 603. Repel, turn aside and deviation, 279. Wean from, act as a drag and hinder, 706. Throw cold water on, damp, cool, chill, blunt, calm, quiet, quench, deprecate and 766. Disenchant, disillusion, deflate, take down a peg, pop one's balloon, prick one's balloon, burst one's bubble, disabuse, correction, 527, 1. Dissuading and dissuasive, dehortatory, expostulatory, monitive, monitory. Dissuaded and admonitory, uninduced and induce, and 615, unpersuadable and obstinate, 606. Averse and unwilling, 603. Repugnant and dislike, 867. Repressed. 617. Pretext, pretext, pretense, pretension, plea, allegation, advocation, ostensible motive, ostensible ground, ostensible reason, phony reason, excuse and vindication, 937. Subterfuge, color, gloss, guise, cover, loophole, starting hole, how to creep out of salvo, come off way of escape. Handle, peg to hang on, room, locus standi, stalking horse, shovel, debattle, cue. Pretense and untruth, 546, put off, dust thrown in the eyes blind, moonshine, mere pretext, shallow pretext, lame excuse, lame apology, tub to a whale, false plea, sour grapes, makeshift, shift, white lie, special pleading and sophistry, 477, soft solder and flattery, 933. V. Pretend, plead, allege, shelter oneself under the plea of excuse and c, vindicate 937, lend a color to, furnish a handle in cn, make a pretext of, make a handle of, use as a plea in cn, take one stand upon, make capital out of, pretend and c, lie 544. Ostensibly and c, manifest 525, alleged, apologetic, pretended and c 545. Adv, ostensibly, under color, under the plea, under the pretense of, under the guise of. 3 objects of volition. 618. Good and good, benefit, advantage, improvement and c 658. Greatest good, supreme good, interest, service, behoof, behalf, weal, main chance, summum bonum, commonweal, consummation, devoutly to be wished, gain, boot, profit, harvest, boon and c, gift 784, good turn, blessing, world of good, piece of good luck, piece of good fortune, nuts, prize, windfall, godsend, waif, treasure trove. Good fortune and c, prosperity 734, happiness and c 827, goodness and c 648, utility and c 644, remedy and c 662, pleasure giving and c 829, commendable and c 931, useful and c 644, good and c, beneficial and c 648, adv. Well, aright, satisfactorily, favorably, not amis, all for the best, to one's advantage in cn, in one's favor, in one's interest in cn. Phr, so far so good, magnum bonum. 619. Evil n evil, ill, harm, hurt, mischief, nuisance, machinations of the devil, Pandora's box, ills that flesh is heir to, blow, buffet, stroke, scratch, bruise, wound, gash, mutilation, mortal blow, wound, immedicable vulnus, damage, loss and c, deterioration. 659. Disadvantage, prejudice, drawback. Disaster, accident, casualty. Mishap and c, misfortune. 735. Bad job, devil to pay. Calamity, bale, catastrophe, tragedy, ruin and c, destruction. 162, adversity and c 735, mental suffering and c 828, demon and c 980, evil spirit, bane and c 663, cause of evil. Badness and c 649, production of evil, painfulness and c 830, evildoer and c 913, outrage, wrong, injury, foul play, bad turn, ill turn, disservice, spoliation and c 791, grievance, crying evil v. Be in trouble and c adversity 735, disastrous, bad and c 649, awry, out of joint, disadvantageous, adv. Amis, wrong, ill, to one's cost. Phr. Moving accidents by flood and field. Section 2, prospective volition. 1. Conceptional volition. 620. Intention, n intent, intention, intentionality, purpose, quo animo, project and c 626, undertaking and c 676, predetermination and c 611, design, ambition, contemplation, mind, animus, view, purview, proposal, study, lookout. Final cause, res in detra, cui bono, object, aim, end, the be-all and the end-all, drift and c meaning, 516, tendency and c 176, destination, mark, point, but, goal, target, bullseye, quintain, prey, quarry, game, decision, determination, resolve, fixed set purpose, settled purpose, ultimatum, resolution and c 604, wish and c 865, arriere pensee, motive and c 615, teleology. V. Intend, purpose, design, mean, have to, propose to oneself, harbor a design, have in view, have in contemplation, have in one's eye, have in petto, have an eye to, bid for, labor for, be after, aspire after, endeavor after, be at, aim at, drive at, point at, level at, aspire at, take aim, set before oneself, study to. Take upon oneself and see, undertake, 676, take into one's head, meditate, contemplate of, think of, dream of, talk of, premeditate and c 611, compass, calculate, destine, destinate, propose, project and c plan 626, have a mind to and c be willing 602, desire and c 865, pursue and c 622. Intended and cv, intentional, advised, express, determinate, propense and c 611, bound for, intending and cv, minded, bent upon and see earnest 604, at stake, on the anvil, on the tappies, in view, in prospect, in the breast of, in petto, teleological adv. Intentionally and see edge. Advisedly, wittingly, knowingly, designedly, purposely, on purpose, by design, studiously, pointedly, with intent and cn, deliberately and c with premeditation. 611, with one's eyes open, in cold blood. For with a view, with an eye to, in order that, to the end that, with the intent that, for the purpose of, with the view of, in contemplation of, on account of, in pursuance of, pursuant to, quo animo, to all intents and purposes. Phr. The road to hell is paved with good intentions, sublimi feriam sidera virtus. 621. Chance and c 156, lot fate and c necessity. 601, luck, good luck and c good. 618, mascot, speculation, venture, stake, game of chance, mere shot, random shot, blind bargain, leap in the dark, pig in a poke and c uncertainty. 475, fluke, potluck, faro bank, flyer, limit, uncertainty principle, Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. Drawing lots, sortalgy, sortition, sorts, sorties, Virgiliani, rouge et noir, hazard, ante, chuckaluck, cracklu, craps, faro, roulette, pitch and toss, chuck, farthing, cup tossing, heads or tails, cross and pile, poker dice, wager, bet, betting, gambling, the turf. Gaming house, gambling house, betting house, bucket shop, gambling joint. Totalizator, totalizer, hell, betting ring, dice, dice box. Gambler, gamester, man of the turf, adventurer, dicer v. Chance and c, hap. 156, stand a chance and c be possible. 470. Toss up, cast lots, draw lots, leave to chance, trust to chance, leave to the chapter of accidents, trust to the chapter of accidents, tempt fortune. Chance it, take one's chance, take a shot at it. Attempt. 675. Run the risk, run the chance, incur the risk, incur the chance, encounter the risk, encounter the chance. Stand the hazard of the die, speculate, try one's luck, set on a cast, raffle, put into a lottery, buy a pig in a poke, shuffle the cards. Risk, venture, hazard, stake. Ante, lay a wager, make a bet, wager, bet, gamble, game, play for, play at chuck farthing. Fortuitous and c 156, unintentional, unintended, accidental, not meant, undesigned, purposed, unpremeditated and c 612. Unforeseen, uncontemplated, never thought of, random, indiscriminate, promiscuous, undirected, aimless, driftless, designless, purposeless, causeless, without purpose. Possible and c 470, unforeseeable, unpredictable, chancy, risky, speculative, dicey, adv. Randomly, by chance, fortuitously, unpredictably, unforeseeably, casually and c 156, unintentionally and c edge. Unwittingly. En passant, by the way, incidentally, as it may happen, at random, at a venture, at haphazard. Phr. Esirda errando, dextro tempor, fearful concatenation of circumstances. D. Webster, fortuitous combination of circumstances, le jus est le fils d'avarice et le pire du désespoir, the happy combination of fortuitous circumstances, the fortuitous or casual concourse of atoms. God does not play dice with the universe. A. Einstein. 622. Pursuit, en pursuit, pursuing and cv, prosecution, pursuance, enterprise and c, undertaking. 676. Business and c 625, adventure and c essay. 675. Quest and c search. 461. Scramble, hue and cry, game, hobby, still hunt. Chase, hunt, badu, race, steeplechase, hunting, coursing, venation, venery, fox chase, sport, sporting, shooting, angling, fishing, hawking, shikar, geoglock, India. Pursuer, hunter, huntsman, shikari, geoglock, India, sportsman, Nimrod, hound and c 366. V. Pursue, prosecute, follow, run after, make after, be after, hunt after, prowl after, shadow, carry on and c do. 680. Engage in and c undertake. 676. Set about and c begin. 66. Endeavor and c 675. Court and c request. 765. Seek and c search. 461. Aim at and c intention. 620. Follow the trail and c trace. 461. Fish for and c experiment. 463. Press on and c haste. 684. Run a race and c velocity. 274. Chase, give chase, course, dog, hunt, hound, tread on the heels, follow on the heels of and c sequence. 281. Rush upon, rush headlong and c violence. 173. Ride full tilt at, run full tilt at, make a leap at, jump at, snatch at, run down, start game. Tread a path, take a course, hold a course. Shape one's steps, direct one's steps, bend one's steps, course, play a game, fight one's way, elbow one's way, follow up, take to take up, go in for, ride one's hobby. Pursuing and CV, in quest of and see, inquiry, 461, in pursuit, in full cry, in hot pursuit, on the scent, adv. In pursuance of and see, intention, 620, after, int, tally-ho, yoiks, so-ho. 623. Avoidance, and abstention, abstinence, forbearance, refraining and CV, inaction and C 681, neutrality, avoidance, evasion, elution, seclusion and C 893, avalation, flight, escape and C 671, retreat and C 287, recoil and C 277, departure and C 293, rejection and C 610. Shirker and CV, truant, fugitive, refugee, runaway, runagate, maroon v. Abstain, refrain, spare, not attempt, not do and C 681, maintain the even tenor of one's way, eschew, keep from, let alone, have nothing to do with, keep aloof, keep off, stand aloof, stand off, hold aloof, hold off, take no part in, have no hand in. Avoid, shun, steer clear of, keep clear of, fight shy of, keep one's distance, keep at a respectful distance, keep out of the way, get out of the way, evade, elude, turn away from, set one's face against and see, oppose, 708, deny oneself, shrink back, hang back, hold back, draw back, recoil and C 277, retire and C recede, 287, flinch, blink, blench, shy, shirk, dodge, parry, make way for, give place to. Beat a retreat, turn tail, turn one's back, take to one's heels, run away, run for one's life, cut and run, be off like a shot. Fly, flee away, run away from, take flight, take to flight, desert, elope, make off, scamper off, sneak off, shuffle off, sheer off, break away, tear oneself away, slip away, slink away, steal away, make away from, scamper away from, sneak away from, shuffle away from, sheer away from, slip cable, part company, turn one's heel. Sneak out of, play truant, give one the go by, give leg bail, take French leave, slope, decamp, flit, bolt, abscond, levant, skedaddle, absquatchalat, cut one's stick, walk one's chalk, show a light pair of heels, make oneself scarce, escape and C 671, go away and C depart, 293, abandon and C 624, reject and C 610, lead one a dance, lead one a pretty dance, throw off the scent, play at hide and seek. Unsought, unattempted, avoiding and CV, neutral, shy of and C unwilling, 603, elusive, evasive, fugitive, runaway, shy, wild, edge, lest, in order to avoid, int, forbear, keep off, hands off, sauve qui pute, every man for himself, devil take the hindmost, phr, things unattempted yet in prose or rhyme. 624. Relinquishment, and relinquishment, abandonment, desertion, defection, secession, withdrawal, cave of a dull m, null prosque 0, discontinuance and C cessation, 142, renunciation and C recantation, 607, abrogation and C 756, resignation and C retirement, 757, desuetude and C 614, cession and C of property, 782. V. Relinquish, give up, abandon, desert, forsake, leave in the lurch, go back on, depart from, secede from, withdraw from, back out of, leave, quit, take leave of, bid a long farewell, vacate and C resign, 757, renounce and C abjure, 607, forgo, have done with, drop, disuse and C 678, discard and C 782, wash one's hands of, drop all idea of. Break off, leave off, desist, stop and C cease, 142, hold one's hand, stay one's hand, quit one's hold, give over, shut up shop, throw up the game, throw up the cards, give up the point, give up the argument, pass to the order of the day, move to the previous question. Unpursued, relinquished and CV, relinquishing and CV. Int, avast and C stop, 142, phr. Aufgeschoben ist nicht aufgehoben, and Bayer Jern was du nicht haste. 625. Business, and business, occupation, employment, pursuit and C 622, what one is doing, what one is about, affair, concern, matter, case, matter in hand, irons in the fire, thing to do, agendum, task, work, job, chore, errand, commission, mission, charge, care, duty and C 926, part, role, cue, province, function, lookout, department, capacity, sphere, orb, field, line, walk, walk of life, beat, round, routine, race, career. Office, place, post, chargeship, incumbency, living, situation, birth, employ, service and C, servitude, 749, engagement, undertaking and C 676, vocation, calling, profession, cloth, faculty, industry, art, industrial arts, craft, mystery, handicraft, trade and C, commerce, 794, exercise, work and C, action, 680, avocation, press of business and C, activity 682. V. Pass one's time in, employ one's time in, spend one's time in, employ oneself in, employ oneself upon, occupy oneself with, concern oneself with, make it one's business and CN, undertake and C 676. Enter a profession, betake oneself to, turn one's hand to, have to do with and C, do 680. Office, place, post, chargeship, incumbency, living, situation, birth, employ, service and C, servitude 749, engagement, undertaking and C 676. Drive a trade, carry on a trade, do a trade, transact a trade, carry on business, do business, transact business and CN. Keep a shop, ply one's task, ply one's trade, labor in one's vocation, pursue the even tenor of one's way, attend to business, attend to one's work. Officiate, serve, act one's part, play one's part. Do duty, serve the office of, discharge the office of, perform the office of, perform the duties of, perform the functions of, hold an office, fill a place, fill a situation, hold a portfolio, hold a place, hold a situation. Be about, be doing, be engaged in, be employed in, be occupied with, be at work on, have one's hands in, have in hand. Have on one's hands, have on one's shoulders, bear the burden, have one's hands full and see, activity 682. Be in the hands of, be on the stocks, be on the anvil, pass through one's hands. Businesslike, workaday, professional, official, functional, busy and see, actively employed, 682, on hand in one's hands, afoot on the anvil, going on, acting, adv. In the course of business, all in one's day's work, professionally and siege. PHR. A business with an income at its heels, amodo quaera miseria ludo, par negotiis nec supra. 626. Plan, plan, scheme, design, project, proposal, proposition, suggestion, resolution, motion, precaution and C provision 673, deep laid plan and C premeditated 611, system and C order 58, organization and C arrangement 60, germ and C cause 153, sketch, skeleton, outline, draft, ebauch, bruelin, rough cast, rough draft, draft copy, proof, revise. Drawing, scheme, schematic, graphic, chart, flow chart. Representation 554. Forecast, program, prospectus, carte du pays, card, bill, protocol, order of the day, list of agenda, bill of fare and seafood, 298, base of operations, platform, plank, slate, ticket 0 roll, policy and C, line of conduct, 692. Contrivance, invention, expedient, receipt, nostrum, artifice, device, pipelaying, stratagem and C, cunning, 702, trick and C, deception 545, alternative, loophole, shift and C, substitute 147, last shift and C, necessity 601. Measure, step, stroke, stroke of policy, master stroke, trump card, court card, cheval de battle, great gun, coup d'etat, clever stroke, bold stroke, good move, good hit, good stroke, bright thought, bright idea, intrigue, cabal, plot, conspiracy, complot, machination, subplot, underplot, counterplot, schemer, schemist, schematist, strategist, machinator, projector, artist, promoter, designer and CV, conspirator, intrigant and C, cunning, 702. V. Plan, scheme, design, frame, contrive, project, forecast, sketch, devise, invent and C, imagine, 515, set one's wits to work and C, 515, spring a project, fall upon, hit upon, strike out, chalk out, cut out, lay out, map out, lay down a plan, shape out a course, mark out a course, predetermine and C, 611, concert, preconcert, pre-establish, prepare and C, 673, hatch a plot, concoct. Take steps, take measures, cast, recast, systematize, organize, arrange and C, 60, digest, mature, plot, counterplot, countermine, dig a mine, lay a train, intrigue and C, cunning, 702 edge. Planned and CV. Strategic, strategical, planning and CV. Prepared in course of preparation and C, 673, under consideration, on the tapis, on the carpet, on the floor. 627. Method and method, way, manner, wise, gait, form, mode, fashion, tone, guise, modus operandi, procedure and C, line of conduct. 692. Path, road, route, course, line of way, line of road, trajectory, orbit, track, beat, tack, steps, stair, staircase, flight of stairs, ladder, stile, perron. Bridge, footbridge, viaduct, pontoon, stepping stone, plank, gang, drawbridge, pass, ford, ferry, tunnel, pipe and C, 260. Door, gateway and C, opening, 260. channel, passage, avenue, means of access, approach, adit, artery, lane, loan, alley, aisle, lobby, corridor, backdoor, backstairs, secret passage, covert way, venal. Roadway, pathway, stairway, express, thoroughfare, highway, turnpike, freeway, royal road, coach road, broad highway, King's highway, Queen's highway, beaten track, beaten path, horse road, bridle track, bridle path, walk, trottoir, footpath, pavement, flags, sidewalk. Crossroad, bypath, byway, cut, shortcut and C midcourse 628. Carifer, private road, occupation road, highways and byways, railroad, railway, tramway, towpath, causeway, canal and C conduit 350, street and C abode 189, speedway, adv. How, in what way, in what manner, by what mode, so in this way, after this fashion. One way or another, anyhow, somehow or other and C instrumentality 631, by way of, via, in transitu and C 270, on the high road to phr. Hey tibi erunt arts. 628. Midcourse, middle course, mean and C 29, middle and C 68, just milieu, mezzo termin, golden mean, ariston metron, aurea mediacritas, straight and C direct, 278, straight course, straight path, shortcut, cross-cut, great circle sailing. Neutrality, half measure, half and half measures, compromise. V. Keep in a middle course, preserve an even course, go straight and C direct, 278, go halfway, compromise, make a compromise, edge, straight and C direct, 278, phr. Medium tenor abiti. 629. Circuit, end circuit, roundabout way, digression, detour, circumbendibus, ambages, loop, winding and C circuition, 311, zigzag and C deviation, 279, v. Perform a circuit, go roundabout, go out of one's way, make a detour, meander and C deviate, 279, lead a pretty dance, beat about the bush, make 2 bites of a cherry. Circuitous, indirect, roundabout, zigzag and C deviating, 279 backhanded, adv. By a side wind, by an indirect course, in a roundabout way, from pillar to post. 630. Requirement, requirement, need, wants, necessities, necessaries of life, stress, exigency, pinch, sine qua non, matter of necessity, case of need, case of life or death, needfulness, essentiality, necessity, indispensability, urgency, requisition and C request, 765, exaction 741, run upon, demand, call for, charge, claim, command, injunction, mandate, order, precept. Desideratum and C desire, 865, want and C deficiency, 640, v. Require, need, want, have occasion for, not be able to do without, not be able to dispense with, pre-require. Render necessary, necessitate, create a necessity for, call for, put in requisition, make a requisition and C ask for, 765, demand, 741. Stand in need of, lack and C 640, desiderate, desire and C 865, be necessary and C edge. Required and CV, requisite, needful, necessary, imperative, essential, indispensable, prerequisite, called for, in demand, in request, urgent, exigent, pressing, instant, crying, absorbing, in want of, destitute of and C 640 adv. Ex necessitate re and C necessarily 601, of necessity, phr. There is no time to lose. It cannot be spared. It cannot be dispensed with. Mendacem memorum esse oportet, necessitas non habet legem, nec tecum possum triver nec sine T0. 2. Subservience to ends 1. Actual subservience. 631. Instrumentality, instrumentality, aid and C 707. Subservience, subserviency, mediation, intervention, medium, intermedium, vehicle, hand, agency and C 170 minister, handmaid, midwife, accoucheur, accoucheuse, obstetrician, go between catspaw, stepping stone, opener and C 260. Key, master key, passkey, latchkey, open sesame, passport, passepartout, safe conduct, password. Instrument and C 633. Expedient and C plan 626. Means and C 632 v. Subserve, minister, mediate, intervene, be instrumental and C edge. Pander to officiate, tend edge. Instrumental, useful and C 644. Ministerial, subservient, mediatorial, intermediate, intervening, conducive. Adv. Through by per, whereby, thereby, hereby, by the agency of in C 170, by dint of, by virtue of, in virtue of, through the medium of in CN. along with on the shoulders of, by means of, and c. 632, by the aid of, with the aid of, and c. assistance, 707, per fas et nefas, by fair means or foul, somehow, somehow or other, by hook or by crook. 632. Means, n. means, resources, wherewithal, ways and means, capital and c. money, 800. Revenue, stock and trade and c. 636. Provision and c. 637. A shot in the locker, appliances and c. machinery, 633. Means and appliances, conveniences, cards to play, expedients and c. measures, 626. 2 strings to one's bow, sheet anchor and c. safety, 666. Aid and c. 707, medium and c. 631, v. Find means, have means, possess means and cn. H. Instrumental and c. 631, mechanical and c. 633. Adv. By means of, with, by what means, by all means, by any means, by some means, wherewith, herewith, therewith, wherewithal. How and c. in what manner, 627. Through and c. by the instrumentality of, 631. With the aid of, by the aid of, and c. assistance, 707. By the agency of, and c. 170. 633. Instrument, and machinery, mechanism, engineering. Instrument, organ, tool, implement, utensil, machine, engine, lathe, gin, mill, air engine, caloric engine, heat engine, gear, tackle, tackling, rig, rigging, apparatus, appliances, plant, materiel, harness, trappings, fittings, accoutrements, bard, equipment, equipmentage, appointments, furniture, upholstery, chattels, paraphernalia, and c. belongings, 780. Mechanical powers, lever, leverage, mechanical advantage, crow, crowbar, handspike, gavelock, jimmy, arm, limb, wing, oar, paddle, pulley, wheel and axle, wheelwork, clockwork, wheels within wheels, pinion, crank, winch, cam, pedal, capstan and c. lift, 307, wheel and c. rotation, 312, inclined plane, wedge, screw, spring, mainspring, can, hook, glut, heeled, heddle, jenny, parbuckle, sprag, water wheel. Handle, hilt, haft, shaft, heft, shank, blade, trigger, tiller, helm, treadle, key, turn screw, screwdriver, knocker. Hammer and c. impulse, 276. Edge, tool and c. cut, 253. Borer and c. 262. Vice, teeth and c. hold, 781. Nail, rope and c. join, 45. Peg and c. hang, 214. Support and c. 215. Spoon and c. vehicle, 272. Arms and c. 727. Oar and c. navigation, 267. Cardiograph, recapper, snowplow, tenpenny, vodograph, edge. Instrumental and c. 631. Mechanical, machinal, brachial. 634. Substitute, n. substitute, and c. 147. Deputy and c. 759. Badly. 635. Materials, n. material, raw material, stuff, stock, staple, adobe, brownstone, chinking, clapboard, daubing, punchin, shake, shingle, bricks and mortar, metal, stone, clay, brick, crockery, and c. 384. Composition, concrete, reinforced concrete, cement, wood or timber. Materials, supplies, munition, fuel, grist, household stuff, pabulum, and c. food, 298. Ammunition and c. arms, 727. Contingents, relay, reinforcement, baggage and c. personal property, 780. Means and c. 632. Calico, cambric, cashmere. Raw and c. unprepared, 674. Wooden and cn. Adobe. 636. Store, n. stock, fund, mine, vein, lode, quarry, spring, fountain, well, wellspring, milch cow, stock and trade, supply, heap and c. collection, 72. Treasure, reserve, core de reserve, reserved fund, nest egg, savings, bond bouch, crop, harvest, mow, vintage, store, accumulation, hoard, rick, stack, lumber, relay and c. provision, 637. Storehouse, storeroom, store closet, depository, depot, cache repository, reservatory, repertorium, promptuary, warehouse, entrepot, magazine, buttery, larder, spence, garner, granary, cannery, safe deposit vault, stillroom, thesaurus, bank and c. treasury, 802, armory, arsenal, dock, gallery, museum, conservatory, menagerie. Reservoir, cistern, aljibar, tank, pond, mill pond, gasometer. Budget, quiver, bandolier, portfolio, coffer and c. receptacle, 191, conservation, storing and CV, storage v. Store, put by, lay by, set by, stow away, set apart, lay apart, store treasure, hoard treasure, lay up, heap up, put up, garner up, save up, bank. Cash, accumulate, amass, hoard, fund, garner, save. Reserve, keep back, hold back, husband one's resources. Deposit, stow, stack, load, harvest, heap, collect, and C72, lay in, store, and see edge. Keep, file papers, lay in and see, provide 637, preserve and see 670. Stored and CV, in store, in reserve, in ordinary, spare, supernumerary, PHR. Ad parvum parvo magnus a service erit. 637. Provision, N provision, supply, grist for the mill subvention and C aid, 707. Resources and C means, 632. Groceries, grocery, providing and CV, purveyance, reinforcement commissariat, provender and C food, 298. Ensilage, viaticum. Caterer, purveyor, commissary, quartermaster, manciple, feeder, batman, victualler, grocer, comprador, restaurateur, jackal, pelican, sutler, and sea merchant. 797. Grocery shop, grocery store v. Provide, make provision, make do provision for, lay in a stock, lay in a store, supply, suppeditate, furnish, find one in, arm, cater, victual, provision, purvey, forage, beat up for, stock with, make good, replenish, fill up, recruit, feed. Have in store, have in reserve, keep by one, keep on foot, keep on hand, have to fall back upon. Store and C 636. Provide against a rainy day and C economy, 817. 638. Waste, N consumption, expenditure, exhaustion, dispersion and C 73. Ebb, leakage and C exudation, 295. Loss and C 776. Wear and tear, waste, prodigality and C 818. Misuse and C 679, wasting and CV, rubbish and C useless, 645, mountain in labor. V. Spend, expend, use, consume, swallow up, exhaust, impoverish, spill, drain, empty, disperse and C 73. Cast away, fool away, muddle away, throw away, fling away, fritter away, burn the candle at both ends, waste, squander and C 818. Waste its sweetness on the desert air, cast one's bread upon the waters, cast pearls before swine, employ a steam engine to crack a nut, waste powder and shot, break a butterfly on a wheel, labor in vain and see useless, 645, cut blocks with a razor, pour water into a sieve, leak and see, run out, 295, run to waste, ebb, melt away, run dry, dry up, edge. Wasted and CV, at a low ebb. Wasteful and see, prodigal, 818, penny wise and pound foolish, PHR. Magno canadu magnas nugas, lejuni vaut palashandel, idly busy rolls their world away. 639. Sufficiency, insufficiency, adequacy, enough, withal, satisfaction, competence, no less, quantum sufficit QS. Mediocrity and C average, 29. Fill, fullness and C completeness, 52. Plenitude, plenty, abundance, copiousness and C edge. Amplitude, galore, lots, profusion, full measure, good measure pressed down and running over. Luxuriance and C fertility, 168. Affluence and C wealth, 803. Fat of the land, a land flowing with milk and honey, cornucopia, horn of plenty, horn of Amalthea, mine and sea stock, 636. Pouring, flood and sea great quantity, 31. Tide and sea river, 348. Repletion and sea redundancy, 641. Satiety and C 869, v. Be sufficient and C edge. Suffice, do, just do, satisfy, pass muster, have enough and CN, eat. One's fill, drink one's fill, have one's fill, roll in, swim in, wallow in and see, superabundance, 641. Wanton, abound, exuberate, teem, flow, stream, rain, shower, down, pour in, swarm, bristle with, superabound, render sufficient and C edge. Replenish and C fill, 52. Sufficient, enough, adequate, up to the mark, commensurate, competent, satisfactory, valid, tangible. Measured, moderate and C temperate, 953. Full and C complete, 52. Ample, plenty, plentiful, plenteous, plenty as blackberries, copious, abundant, abounding and CV. Replete enough and to spare, flush. Chokeful, chockful, well-stocked, well-provided, liberal, unstinted, unstinting, stintless, without stint, unsparing, unmeasured, lavish and C 641. Wholesale. Rich, luxuriant and C fertile, 168. Affluent and C wealthy, 803. Wantless, big with and C pregnant, 161. Unexhausted, unwasted, exhaustless, inexhaustible, adv. Sufficiently amply in siege, full in abundance in cn, with no sparing hand, to one's heart's content ad libitum without stint. Phr. Cut and come again des beste ist gut genug. 640. Insufficiency, an insufficiency. Inadequacy, inadequateness, incompetence and c impotence, 158. Deficiency and c incompleteness, 53. Imperfection and c 651. Shortcoming and c 304. Paucity, stint. Scantiness and c smallness, 32. None to spare, bare subsistence. Scarcity, dearth, want, need, lack, poverty, exigency. Inanition, starvation, famine, drought. Dole, mite, pittance, short allowance, short commons, half rations, banyan day, emptiness, poorness and sea edge. Depletion, vacancy, flaccidity, ebb tide. Low water, a beggarly account of empty boxes, indigence and c 804. Insolvency and c non-payment, 808 v. Be insufficient and c edge. Not suffice and c 639. Come short of and c 304 run dry. Want, lack, need, require, carrot, be in want and see poor 804 live from hand to mouth, render insufficient and see edge. Drain of resources, impoverish and see, waste 638, stint and see begrudge 819, put on short allowance. Do insufficiently and see adv, scotch the snake. Insufficient, inadequate, too little and see 32, not enough and see 639, unequal to, incompetent and see impotent 158. Weighed in the balance and found wanting, perfunctory and c neglect 460, deficient and c incomplete 53, wanting and cv, imperfect and c 651, ill-furnished, ill-provided, ill-stored, ill-off. Slack at a low ebb, empty, vacant, bare, short of, out of, destitute of, devoid of, bereft of and c 789, denuded of, dry, drained, unprovided, unsupplied, unfurnished, unreplenished, unfed, unstored, untreasured, empty-handed, meager, poor, thin, scrimp, sparing, spare, stinted, starved, starving, half-starved, famine-stricken, famished, jejune. Scant and see small, 32, scarce, not to be had for love or money, not to be had at any price. Scurvy, stingy and see 819, at the end of one's tether, without resources and see 632, in want and see poor 804, in debt and see 806 adv. Insufficiently and see edge. In default of, for want of, failing, phr. Semper avarice eget. 641. Redundancy, n redundancy, redundance. Too much, too many, superabundance, superfluity, superfluence, saturation, nimiety, transcendency, exuberance, profuseness, profusion and c, plenty, 639. Repletion, enough in all conscience, satis superque lion's share. More than enough in c 639. Plethora, engorgement, congestion, load, surfeit, sickener, turgescence and c, expansion, 194. Overdose, overmeasure, oversupply, overflow, inundation and c, water, 348. Avalanche. Accumulation and c, store, 636. Heap and c, 72. Drug in the market, glut, crowd, burden, excess, surplus, overplus, epact, margin, remainder and c, 40. Duplicate, surplusage, expletive, work of supererogation, bonus, bonanza. Luxury, intemperance and c 954, extravagance and c prodigality, 818. Exorbitance, lavishment. Pleonasm and c diffuseness, 573, too many irons in the fire, embarras de richesses. V. Superabound, overabound, no bounds, swarm, meet one at every turn. Creep with, crawl with, bristle with, overflow, run over, flow over, well over, brim over, run riot, overrun, overstock, overlay, overcharge, overdose, overfeed, overburden, overload, overdo, overwhelm, overshoot the mark and c go beyond, 303. Surcharge, supersaturate, gorge, glut, load, drench, whelm, inundate, deluge, flood, drug the market. Hepatize. Choke, cloy, accloy, suffocate, pile up, lay on thick, impregnate with, lavish and c squander, 818. Send coals to Newcastle, carry owls to Athens, teach one's grandmother to suck eggs, Pisces natter-doser. Kill the slain, gild refined gold, gild the lily, butter one's bread on both sides, put butter upon bacon. Employ a steam engine to crack a nut and see waste, 638. Exaggerate and see 549. Wallow in, roll in and see, plenty, 639. Remain on one's hands, hang heavy on hand, go a-begging. Redundant. Too much, too many, exuberant, inordinate, superabundant, excessive, overmuch, replete, profuse, lavish, prodigal in C 818, exorbitant, overweening, extravagant, overcharged in CV, supersaturated, drenched, overflowing, running over, running to waste, running down. Crammed to overflowing, filled to overflowing, gorged, ready to burst, dropsical, turgid, plethoric, obese and C 194. Superfluous, unnecessary, needless, supervacaneous, uncalled for, to spare, in excess, over and above, and C remainder 40, detrop, itsititious, and C additional 37, supernumerary, and C reserve 636, on one's hands, spare, duplicate, supererogatory, expletive, unpew fort 0 adv. Over to, over and above, overmuch, too far, without measure, beyond measure, out of measure, with a to spare, overhead and ears. Up to one's eyes, up to one's ears, extra, beyond the mark, and C, transcursion 303, acervatum, phr. It never rains, but it pours. Fortuna multis dat nimium nulli cities 02, degree of subservience. 642. Importance, an importance, consequence, moment, prominence, consideration, mark, materialness, import, significance, concern, emphasis, interest, greatness, and C31, superiority, and C33, notability, and C repute, 873, weight, and C influence, 175, value, and C goodness, 648, usefulness, and C 644. Gravity, seriousness, solemnity, no joke, no laughing matter, pressure, urgency, stress, matter of life and death, memorabilia, notabilia, great doings, red letter day. Great thing, great point, main chance, the be-all and the end-all, cardinal point, substance, gist, and C essence 5, sum and substance, gravamen, head and front, important part, principal part, prominent part, essential part, half the battle, sine qua non, breath of one's nostrils, and C life, 359, cream, salt, core, kernel, heart, nucleus, keynote, keystone, cornerstone, trump card, and C device, 626, salient points. Top sire, first fiddle, prima donna, chief, triton among the minnows, it, v, be important, and C edge. Be somebody, be something, import, signify matter, boot, be an object, carry weight, and C influence, 175, make a figure, and C repute, 873. Be in the ascendant, come to the front, lead the way, take the lead, play first fiddle, throw all else into the shade. Lie at the root of, deserve notice, merit notice, be worthy of notice, be worthy of regard, be worthy of consideration. Attach importance to, ascribe importance to, give importance to, and CN. Value, care for, set store upon, set store by, mark, in C 550, mark with a white stone, underline, write in italics, put in italics, print in capitals, print in large letters, put in large type, put in letters, of gold. Accentuate, emphasize, lay stress on. Make a fuss about, make a fuss over, make a stir about, make a piece of work about, make much ado about, make much ado of, make much of, edge. Important, of importance, in CN. Momentous, material, to the point, not to be overlooked, not to be despised, not to be sneezed at, egregious. Weighty, and C influential, 175. Of note, and C repute, 873, notable, prominent, salient, signal, memorable, remarkable, unforgettable, worthy of remark, worthy of notice, never to be forgot, stirring, eventful, grave, serious, earnest, noble, grand, solemn, impressive, commanding, imposing. Urgent, pressing, critical, instant. Paramount, essential, vital, all-absorbing, radical, cardinal, chief, main, prime, primary, principal, leading, capital, foremost, overruling, of vital importance, and C in the front rank, first rate, superior, and C 33, considerable, and C great, 31, marked, and CV, rare, and C 137, significant, telling, trenchant, emphatic, pregnant, tanti adv, materially, and C edge. In the main, above all, catexachin par excellence, to crown all, to beat all, phr. Expend hannibalum. 643. Unimportance and unimportance, insignificance, nothingness, immateriality, triviality, levity, frivolity, paltriness, and C edge. Poverty, smallness, and C 32. Vanity, and C uselessness, 645. Matter of indifference, and C 866. No object. Nothing, nothing to signify, nothing worth speaking of, nothing particular, nothing to boast of, nothing to speak of. Small matter, no great matter, trifling matter, and C edge. Mere joke, mere nothing, hardly anything, scarcely anything, nonentity, small beer, cipher, no great shakes, pew de chose, child's play, kinderspiel, toy, plaything, pop gun, paper pellet, gimcrack, gewgaw, bauble, trinket, bagatelle, rickshaw, knick-knack, whim-wham, trifle, trifles light as air. Yankee notions. Trumpery, trash, rubbish, stuff, fatras, frippery, leather or prunello. Chaff, drug, froth, bubble, smoke, cobweb, weed, refuse and see inutility, 645. Scum and see dirt, 653. Joke, jest, snap of the fingers, fudge and see unmeaning, 517. Fiddlestick, fiddlestick end, pack of nonsense, mere farce. Straw, pin, fig, button, rush. Bulrush, feather, halfpenny, farthing, brass farthing, doit, peppercorn, jot, rap, pinch of snuff, old sun. Scent, mill, picayune, pistarine, red scent, minutiae, details, minor details, small fry, dust in the balance, feather in the scale, drop in the ocean, flea bite, molehill. 9 days wonder, ridiculous muse, flash in the pan and see impotence, 158. Much ado about nothing and see overestimation, 482. Be unimportant and see edge. Not matter and see 642. Go for nothing, matter nothing, signify nothing, matter little or nothing. Not matter a straw and see n make light of and see underestimate, 483. Catch at straws and see overestimate, 482. Unimportant. Of little account, of small account, of no account, of little importance, of no importance and see 642. Immaterial. Unessential, non-essential, indifferent. Subordinate and see inferior, 34. Mediocre and see average, 29. Passable, fair, respectable, tolerable, commonplace, uneventful, mere, common, ordinary and see habitual, 613. Inconsiderable, so-so, insignificant, inappreciable. Trifling, trivial. Slight, slender, light, flimsy, frothy, idle, puerile and see foolish, 499. Airy, shallow, weak and see 160. Powerless and see 158. Frivolous, petty, niggling, piddling, peddling, fribble, inane, ridiculous, farcical, finical, finikin, fiddle-faddle, fingle-fangle, namby-pamby, wishy-washy, milk and water. Poor, paltry, pitiful, contemptible and see contempt, 930. Sorry, mean, meager, shabby, miserable, wretched, vile, scrubby, scrannel, weedy, niggardly, scurvy, puted, beggarly, worthless, twopenny-halfpenny, cheap, trashy, catchpenny, gimcrack, trumpery. 1 horse. Not worth the pains, not worthwhile, not worth mentioning, not worth speaking of, not worth a thought, not worth a curse, not worth a straw and cn. Beneath notice, unworthy of notice, beneath regard, unworthy of regard, beneath consideration, unworthy of consideration, Delana Caprina. Vain and see useless, 645. Adv, slightly and seeage. Rather, somewhat, pretty well, tolerably, for aught one cares, int. No matter, pish, tush, tut, pishaw, pug, poo, poo, poo. Fudge. Bosh, humbug, fiddlestick, fiddlestick end, fiddlededdy, never mind, n import. What signifies it, what boots it, what of it, what of that, what matter, what's the odds, a fig for stuff. Nonsense. Stuff and nonsense, phr. Magno canadu magnas nugas, leguni vaut pala chandel, it matters not, it does not signify, it is of no consequence, it is of no importance. Elephantis non capit murum, tempit dans unverdo. 644. Utility, inutility, usefulness and see edge. Efficacy, efficiency, adequacy, service, use, stead, avail, help and see aid, 707. Applicability and see edge. Subservience and see instrumentality, 631. Function and see business, 625. Value, worth and see goodness, 648. Money's worth, productiveness and see 168. Cui bono and see intention, 620. Utilization and see use, 677. Step in the right direction, commonweal. Commonwealth, public good, public interest, utilitarianism and see philanthropy, 910. Be useful and see edge. Avail, serve, subserve and see be instrumental to, 631. Conduce and see tend, 176. Answer, serve one's turn, answer a purpose, serve a purpose. Act a part and see action, 680. Perform a function, discharge a function and see. Render a service, render good service, render yeoman's service. Bestead, stand one in good stead be the making of, help and see 707. Bear fruit and see produce, 161. Bring grist to the mill, profit, remunerate, benefit and see do good, 648. Find one's account in, find one's advantage in, reap the benefit of and see be better for, 658. Render useful and see use, 677. Useful, of use and cn. Serviceable, perficuous, good for, subservient and see instrumental, 631. Conducive and see tending, 176. Subsidiary and see helping, 707. Advantageous and see beneficial, 648. profitable, gainful, remunerative, worth one's salt, valuable, prolific, and c. productive, 168. Adequate, efficient, efficacious, effective, effectual, expedient, and c. 646. Applicable, available, ready, handy, at hand, tangible, commodious, adaptable, of all work adv. Usefully and c. pro bono publico. 645. Inutility, n. inutility, uselessness, and c. Inefficacy, futility, ineptitude, inaptitude, unsubservience. Inadequacy and c. insufficiency, 640, inefficiency and c. incompetence, 158, unskillfulness and c. 699, disservice, unfruitfulness and c. unproductiveness. 169, labor in vain, labor lost, labor of Sisyphus, lost trouble, lost labor, work of Penelope, sleeveless errand, wild goose chase, mere farce, tautology and c. repetition, 104, supererogation and c. redundancy, 641, vanitas vanitatum, vanity, inanity, worthlessness, nugacity, triviality and c. unimportance, 643. Caput mortuum, waste paper, dead letter, blunt tool. Litter, rubbish, junk, lumber, odds and ends, cast-off clothes, button top, shoddy, rags, orts, trash, refuse, sweepings, scourings, offscourings, waste, rubble, debris, detritus, stubble, leavings, broken meat, dregs and sea dirt, 653, weeds, tears, rubbish heap, dust hole, rudera, deads. Fruges consumere natus, and c. drone, 683v. Be useless and c. Go a begging and c. redundant, 641. Fail and c. 732. Seek after impossibilities, strive after impossibilities. Use vain efforts, labor in vain, roll the stone of Sisyphus, beat the air, lash the waves, batter elo avec un baton, donner un coup d'épée dans elo, fish in the air, milk the ram, drop a bucket into an empty well, sow the sand. Bay the moon, preach to the winds, speak to the winds, whistle jigs to a milestone, kick against the pricks, see batter contour decimal ends. Lock the stable door when the steed is stolen, lock the barn door after the horse is stolen, and see, too late. 135, hold a farthing candle to the sun, cast pearls before swine and see waste, 638. Carry coals to Newcastle and see redundancy, 641. Wash a blackamoor white and see impossible, 471. Render useless and see dismantle, dismast, dismount, disqualify, disable, unrig, cripple, lame and see injure, 659. Spike guns, clip the wings, put out of gear. Useless, inutile, inefficacious, futile, unavailing, bootless, inoperative and c. 158. Inadequate and c. insufficient, 640. Inservient, unsubservient. Inept, inefficient and c. impotent, 158. Of no avail and c. use, 644. Ineffectual and c. failure, 732. Incompetent and c. unskillful, 699. Stale, flat, and unprofitable. Superfluous and c. redundant, 641. Dispensable, thrown away and c. wasted, 638. Abortive and c. immature, 674. Worthless, valueless, priceless, unsaleable, not worth a straw and c. trifling, 643. Dear at any price. Vain, empty, inane, gainless, profitless, fruitless, unserviceable, unprofitable, ill-spent, unproductive and c. 169. Hors de combat, effete, past work and c. impaired, 659. Obsolete and c. old, 124. Fit for the dust hole, good for nothing. Of no earthly use, not worth having, not worth powder and shot, leading to no end, uncalled for, unnecessary, unneeded, adv. Uselessly and c. To little purpose, to no purpose, to little or no purpose, int. Cui bono, what's the good, phr. Actum ni agas, churcher un aiguil dans un bot de foin, tanto buon chi val niente. 646. Expedience and expedience, expediency, desirableness, desirability and c. Fitness and c. agreement, 23. Utility and c. 644. Propriety, opportunism, advantage, high time and c. occasion, 134v. Be expedient and c. Suit and c. agree, 23. Befit, suit the time, befit the time, suit the season, befit the season, suit the occasion, befit the occasion. Conform and c. 82. Expedient, desirable, advisable, acceptable, convenient, worthwhile, meet, fit, fitting, due, proper, eligible, seemly, becoming, befitting and cv. Opportune and c. in season, 134. In loco. Suitable and c. accordant, 23. applicable and c. useful 644 adv. In the right place, conveniently and siege, phr. Operi pretium est. 647. Inexpedience, n inexpedience, inexpediency, undesirableness, undesirability and c. udge, discommodity, impropriety, unfitness and c. disagreement, 24, inutility and c. 645, disadvantage, v. be inexpedient and c. udge. Come amiss and c. disagree, 24, embarrass and c. hinder, 706, put to inconvenience, pay too dear for one's whistle. Inexpedient, undesirable, unadvisable, inadvisable, objectionable, inapt, ineligible, inadmissible, inconvenient, incommodious, discommodious, disadvantageous, inappropriate, unfit and c. inconsonant, 24, ill-contrived, ill-advised, unsatisfactory, unprofitable and c. unsubservient and c. useless, 645, inopportune and c. unseasonable, 135, out of place in the wrong place, improper, unseemly. Clumsy, awkward, cumbrous, cumbersome, lumbering, unwieldy, hulky, unmanageable and c. impracticable, 704, impedient and c. in the way, 760, unnecessary and c. redundant, 641, phr. it will never do. 648. Goodness n. goodness and siege. Excellence, merit, virtue and c. 944. Value, worth, price, superexcellence, supereminence, superiority and c. 33. Perfection and c. 650. Coup de maître, masterpiece, chef d'oeuvre, prime flower, cream, elite, pick, a one none such, nonpareil, creme de la creme, flower of the flock, cock of the roost, salt of the earth, champion, prodigy. Tidbit, gem, gem of the first water, bijou, precious stone, jewel, pearl, diamond, ruby, brilliant, treasure. Good thing, rara avis, 1 in 1,000. Beneficence and c. 906. Good man and c. 948 v. Be beneficial and siege. Produce good, do good and c. 618. Profit and c. be of use, 644. Benefit. Confer a benefit and c. 618. Be the making of, do a world of good, make a man of. Produce a good effect. Do a good turn, confer an obligation, improve and c. 658. Do no harm, break no bones, be good and siege. Excel, transcend and c. be superior, 33. Bear away the bell. Stand the proof, stand the test, pass muster, pass an examination. Challenge comparison, vie, emulate, rival, edge. Harmless, hurtless, unobnoxious, innocuous, innocent, inoffensive. Beneficial, valuable of value. Serviceable and c. useful, 644. Advantageous, edifying, profitable, salutary and c. healthful, 656. Favorable, propitious and c. hope-giving, 858. Fair, good, good as gold, excellent, better, superior and c. 33. Above par, nice, fine, genuine and c. true, 494. Best, choice, select, picked, elect, research, rare, priceless, unparagoned, unparalleled and c. supreme, 33. Superlatively and c. 33. Good, bully, crackajack, gilt-edged, superfine, super-excellent, of the first water, first-rate, first-class, high-wrought, exquisite, very best, crack, prime, tip-top, capital, cardinal, standard and c. perfect, 650, inimitable. Admirable, estimable, praiseworthy and c. approve, 931, pleasing and c. 829. Couleur de rose, precious, of great price. Costly and c. dear, 814. Worth its weight in gold, worth a Jew's eye, priceless, invaluable, inestimable, precious as the apple of the eye, tolerable and c. not very good, 651. Up to the mark, unexceptionable, unobjectionable, satisfactory, tidy. In good condition, in fair condition, fresh, sound and c. perfect, 650 adv. Beneficially and c. edge, well and c. 618, phr. Jewels 5 words long, long may such goodness live, the luxury of doing good. 649. Badness, n. hurtfulness and siege. Virulence, evildoer and c. 913, bane and c. 663. Plague spot and c. insalubrity, 657. Evil star, ill wind, hoodoo, Jonah. Snake in the grass, skeleton in the closet, amari aliquid, thorn in the side. Malignity, malevolence and c. 907, tender mercies. Ill-treatment, annoyance, molestation, abuse, oppression, persecution, outrage. Misusage and c. 679. Injury and c. damage, 659. Knockout drops, badness and c. edge. Peccancy, abomination, painfulness and c. 830. Pestilence and c. disease, 655. Guilt and c. 947. depravity and c. 945 v. Be hurtful and c. edge. Cause evil, produce evil, inflict evil, work evil, do evil and c. 619. Damnify and damage, hurt, harm, injure and c. damage 659. Pain and c. 830. Wrong, aggrieve, oppress, persecute, trample upon, tread upon, bear hard upon, put upon, overburden, weigh down, weigh heavy on, victimize, run down, molest and c. 830. Maltreat, abuse, ill-use, ill-treat, buffet, bruise, scratch, maul, smite and c. scourge 972. Do violence, do harm, do a mischief, stab, pierce, outrage, do mischief, make mischief, bring into trouble, destroy and c. 162. Hurtful, harmful, scathful, baneful, baleful, injurious, deleterious, detrimental, noxious, pernicious, mischievous, full of mischief, mischief-making, malefic, malignant, noxious, noisome, prejudicial, disserviceable, disadvantageous, wide-wasting, unlucky, sinister, obnoxious, untoward, disastrous, oppressive, burdensome, onerous, malign and c. malevolent, 907. Corrupting and c. corrupt and c. 659. Virulent, venomous, envenomed, corrosive, poisonous and c. morbific, 657. Deadly and c. killing, 361. Destructive and c. destroying, 162. Inauspicious and c. 859. Bad, ill, errant, as bad can be, dreadful, horrid, horrible, dire, rank, peccant, foul, fulsome, rotten, rotten at the core. Vile, base, villainous, mean and c. paltry, 643. Injured and c. deteriorated and c. 659. Unsatisfactory, exceptionable, indifferent, below par and c. imperfect, 651. Ill-contrived, ill-conditioned, wretched, sad, grievous, deplorable, lamentable, pitiful, pitiable, woeful and c. painful, 830. Evil, wrong, depraved and c. 945. Shocking, reprehensible and c. disapprove, 932. Hateful, hateful as a toad. Abominable, detestable, execrable, cursed, accursed, confounded, damned, damnable, infernal, diabolic and c. malevolent, 907. Unadvisable and c. inexpedient, 647. Unprofitable and c. useless, 645. Incompetent and c. unskillful, 699. Irremediable and c. hopeless, 859. Adv. Badly and c. edge. Wrong, ill to one's cost where the shoe pinches, phr. Bad is the best, the worst come to the worst, herba mala presto cresco, wrongs unredressed or insults unavenged. 650. Perfection and perfection, perfectness and c. edge. Indefectibility, impeccancy, impeccability, pink, bow, ideal, phoenix, paragon, pink of perfection, acme of perfection, ni plus ultra, summit and c. 210. Signy noir, philosopher's stone, chrysolite, Koh-i-Noor, model, standard, pattern, mirror, admirable Crichton, trump, very prince of. Masterpiece, super excellence and c. goodness, 648. Transcendence and c. superiority, 33 v. Be perfect and c. edge. Transcend and c. be supreme, 33. Bring to perfection, perfect, ripen, mature, complete and c. 729. Put in trim and c. prepare, 673. Maturate. Perfect, faultless, indefective, indeficient, indefectible, immaculate, spotless, impeccable, free from imperfection and c. 651. Unblemished, uninjured and c. 659. Sound, sound as a roach in perfect condition. Scathless, intact, harmless, seaworthy and c. safe, 644. Right as a trivet. In sapso totus teres ac rotundus, consummate and c. complete, 52. Finished and c. 729. Best and c. good, 648. Model, standard, inimitable, unparagoned, unparalleled and c. supreme, 33. Superhuman, divine, beyond all praise and c. approbation, 931. Sans pour et sans reproach, adv. To perfection, perfectly and c. edge. Ad ungum, clean, clean as a whistle, phr. Let us go on unto perfection. The perfection of art is to conceal art. 651. Imperfection, and imperfection, imperfectness and c. edge. Deficiency, inadequacy and c. insufficiency, 640. Peccancy and c. badness, 649. Immaturity and c. 674. Fault, defect, weak point, screw loose, flaw and c. break, 70. Gap and c. 198. Twist and c. 243. Taint, attainder, bar sinister, hole in one's coat blemish and c. 848. Weakness and c. 160. half-blood, shortcoming and C 304 drawback, seamy side, mediocrity, no great shakes, no great catch, not much to boast of one-horse shay v. Be imperfect and C edge. Have a defect in CN, lie under a disadvantage, spring a leak. Not pass muster, barely pass muster, fall short and C 304. Imperfect, not perfect and C 650. Deficient, defective, faulty, unsound, tainted, out of order, out of tune, cracked, leaky, sprung, warped and C distort 243. Lame, injured and C deteriorated 659. Peccant and C bad 649. Frail and C weak 160. Inadequate and C insufficient 640. Crude and C unprepared 674. Incomplete and C 53. Found wanting, below par shorthanded, below its full strength, under its full strength, below its full complement. Indifferent, middling, ordinary, mediocre, average and C 29. So-so, causa, milk and water, tolerable, fair, passable, pretty well, pretty good, rather good, moderately good. Good, good enough, well enough, adequate, decent, not bad, not amiss. Inobjectionable, unobjectionable, admissible, bearable, only better than nothing. Secondary, inferior, second-rate, second best, one-horse, adv, almost and C, to a limited extent, rather and C 32, pretty, moderately passing, only, considering, all things considered, enough, phr. Surgit amari aliquid. 652. Cleanness, N cleanness, cleanliness and C edge. Purity, cleaning and CV. Purification, defecation and CV. Purgation, lustration, detersion, abstersion, epuration, mundation, ablution, lavation, colature, disinfection and CV. Drainage, sewerage, lavatory, laundry, washhouse, washerwoman, laundress, dough-by laundryman, washerman, scavenger, dustman, sweep, white wings, brush. Broom, besom, mop, rake, shovel, sieve, riddle, screen, filter, blotter. Napkin, cloth, mockin, malkin, handkerchief, towel, suitory, doily, duster, sponge, mop, swab, cover, drugget. Wash, lotion, detergent, cathartic, purgative, purifier and CV disinfectant. Aperient, benzene, benzol, benolin, bleaching powder, chloride of lime, dentifrice, deobstruent, laxative v. Be clean, render clean and seeage. Clean, cleanse, mundify, rinse, wring, flush, full, wipe, mop, sponge, scour, swab, scrub, brush up. Wash, lave, launder, buck, upsturge, deterge, decrassify, clear, purify, depurate, dispumate, defecate, purge, expurgate, elutriate, lixiviate, edulcorate, clarify, refine, rack. Filter, filtrate, drain, strain, disinfect, fumigate, ventilate, deodorize, whitewash, castrate, emasculate. Sift, winnow, pick, weed, comb, rake, brush, sweep. Rout out, clear out, sweep out and see, make a clean sweep of. Clean, cleanly, pure, immaculate, spotless, stainless, taintless trig, without a stain, unstained, unspotted, unsoiled, unsullied, untainted, uninfected, sweet, sweet as a nut, neat, spruce, tidy, trim, gimp, clean as a new penny like a cat in pattens, cleaned and CV, kempt. Abstergent, cathartic, cleansing, purifying, adv, neatly and C edge, clean as a whistle. 653. Uncleanness and C edge. Impurity, immundity, immendicity, impurity and C 961. Defilement, contamination and CV. Defodation, soilier, soiliness, abomination, leaven, taint, tainture. Feeder and C 401. Decay, putrescence, putrefaction, corruption, mold, must, mildew, dry rot, mucor, rubigo. Slovenry, slovenliness and C edge. Squalor. Dowdy, drab, slut, malkin, slattern, sloven, slammerkin, slammick, slummock, scrub, draggletail, mudlark, dustman, sweep, beast, dirt, filth, soil, slop, dust, cobweb, flue, smoke, soot, smudge, smut, grit, grime, raff, sossel, sozzle. Swords, dregs, grounds, lees, argol, sediment, settlement, heeltap, dross, drossiness, mother, precipitate, scory, ashes, cinders. Recriment, slag, scum, froth. Hogwash, ditchwater, dishwater, bilgewater, rinsings, cheese parings, sweepings and C useless refuse. 645. Offscourings, outscourings, off scum. Caput mortuum, residuum, sprue, fecula, clinker, draff, scurf, scurfiness, exuvii, morphia, fur, dandruff, tartar. Riffraff, vermin, louse, flea, bug, chinch. Mud, mire, quagmire, alluvium, silt, sludge, slime, slush, slosh, sposh. Spawn, offal, gurry, leantery, garbage, carrion, excreta and C 299. Slough, peccant humor, pus, matter, suppuration, leanteria, feces, excrement, ordure, dung, crap, shit, sewage, sewerage, muck, coprolite, guano, manure, compost, dunghill, colovies, mixin, midden, bog, laystall, sink, privy jakes, toilet, john, head, cess, cesspool, sump, suff, cloaca, latrines, drain, sewer, common sewer, cloacina, dust hole. Sty, pigsty, lair, den, Augean stable, sink of corruption, slum rookery, be unclean, become unclean, and siege. Rot, putrefy, ferment, fester, rankle, reek, stink, and c. 401, mold, molder, go bad, and siege. Render unclean and siege. Dirt, dirty, daub, blot, blur, smudge, smutch, soil, smoke, tarnish, slaver, spot, smear, smirch, begrease, dabble, drabble, draggle, daggle, spatter, slubber, besmear and see, bemire, beslime, begrime, befoul, splash, stain, disdain, maculate, sully, pollute, defile, debase, contaminate, taint, leaven, corrupt and see, injure. 659. Cover with dust and cn, drabble in the mud. Roil, wallow in the mire, slobber, slabber. Dirty, filthy, grimy, unclean, impure, soiled and CV, not to be handled with kid gloves, dusty, snuffy, smutty, sooty, smoky, thick, turbid, dreggy, slimy, mussy, slovenly, untidy, messy, uncleanly, unkempt, sluttish, dowdy, draggle-tailed, uncombed, unscoured, unswept, unwiped, unwashed, unstrained, unpurified, squalid, ludos, slammicky, slummocky, sawsly. Nasty, coarse, foul, offensive, abominable, beastly, reeky, reechy, fetid, and c. 401. Decayed, moldy, musty, mildewed, rusty, mothy, mucid, rancid, weak, bad, gone bad, edicoral, lentiginous, touched, fusty, effete, resty, rot, corrupt, tainted, high, flyblown, maggoty, putrid, putrefactive, putrescent, putrefied, saprogenic, saprogenous, purulent, carious, peccant, fecal, feculent, stercoraceous, excrementitious, scurfy, scurvy, impetiginous, gory, bloody, rotting, and CV. Rotten as a pear, rotten as cheese. Crapulous and c. intemperate, 954, gross and c. impure in mind, 961, Phymterius fimicalus, phr. They that touch pitch will be defiled. 654. Health and health, sanity, soundness and siege. Vigor, good health, perfect health, excellent health, rude health, robust health, bloom. Mens sana in corpore sano, hygia, incorruption, incorruptibility, good state of health, clean bill of health, eupepsia, euphoria, euphory, St. Anthony's fire v. Be in health and siege. Bloom, flourish, keep body and soul together, keep on one's legs, enjoy good health, enjoy a good state of health, have a clean bill of health. Return to health, recover and see. 660, get better and see, improve. 658, take a new lease of life, fresh lease of life. Recruit, restore to health. Cure and see, restore. 660, tinkerage. Healthy, healthful in health and cn. Well, sound, hearty, hale, fresh, green, whole, florid, flush, hearty, staunch, staunch, brave, robust, vigorous, weatherproof, unscathed, uninjured, unmaimed, unmarred, untainted. Sound of wind and limb, safe and sound. On one's legs, sound as a roach, sound as a bell. Fresh as a daisy, fresh as a rose, fresh as April. Hardy as a buck, in fine feather, in high feather, in good case, in full bloom, pretty bobbish, tolerably well as can be expected. Sanitary and c. health-giving, 656. Sanatory and c. remedial, 662. 0 phr. Health that snuffs the morning air, non est viversed valor vita. 655. Disease and disease, illness, sickness and siege, ailing and c. all the ills that flesh is heir to, morbidity, morbosity, infirmity, ailment, indisposition, complaint, disorder, malady, distemper, distemperature. A visitation, attack, seizure, stroke, fit. Delicacy, loss of health, invalidation, cachexy, cachexia, atrophy, marasmus, indigestion, dyspepsia, decay and c. deterioration. 659. Decline, consumption, palsy, paralysis, prostration, taint, pollution, infection, sepsis, septicity, infestation, epidemic, pandemic, endemic, epizootic, murrain, plague, pestilence, pox. Sore, ulcer, abscess, fester, boil, pimple, wen and c. swelling. 250. Carbuncle, gathering, imposthume, peccant humor, issue, rot, canker, cold sore, fever sore, cancer, carcinoma, leukemia, neoplastic disease, malignancy, tumor, caries, mortification, corruption, gangrenes, faceless, sphacelation, leprosy, eruption, rash, breaking out, fever, temperature, calenture, inflammation. Ague, angina pectoris, appendicitis, Asiatic cholera, spasmodic cholera, biliary calculus, kidney stone, black death, bubonic plague, pneumonic plague, blenorrhea, blenorrhea, blood poisoning, bloodstroke, bloody flux, brash, breakbone fever, dengue fever, malarial fever, Q fever, heart attack, cardiac arrest, cardiomyopathy, hardening of the arteries, arteriosclerosis, atherosclerosis, bronchosal, canker rash, cardialgia, carditis, endocarditis, cholera, asphyxia. chlorosis chorea, synench, darter, enanthem, enanthema, erysipelas exanthem, exanthema, gallstone, goiter, gonorrhea, green sickness, grip, influenza, flu, hay fever, heartburn, heaves, rupture, hernia, hemorrhoids, piles, herpes, itch, king's evil, lockjaw, measles, mumps, polio. Necrosis, pertussis, phthisis, pneumonia, SARA, pyemia, pyrosis, quinsy, rachitis, ringworm, rubeola, St. Vitus's dance, scabies, scarlatina, scarlet fever, scrofula, seasickness, struma, syntaxis, tetanus, tetter, tonsillitis, tracheosal, trachoma, trismus, varicella, varicosis, variola, water qualm, whooping cough, yellow fever, yellow jack. Fatal disease and C. hopeless, 859, dangerous illness, galloping consumption, churchyard cough, general breakup of the system, idiocy and C. 499, insanity and C. 503, martyr to disease, cripple, the halt, the lame, and the blind, valetudinarian, invalid, patient, case, sick room, sick chamber. Pathology, etiology, nosology. Anthrax, big head, blackleg, black quarter, cattle plague, glanders, mange, scrapie, milk sickness, heartworm, feline leukemia, roundworms, quarter-evil, quarter-ill, rinderpest, virus, bacterium, bacteria, DNA virus, RNA virus, rhinovirus, rhabdovirus, picornavirus, herpes virus, cytomegalovirus, CMV, human immunodeficiency virus, HIV, V, be ill and siege. Ail, suffer, labor under, be affected with, complain of, have, droop, flag, languish, halt, sicken, peak, pine, gasp, keep one's bed, feign sickness and see falsehood, 544, lay by, lay up, take a disease, catch a disease and CN, catch an infection, break out. Diseased, ailing and CV, ill, ill of, taken ill, seized with, indisposed, unwell, sick, squeamish, poorly, seedy, affected with illness, afflicted with illness, laid up, confined, bedridden, invalided in hospital on the sick list, out of health, out of sorts, under the weather, valetudinary. Unsound, unhealthy, sickly, morbid, morbose, healthless, infirm, chlorotic, unbraced. Drooping, flagging, lame, crippled, halting. Morbid, tainted, vitiated, peccant, contaminated, poisoned, tabid, mangy, leprous, cankered. Rotten to the core, rotten at the core, withered, palsied, paralytic, dyspeptic. Ludic, pneumonic, pulmonic, phthisic, rachitic. Syntectic, syntectical, tabetic, varicose. Touched in the wind, broken-winded, spavined, gasping, hors de combat and C, useless, 645. Weakly, weakened and C, weak, 160, decrepit, decayed and C, deteriorated, 659. Incurable and C, hopeless, 859, in declining health, cranky, in a bad way, in danger, prostrate. Moribund and C, death, 360, morbific and C, 657, epidemic, endemic, zymotic. 656. Salubrity, insalubrity, healthiness and siege, fine air, fine climate, eudiometer. Hygiene, valetudinarianism, sanitarian, sanitarium, sanatorium, v, be salubrious and siege, agree with, assimilate and C23age. Salubrious, salutary, salutiferous, wholesome, healthy, healthful, sanitary, prophylactic, benign, bracing, tonic, invigorating, good for, nutritious, hygienic. Innoxious, innocuous, innocent, harmless, uninjurious, uninfectious. Sanative and C, remedial, 662. Restorative and C, reinstate, 660. Useful and C, 644. 657. Insalubrity, insalubrity, unhealthiness and siege. Non-naturals, plague spot. Malaria and sea poison, 663. Death in the pot, contagion, toxicity. Insalubrious, unhealthy, unwholesome, noxious, noisome, morbific, morbiferous, mephitic, septic, azotic, deleterious, pestilent, pestiferous, pestilential, virulent, venomous, envenomed, poisonous, toxic, toxiferous, teratogenic, narcotic. Contagious, infectious, catching, taking, epidemic, zymotic, epizootic, innutritious, indigestible, ungenial, uncongenial and C, disagreeing, 24, deadly and C, killing, 361. 658. Improvement, improvement, amelioration, melioration, betterment, mend, amendment, emendation, mending and CV, advancement, advance and C, progress, 282, ascent and C, 305, promotion, preferment, elevation and C, 307, increase and C, 35, cultivation, civilization, culture, march of intellect, mentaculture, race culture, eugenics. Reform, reformation, revision, radical reform. Second thoughts, correction, limo labor, refinement, elaboration, purification, and c. 652. Oxidation, repair, and c. restoration, 660. Recovery, and c. 660. Revise, new edition, reformer, radical, v. Improve, be better, become better, get better, mend, amend. Advance, and c. progress, 282. Ascend, and c. 305. Increase, and c. 35. Fructify, ripen, mature, pick up, come about, rally, take a favorable turn over a new leaf, turn the corner, raise one's head, sow one's wild oats. Recover, and c. 660. Be better, and c. edge. Be improved by, turn to right account, turn to good account, turn to best account. Profit by, reap the benefit of, make good use of, make capital out of, place to good account. Render better, improve, mend, amend, better, ameliorate, meliorate, correct, decrassify. Improve upon, refine upon, rectify, enrich, mellow, elaborate, fat. Promote, cultivate, advance, forward, enhance, bring forward, bring on, foster, and c. 707. Invigorate, and c. strengthen, 159. Touch up, rub up, brush up, furbish up, bolster up, vamp up, brighten up, warm up, polish, cook, make the most of, set off to advantage. Prune, repair, and c. restore, 660. Put in order, and c. arrange, 60. Review, revise, make corrections, make improvements, and cn. Doctor, and c. remedy, 662. Purify, and c. 652. Relieve, refresh, infuse new blood into, recruit. Reform, remodel, reorganize, new model. View in a new light, think better of, appeal from Philip drunk to Philip sober, palliate. Mitigate, lessen an evil, and c. 36. Improving, and cv. Progressive, improved, and cv. Better, better off, better for all the better for better advised. Reformatory, amendatory, reparatory, and c. restorative, 660. Remedial, and c. 662. Corrigible, improvable, accultural. Adv. On consideration, on reconsideration, on second thoughts, on better advice. Ad melius inquirendum. Phr. Urbant lateritium invenit marmorem reliquit. 659. Deterioration. End deterioration, debasement, wane, ebb, recession, and c. 287. Retrogradation, and c. 283. Decrease, and c. 36. Degeneracy, degeneration, degenerateness, degradation, deprivation, depravement, devolution, depravity, and c. 945. Demoralization, retrogression, masochism. Impairment, inquination, injury, damage, loss, detriment, delaceration, outrage, havoc, inroad, ravage, scath. Perversion, prostitution, vitiation, discoloration, oxidation, pollution, diffodation, poisoning, venenation, leaven, contamination, canker, corruption, adulteration, alloy. Decline, declension, declination, decadence, decadency, falling off, and cv. Caducity, decrepitude. Decay, dilapidation, ravages of time, wear and tear, corrosion, erosion, moldiness, rottenness, moth and rust, dry rot, blight, marasmus, atrophy, collapse, disorganization, delabrement, and c. destruction. 162. Aphid, aphis, plant louse, pucerin, vinefritter, vinegrub. Wreck, mere wreck, honeycomb, magninamines umbra, jade, plug, rackabones, skate, tacky, tacky, v. Be worse, be deteriorated, become worse, become deteriorated, and siege. Have seen better days, deteriorate, degenerate, fall off, wane, and c. decrease, 36. Ebb, retrograde, and c. 283, decline, droop, go down, and c. sink, 306. Go downhill, go from bad to worse, go farther and fare worse, jump out of the frying pan into the fire. Run to seed, go to seed, run to waste, swall, sweal, lapse, be the worse first, face late, break, break down, spring a leak, crack, start, shrivel, and c. contract, 195. Fade, go off, wither, molder, rot, rankle, decay, go bad, go to decay, fall into the sere and yellow leaf, rust, crumble, shake, totter, totter to its fall, perish, and c. 162, die, and c. 360. Deteriorate, weaken, and c. 160, put back, set back, taint, infect, contaminate, poison, empoison, envenom, canker, corrupt, exulcerate, pollute, vitiate, inquinate, debase, embus, denaturalize, denature, leaven, deflower, debauch, defile, deprave, degrade, ulcerate. Stain, and c. dirt, 653. Discolor, alloy, adulterate, sophisticate, tamper with prejudice. Pervert, prostitute, demoralize, brutalize, render vicious, and c. 945. Embitter, acerbate, exacerbate, aggravate, injure, impair, labefy, damage, harm, hurt, shend, scath, scathe, spoil, mar, despoil, dilapidate, waste. overrun, ravage, pillage in C791, wound, stab, pierce, maim, lame, cerbate, cripple, hoe, hamstring, hit between wind and water, scotch, mangle, mutilate, disfigure, blemish, deface, warp. Blight, rot, corrode, erode, wear away, wear out, gnaw at the root of, sap, mine, undermine, shake, sap the foundations of, break up, disorganize, dismantle, dismast, destroy and C162. Damnify and C, aggrieve, 649, do one's worst. Knock down, deal a blow to play havoc with, play sad havoc with, play the mischief with, play the deuce with, play the very devil with, play havoc among, play sad havoc among, play the mischief among, play the deuce among, play the very devil among, decimate. Unimproved and C, improve, and C 658. Deteriorated and CV, altered for the worse, injured and CV, sprung, withering, spoiling and CV. On the wane, on the decline, tabid, degenerate, mercent, worse the worse for, all the worse for, out of repair, out of tune, imperfect and C 651, the worse for wear, battered, weathered, weatherbeat, stale, pass, shaken, dilapidated, frayed, faded, wilted, shabby, second-hand, threadbare. Worn to a thread, worn to a shadow, worn to the stump, worn to rags, reduced to a skeleton. Far gone, tacky, zero, decayed and CV. Moth-eat, worm-eat, mildewed, rusty, moldy, spotted, seedy, time-worn, moss-grown, discolored, effete, wasted, crumbling, moldering, rotten, cankered, blighted, tainted, depraved and C, vicious, 945. Decrepit, broke, busted, broken, out of commission, whores to combat, out of action, broken down. Done for, done up, worn out, used up, finished. Beyond saving, fit for the dust hole, fit for the waste paper basket, past work and C, useless, 645. At a low ebb in a bad way on one's last legs, undermined, deciduous. Nodding to its fall and C, destruction, 162. Tottering and C, dangerous, 665. Past cure and C, hopeless, 859. Fatigued and C, 688. Retrograde and C, retrogressive, 283. Deleterious and C, 649. PHR. Out of the frying pan into the fire, agressit medendo, what a falling off was there. 660. Restoration, restoration, restoral, reinstatement, replacement, rehabilitation, reestablishment, reconstitution, reconstruction, reproduction and C163. Renovation, renewal, revival, revivescence, reviviscence, refreshment and C689. Resuscitation, reanimation, revivification, reviction, phoenix, reorganization. Renaissance, second youth, rejuvenescence, new birth, regeneration, regeneracy, regenerateness, palingenesis, reconversion, redress, retrieval, reclamation, recovery, convalescence, resumption, sanitiveness. Recurrence and C, repetition, 104. Rechauffe, rifacimento, cure, recure, sanation, healing and CV. Redintegration, rectification, instauration. Repair, reparation, remanufacture, recruiting and CV, cicatrization. Disinfection, tinkering. Reaction, redemption and C, deliverance, 672. Restitution and C 790, relief and C 834, tinker, cobbler, vis medicatrix and C remedy, 662, curableness. V, return to the original state, recover, rally, revive, come round, come to oneself, pull through, whether the storm be oneself again, get well, get round, get the better of, get over, get about, rise from one's ashes, rise from the grave, survive and C, outlive, 110, resume, reappear, come to life again, live again, rise again. Heal, skin over, cicatrize, right itself. Restore, put back, place in statu quo, reinstate, replace, reseat, rehabilitate, reestablish, reestate, reinstall. Reconstruct, rebuild, reorganize, reconstitute, reconvert. Renew, renovate, regenerate, rejuvenate, redeem, reclaim, recover, retrieve, rescue and C, deliver, 672, redress, recure, cure, heal, remedy, doctor, physic, medicate, break of, bring round, set on one's legs. Resuscitate, revive, reanimate, revivify, recall to life, reproduce and C 163, warm up, reinvigorate, refresh and C 689. Make whole, redintegrate, recoup and C 790. Make good, make all square, rectify, correct, put right, put to rights, set to rights, set straight, set up, put in order and C arrange 60. Refit, recruit, fill up the ranks, reinforce. Repair, put in repair, remanufacture, put in thorough repair, put in complete repair, retouch, refashion, botch, vamp, tinker, cobble, do up, patch up, touch up, plaster up, vamp up, darn, fine, draw, heel piece, stop a gap, staunch, caulk, calc, careen, splice, bind up wounds. Restored in CV, redivivus, convalescent, in a fair way none the worse, rejuvenated, restoring in CV, restorative, recuperative, sanative, reparative, sanatory, reparatory, curative, remedial. Restorable, recoverable, sanable, remediable, retrievable, curable, adv, in statu quo, as you were, phr. Revenants and nos mutans, medicine, garistoi toi meme, vestigia nulla retrorsum. 661. Relapse, n relapse, lapse, falling back and CV, retrogradation and C retrogression 283, deterioration and C 659, backsliding, recidivation, recidivism, recidivity, recrudescence, V. Relapse, lapse, fall back, slide back, sink back, return, retrograde and C 283, recidivate, fall off again and C 659. 662. Remedy, n remedy, help, cure, redress, medicine, medicament, diagnosis, medical examination, medical treatment, surgery, preventive medicine, clinical thermometer, stethoscope, X-ray machine. Anthelmintic, antidote, antifebrile, antipoison, counterpoison, antitoxin, antispasmodic, bracer, faith cure, placebo, helminthagogue, lithagogue, pick-mupe, stimulant, tonic, vermifuge, prophylactic, corrective, restorative, sedative, and C174. Palliative, febrifuge, alterant, alterative, specific, antiseptic, emetic, analgesic, painkiller, antitussive, anti-inflammatory, antibiotic, antiviral, antifungal, carminative, nepenthe, mithridate. Cure, treatment, regimen, radical cure, perfect cure, certain cure, sovereign remedy, examination, diagnosis, diagnostics, analysis, urinalysis, biopsy, radiology. Medicine, physic, Gale-Nichols, simples, drug, pharmaceutical, prescription, potion, draft, dose, pill, bolus, injection, infusion, drip, suppository, electuary. Linctus, lincture, medicament, pharmacon. Nostrum, receipt, recipe, prescription, Catholicin, panacea, elixir vitae, philosopher's stone, balm, balsam, cordial, thuriac, tisson. Aguide, arnica, benzoin, bitartrate of potash, bone set, calomel, catnip, cinchona, cream of tartar, Epsom salts. Feverroot, feverwort, friar's balsam, Indian sage, ipecacuanha jonquil, mercurous chloride, Peruvian bark. Quinine, quinquina sassafras, yarrow, salve, ointment, cerate, oil, lenitive, lotion, cosmetic. Plaster, epitheme, embrocation, liniment, cataplasm, synapism, arquebusade, traumatic, vulnerary, pepastic, poultice, collyrium, depilatory, emplastrum. Eyewater, vesicant, vesicatory, compress, pledget. Bandage and C support, 215. Treatment, medical treatment, regimen, dietary, dietetics, vis medicatrix naturae, medicine expectant, bloodletting, bleeding, venesection, phlebotomy, cupping, sanguicy, leeches, operation, surgical operation. Transfusion, infusion, intravenous infusion, catheter, feeding tube. Prevention, preventative medicine, immunization, inoculation, vaccination, vaccine shot, booster, gamma globulin. Pharmacy, pharmacology, pharmaceutics, pharmacopoeia, formulary ecology, materia medica, therapeutics, posology, homeopathy, allopathy, heteropathy, osteopathy, hydropathy, cold water cure, dietetics, surgery, chirurgy, healing art, leechcraft, orthopedics, orthopty, orthopraxy, pediatrics, dentistry, midwifery, obstetrics, gynecology, toxicology, sarcology. Hospital, infirmary, pest house, lazar house, lazaretto, lock hospital, mason descent, ambulance. Dispensary, dispensatory, drugstore, pharmacy, apothecary, druggist, chemist, hotel des invalids, sanatorium, spa, pump room, well, hospice, Red Cross. Doctor, physician, surgeon, medical practitioner, general practitioner, specialist, medical attendant, apothecary, druggist, leech, osteopath, osteopathist, optometrist, ophthalmologist, internist, oncologist, gastroenterologist, epidemiologist, public health specialist, dermatologist, podiatrist, witch doctor, shaman, faith healer, quack, exorcist, Aesculapius, Hippocrates, Galen, accouchus, midwife, oculist, aurist, operator. Nurse, registered nurse, practical nurse, monthly nurse sister, nurse's aide, candastriper, dresser, bone setter, pharmaceutist, pharmacist, druggist, chemist, pharmacopolist, fee. Apply a remedy in CN, doctor, dose, physic, nurse, minister to attend, dress the wounds, plaster, drain, prevent and C706, relieve and C834, palliate and C658, restore and C660, drench with physic, bleed, cup, let blood. Manicure, operate, excise, cut out, in size. Remedial, restorative and C660. Corrective, palliative, healing, sanatory, sanative. Prophylactic, preventative, immunizing, salutiferous and C, salutary 656. Medical, medicinal, therapeutic, chirurgical, epileptic, paragoric, tonic, corroborant, analeptic, balsamic, anodyne, hypnotic, neurotic, narcotic, sedative, lenitive, demulcent, emollient, depuratory, detersive, detergent, obstrusive, disinfectant, febrifugal, alterative. Traumatic, vulnerary, allopathic, heteropathic, homeopathic, hydropathic, anthelmintic, antifebrile, antilutic, aperients, chalybate, deobstruent, depurative, laxative, roborant. Dietetic, alimentary, nutritious, nutritive, peptic, alexipharmic, alexiteric, remediable, curable, phr. Aux grans mox les grans remeds, dios quedala laga dalla medicina. Para to do he remedio sino para la muerte, temporis ars medicina fear est. The remedy is worse than the disease. Throw physic to the dogs, I'll none of it 0. 663. Bane and bane, curse, evil and C 619. Hurtfulness and C badness, 649. Painfulness and C cause of pain, 830. Scourge and C punishment, 975. Demnosa hereditas, white elephant. Sting, fang, thorn, tang, bramble, briar, nettle. Poison, toxin, teratogen, leaven, virus venom, arsenic, antimony tartar emetic, strychnine, nicotine, miasma, miasm, mephitis, malaria azote, sewer gas, pest. Albany hemp, arsenious oxide, arsenious acid, bichloride of mercury, carbonic acid, carbonic gas, choke damp, corrosive sublimate, fire damp, hydrocyanic acid, cyanide, prussic acid, hydrogen cyanide, marsh gas, nux vomica, ratsbane. Hemlock, hellebore, nightshade, belladonna, henbane, aconite, banewort, bang, ganya, hashish, upas tree, toxline online. Rust, worm, helminth, moth and rust, fungus, mildew, dry rot, canker, cankerworm, cancer, torpedo, viper and C evildoer, 913 demon and C 980 toxicology. Edge baneful and C bad, 649, poisonous and C unwholesome, 657, phr. By Burr Venenom in Oro 3. Contingent subservience. 664 Safety, N safety, security, surety, impregnability, invulnerability, invulnerableness and sea edge. Danger past, danger over, storm blown over, coast clear, escape and C 671. Means of escape, blow valve, safety valve, release valve, sniffing valve, safeguard, palladium, guardianship, wardship, wardenship, tutelage, custody, safekeeping, preservation and C 670. Protection, auspices. Safe conduct, escort, convoy, guard, shield and C, defense, 717 guardian angel, tutelary god, tutelary deity, tutelary saint, genius loci, protector, guardian, warden, warder, preserver, custodian, duna, chaperone, third person. Watchdog, bandog, Cerberus, watchman, patrolman, policeman, cop, dick, fuzz, smoky, peeler, zarp, sentinel, sentry, scout and C, warning, 668. Garrison guardship. Refuge and C, anchor and C 666. Precaution and C, preparation 673. Quarantine, cordon sanitaire. Confidence and C 858V. Be safe and C edge. Keep one's head above water, tide over, save one's bacon, ride out the storm, weather the storm, light upon one's feet, land on one's feet, bear a charmed life. Escape and C 671. Make safe, render safe and C edge. Protect, take care of and C care 459. Preserve and C 670. Cover, screen, shelter, shroud, flank, ward, guard and C defend 717. Secure and C restrain 751. Entrench, fence round and C circumscribe 229. House, nestle, ensconce, take charge of, escort, convoy, garrison, watch, mount guard, patrol. Make assurance doubly sure and C, caution, 864, take up a loose thread, take precautions and C, prepare for 673, double reef topsails, seek safety, take shelter, find shelter and C 666. Safe, secure, sure, in safety, in security, on the safe side, under the shield of, under the shade of, under the wing of, under the shadow of one's wing, under cover, under lock and key. Out of danger, out of the woods, out of the meshes, out of harm's way. Unharmed, unscathed, on sure ground at anchor, high and dry, above water, unthreatened, unmolested, protected and CV. Cavendo tutus, panoplied and sea defended, 717. Snug, seaworthy, weatherproof, waterproof, fireproof, defensible, tenable, proof against, invulnerable, unassailable, unattackable, impenetrable, impregnable, imperturbable, inexpugnable, Achillean. Safe and sound and sea preserved, 670. Scathless and sea perfect, 650. Unhazarded, not dangerous and sea 665. Unthreatening, harmless, friendly, cooperative, 709. Protecting, protective and CV, guardian, tutelary, preservative and C 670, trustworthy and C 939 adv. Ex abundante cautela with impunity, PHR. All's well, salva res est, suave mari magno, a cuvert, e terra alterius specter laborum, diavus guard. 665. Danger, danger, peril, insecurity, jeopardy, risk, hazard, venture, precariousness, slipperiness, instability and C 149 defenselessness and C edge, exposure and C liability 177, vulnerability vulnerable point, heel of Achilles, forlorn hope and C hopelessness 859. Leap in the dark and C rashness 863, road to ruin, facils descensus averni hairbreadth escape, cause for alarm, source of danger and C 667. Rock ahead, breakers ahead, storm brewing, clouds in the horizon, clouds gathering, warning and C 668, alarm and C 669, apprehension and C 860 V. Be in danger and C edge. Be exposed to danger, run into danger, incur danger, encounter danger and CN, run a risk, lay oneself open to and C. Liability 177, lean on a broken reed, trust to a broken reed. Feel the ground sliding from under one, have to run for it. Have the chances against one, have the odds against one, face long odds, be in deep trouble, be between a rock and a hard place. Hang by a thread, totter, sleep on a volcano, stand on a volcano, sit on a barrel of gunpowder, live in a glass house. Bring in danger, place in danger, put in danger, place in jeopardy, put in jeopardy and CN. In danger, exposed to danger, imperil, jeopard, jeopardize, compromise, sail too near the wind and sea, rash 863. Adventure, risk, hazard, venture, stake, set at hazard. Run the gauntlet and see dare, 861. Engage in a forlorn hope. Threaten danger and see 909. Run one hard. Lay a trap for and see deceive, 545. In danger and CN, endangered and CV. Fraught with danger, dangerous, hazardous, perilous, parlous, periculous, unsafe, unprotected and see safe, protect and see 664. Insecure. Untrustworthy, built upon sand on a sandy basis, wildcat. Defenseless, fenceless, guardless, harborless, unshielded, vulnerable, expugnable, exposed, open to and see, liable. 177, Auxerbois, at bay, on the wrong side of the wall on a lee shore on the rocks. At stake in question, precarious, critical, ticklish, slippery, slippy, hanging by a thread and CV. With a halter round one's neck between the hammer and the anvil, between Scylla and Charybdis, between a rock and a hard place, between the devil and the deep blue sea, between two fires, on the edge of a precipice, on the brink of a precipice, on the verge of a precipice, on the edge of a volcano, in the lion's den, on slippery ground under fire, not out of the wood. Unwarned, unadmonished, unadvised, unprepared and C 674. Off one's guard and C inexpectant, 508, tottering. Unstable, unsteady, shaky, top-heavy, tumble-down, ramshackle, crumbling, waterlogged. Helpless, guideless, in a bad way, reduced to the last extremity at the last extremity, trembling in the balance, nodding to its fall and see destruction, 162. Threatening and C 909. Ominous, illumined, alarming and C fear, 860 explosive. Adventurous and C rash, 863. Bold, 861. PHR. Incidit in silem qui vult vider charybdum, nam tua res agitor paris dum proximus ardit. 666. Refuge, refuge, sanctuary, retreat, fastness, acropolis, keep, last resort, ward, prison and C 752. Asylum, ark, home, refuge for the destitute, almshouse, hiding place and C ambush 530. Sanctum sanctorum and sea privacy, 893, roadstead, anchorage, breakwater, mole, port, haven, harbor, harbor of refuge, seaport, pier, jetty, embankment, quay. Covert, cover, shelter, screen, lee wall, wing, shield, umbrella, barrier, dashboard, dasher, wall and sea enclosure, 232, fort and sea defense, 717. Anchor, kedge, grapnel, grappling iron, sheet anchor, killick mainstay, support and sea 215, cheek and sea 706, ballast. Jury mast, vent peg, safety valve, blow-off valve, safety lamp, lightning rod, lightning conductor, safety belt, airbag, seat belt, anti-lock brakes, anti-skid tires, snow tires, means of escape and sea escape, 671. Lifeboat, life jacket, life buoy, swimming belt, cork jacket, parachute, plank, stepping stone, emergency landing. Safeguard and sea protection, 664. V. Seek refuge, take refuge, find refuge and CN. Seek safety, find safety and C 664. Throw oneself into the arms of, break for taller timber 0, create a diversion. PHR. Any port in a storm, by burr venenum in aro, valet ancora verdis. 667. Pitfall, rocks, reefs, coral reef, sunken rocks, snags, sands, quicksands, Seides, Goodwin sands, sandy foundation, slippery ground, breakers, shoals, shallows, bank, shelf, flat, lee shore, ironbound coast, rock ahead, breakers ahead, precipice, maelstrom, volcano, ambush and sea 530, pitfall, trapdoor, trap and sea, snare, 545. Sword of Damocles, wolf at the door, snake in the grass, death in the pot, latency and C 526, ugly customer, dangerous person, le chat qui dort, firebrand, hornet's nest, PHR. Latet anquis in herba, proximus ardit eucilgen 0. 668. Warning, warning, early warning, caution, caveat, notice and see information, 527, premonition, premonishment, prediction and C 511, contraindication, lesson, dehortation, admonition, monition, alarm and C 669. Handwriting on the wall, mean tekel a parson, red flag, yellow flag, fog signal, foghorn, siren, monitor, warning voice Cassandra, signs of the times, mother carries chickens, stormy petrel, bird of ill omen, gathering clouds, clouds in the horizon, death watch, watchtower, beacon, signal post. Lighthouse and sea, indication of locality, 550. Sentinel, sentry, watch, watchman, watch and ward, watchdog, bandog, housedog, patrol, patrolman, vedette, picket, bivouac, scout, spy, spial, undercover agent, mole, plainclothesman, advanced guard, rear guard, lookout. Cautiousness and C 864 monitor, guard camera, radar, AWACS, spy satellite, spy in the sky, U2 plane, spy plane. V. Warn, caution, forewarn, prewarn, admonish, premonish, give notice, give warning, dehort, menace and C threat 909, put on one's guard, sound the alarm and C 669. Croak, beware, where, take warning, take heed at one's peril, keep watch and ward and C care 459. Warning and CV, premonitory, monitory, cautionary, admonitory, admonitive, semantic. Warned, forewarned and CV, on one's guard and C careful 459, cautious 864 adv, in terrorum and C threat 909, int. Beware, where, take care, look out, for golf, mind what you are about, take care what you are about, mind, PHR. Ni reveles polichat qui dort, don't wake a sleeping cat, phonum habit in cornu, caveat actor, la silence do people est la legon des rois, verbum sat sapienti, a word to the wise is sufficient, unaverti and vout due. 669. Alarm, an alarm. Alarum, larum, alarm bell, tocsin, alerts, beat of drum, sound of trumpet, note of alarm, hue and cry, fire cross, signal of distress, blue lights, war cry, war whoop, warning and C 668. Fog signal, foghorn, yellow flag, danger signal, red light, red flag, fire bell, police whistle. False alarm, cry of wolf, bugbear, bugaboo. V. Give the alarm, raise the alarm, sound the alarm, turn in the alarm. Beat the alarm, give an alarm, raise an alarm, sound an alarm, turn in an alarm, beat an alarm and CN. Alarm, warn and C 668. Ring the tocsin, batter la generale, cry wolf. Alarming and CV. Int, sauve qui pute. Every man for himself, qui vive sire. 670. Preservation and preservation. Safekeeping, conservation and sea storage, 636. Maintenance, support, susterration, conservatism, vis conservatrix, salvation and sea deliverance, 672, prophylaxis, preserver, preservative additive, antibiotics, antifungals, biocide, hygieastics, hygienics, cover, drugget, cordon sanitaire, canning, ensilage, tinned goods, canned goods. Snake oil, spider webs, cure-all Litrel, charm and C993V. Preserve, maintain, keep, sustain, support, hold, keep up, keep alive, refrigerate, keep on ice, not willingly let die, bank up, nurse, save, rescue, be safe, make safe and C664. Take care of and C, care, 459 guard and C, defend, 717. Stare super antiquas vias, hold one's own, hold one's ground, stand one's ground and C, resist, 719. Embalm, cure, salt, pickle, season, kyanize, bottle, pot, tin can, sterilize, pasteurize, radiate, dry, lyophilize, freeze, dry, concentrate, evaporate, freeze, quick freeze, deep freeze, husband and sea store 636. Preserving and CV. Conservative, prophylactic, preservatory, preservative, hygienic. Preserved and CV. Unimpaired, unbroken, uninjured, unhurt, unsinged, unmarred, safe, safe and sound, intact with a whole skin, PHR. Nolumus legs anglii mutari. 671. Escape, an escape, scape, avalation, elopement, flight, evasion and sea avoidance 623, retreat, narrow escape, hairbreadth escape, close call, come off, impunity, loophole and sea opening 260, path and C 627, refuse and C 666, vent, vent peg, safety valve, drawbridge, fire escape. Reprieve and C deliverance 672, liberation and C 750, refugee and C, fugitive 623V. Escape, scape, make one's escape, affect one's escape, make good one's escape. Break jail, get off, get clear off, get well out of etch upper bell, save one's bacon, save one's skin, whether the storm and sea, safe, 664, escape scot-free. Elude and sea, make off and sea, avoid 623, march off and sea, go away 293, give one the slip, slip through the hands, slip through the fingers, slip the collar, wriggle out of prison, break out, break loose from prison, break away, slip away, get away, find vent, find a hole to creep out of, disappear, vanish. Escaping, escaped and CV. Stolen away, fled, PHR. The bird has flown the coop. 672. Deliverance, end deliverance, extrication, rescue, reprieve, reprieval, respite, liberation and C750. Emancipation, redemption, salvation, riddance, jail, delivery, redeemableness, V. Deliver, extricate, rescue, save, emancipate, redeem, ransom, bring off, bring through, tire d'affaire, get the wheel out of the rut, snatch from the jaws of death, come to the rescue. Rid, retrieve and see, restore 660, be rid of, get rid of. Saved and CV, extricable, redeemable, rescuable, int, to the rescue. 3. Precursory measures. 673. Preparation, N preparation, providing and CV, provision, providence, anticipation and C foresight 510, precaution, preconcertation, predisposition, forecast and C plan 626, rehearsal, note of preparation, arrangement and C60, clearance, adjustment and C23 tuning, equipment, outfit, accoutrement, armament, array. Ripening and CV. Maturation, evolution, elaboration, concoction, digestion, gestation, batching, incubation, sitting. Groundwork, first stone, cradle, stepping stone, foundation, scaffold and C support 215. Scaffolding, echafodage, training and C education 537. Annurement and C habit 613. Novitiate, cooking, cookery, brewing, culinary art, tilling, plowing, sowing, semination, cultivation. Preparedness, readiness, ripeness, mellowness, maturity, unimpromptu fataloisier, preparer, trainer, pioneer, trailblazer, avant-courier, avant-coureur, vortrekker, sappers and miners, pavier, navvy, packer, stevedore, warming pan v. Prepare, get ready, make preparations, settle preliminaries, get up, sound the note of preparation. Set in order, put in order and see, arrange 60, forecast and see, plan 626. Prepare the ground, plow the ground, dress the ground, till the soil, cultivate the soil, predispose, sow the seed, lay a train, dig a mine, lay the groundwork, fix the groundwork, lay the basis, fix the basis, lay the foundations, fix the foundations, dig the foundations, erect the scaffolding, lay the first stone and see, begin 66. Rough hew, cut out work, block out, hammer out, lick into shape and see, form 240. Elaborate, mature, ripen, mellow, season, bring to maturity, nurture and see, aid 707. Hatch, cook, brew, temper, anneal, smelt, barbecue, infumate, maturate. Equip, arm, man, fit out, fit up. Furnish, rig, dress, garnish, betrim, accoutre, array, fettle, fledge, dress up, furbish up, brush up, vamp up, refurbish. Sharpen one's tools, trim one's foils, set prime, attune, wet the knife, wet the sword, wind up, screw up, adjust, and see, fit. 27. Put in trim, put in train, put in gear, put in working order, put in tune, put in a groove for, put in harness. Pack. Train and see, teach. 537. Inure and see, habituate. 613. Breed, prepare for and see. Rehearse, make provision for, take steps, take measures, take precautions, provide against, beat up for recruits. Open the door to and see, facilitate. 705. Set one's house in order, make all snug, clear the decks, clear for action, close one's ranks, shuffle the cards. Prepare oneself, serve an apprenticeship and see, learn. 539. Lay oneself out for, get into harness, gird up one's loins, buckle on one's armor, recular pour mia solder, prime and load, shoulder arms, get the steam up, put the horses to, guard against, make sure against. Forearm, make sure, prepare for the evil day, have a rod and pickle, provide against a rainy day, feather one's nest. Lay in provisions and see. 637. Make investments, keep on foot. Be prepared, be ready and see, edge. Hold oneself in readiness, keep one's powder dry, lie in wait for and see, expect. 507. Anticipate and see, foresee. 510. Principes obstare, venient occurrer morbo 0 edge. Preparing and CV. In preparation, in course of preparation, in agitation, in embryo, in hand, in train. Afoot, afloat, on foot, on the stocks, on the anvil. Under consideration and see, plan. 626. Brewing, batching, forthcoming, brooding, in store for, in reserve. Precautionary, provident, preparative, preparatory, provisional, inchoate, under revision. Preliminary and see, precedent. 62. Prepared and CV. In readiness, ready, ready to one's band, ready made, ready cut and dried. Made to one's hand, handy on the table. In gear, in working order, in working gear. Snug, in practice. Ripe, mature, mellow, pucka. Practiced and see, skilled. 698. Labored, elaborate, highly wrought, smelling of the lamp, worked up. In full feather, in best bib and tucker. In harness, at harness. In the saddle, in arms, in battle array, in war paint. Up in arms, armed at all points, armed to the teeth, armed cap a pie, sword in hand, booted and spurred. In utrumque paradis, semper paradis, on the alert and see, vigilant. 459. At one's post, adv. In preparation, in anticipation of, against, for, approach, phr. Above majori desit error minor. Looking before and after, see vis pacem para bellum. 674. Non-preparation, and non-preparation, absence of preparation, want of preparation, inculture, inconcoction, improvidence, immaturity, crudity, rawness, and sea edge. Abortion, disqualification, nature, state of nature, virgin soil, unweeded garden, neglect, and see. 460, rough copy and see, plan. 626, germ and see. 153, raw material and see. 635. Improvisation and see, impulse. 612, v. Be unprepared and see, edge. Want preparation, lack preparation, lie fallow, embarker sans biscuits, live from hand to mouth. Dismantle and see, render useless. 645, undress and see. 226. Extemporize, improvise, ad lib. Unprepared and see, prepare. And see. 673. Without preparation and see. 673. Incomplete and see. 53. Rudimental, embryonic, abortive. Immature, unripe, catcha, raw, green, crude, coarse, rough cast, rough hewn, in the rough, unhewn, unformed, unfashioned, unwrought, unlabored, unblown, uncooked, unboiled, unconcocted, unpolished. Unhatched, unfledged, unnurtured, unlicked, untaught, uneducated, uncultivated, untrained, untutored, undrilled, unexercised, deckle-edged, precocious, premature, undigested, indigested, unmellowed, unseasoned, unleavened, unrehearsed, unscripted, extemporaneous, improvised, spontaneous, ad libitum, fallow, unsown, untilled, natural in a state of nature, undressed, in dishabille and deshabille. Unqualified, disqualified, unfitted, ill-digested, unbegun, unready, unarranged, unorganized, unfurnished, unprovided, unequipped, untrimmed, out of gear, out of order, dismantled and CV. Shiftless, improvident, unthrifty, thriftless, thoughtless, unguarded, happy-go-lucky, caught napping and see, inexpectant. 508, unpremeditated and see. 612. Adv. Extempore and see. 612. 675. Essay, trial, endeavor, attempt, aim, struggle, venture, adventure, speculation, coup d'essai, debut, probation and see. Experiment. 463 v. Try, essay, experiment and see. 463. endeavor, strive, tempt, attempt, make an attempt. Venture, adventure, speculate, take one's chance, tempt fortune, try one's luck, try one's hand, use one's endeavor, feel one's way, grope one's way, pick one's way. Try hard, push, make a bold push, use one's best endeavor, do one's best and see exertion 686. Essaying and CV, experimental and C 463, tentative, empirical, probationary adv, experimentally and C edge, on trial at a venture, by rule of thumb, if one may be so bold, PHR. Out non tentaris out perfus, kai non esserischia non guadagna. 676. Undertaking, N undertaking, compact and C 769, adventure, venture, engagement and C, promise 768, enterprise, emprise, pilgrimage, matter in hand and C business 625, move, first move and C beginning 66. V, undertake, engage in, embark in, launch into, plunge into, volunteer, apprentice oneself to, engage and C promise 768, contract and C 769, take upon oneself, take upon one's shoulders, devote oneself to and see determination 604. Take up, take in hand, tackle, set about, go about, set to fall to, set to work, launch forth, set up shop, put in hand, put in execution, set forward, break the neck of a business, be in, for put one's hand to, put one's foot in, betake oneself to, turn one's hand to, go to do, begin one's and see 66. Broach one's, institute one's and see originate 153, put one's hand to the plow, lay one's hand to the plow, put one's shoulder to the wheel. Have in hand and see business 625, have many irons in the fire and see activity 682, edge, undertaking and CV, on the anvil and see 625, int, here goes. 677. Use, N use, employ, employment, exercise, exercitation, application, appliance, adhibition, disposal, consumption, agency and see physical 170, usufruct, usefulness and see 644, benefit, recourse, resort, avail, utilization, service, where usage v. Use, make use of, employ, put to use, put in action, put in operation, put in practice, set in motion, set to work. Ply, work, wield, handle, manipulate, play, play off, exert, exercise, practice, avail oneself of, profit by, resort to, have recourse to, recur to, take, betake oneself to, take up with, take advantage of, lay one's hands on, try. Render useful and see 644. Mold, turn to account, turn to use, convert to use, utilize, work up, call into play, bring into play, put into requisition, call forth, draw forth, press into service, enlist into the service. Bring to bear upon, devote, dedicate, consecrate, apply, adhibit, dispose of, make a handle of, make a catspaw of, fall back upon, make a shift with, make the most of, make the best of. Use up, swallow up, consume, absorb, expend, tax, task, where, put to task, edge, in use, used and CV, well-worn, well-trodden, useful and C 644, subservient and C instrumental 631. 678. Disuse, N forbearance, abstinence, disuse, relinquishment and C 782, desuetude and C want of habit 614, disusage v. Not use, do without, dispense with, let alone, not touch, forbear, abstain, spare, waive, neglect, keep back, reserve. Lay up, lay by, lay on the shelf, keep on the shelf, lay up in ordinary, lay up in a napkin. Shelve, set aside, put aside, lay aside, disuse, leave off, have done with, supersede. Discard and see, eject, 297, dismiss, give warning. Throw aside and see, relinquish 782. Make away with and see, destroy 162, cast overboard, heave overboard, throw overboard, cast to the dogs, cast to the winds, dismantle and see, render useless 645. Lie unemployed, remain unemployed and siege, not used in CV, unemployed, unapplied, undisposed of, unspent, unexercised, untouched, untrodden, unessayed, ungathered, unculled, uncalled for, not required. Disused and CV, done with. 679. Misuse and misuse, misusage, misemployment, misapplication, misappropriation, abuse, profanation, prostitution, desecration, waste and C 638 v. Misuse, misemploy, misapply, misappropriate, desecrate, abuse, profane, prostitute, waste and C 638, overtask, overtax, overwork, squander and C 818, cut blocks with a razor, employ a steam engine to crack a nut, catch at a straw. Misused and CV, PHR, luder cum sacris. Section 3, voluntary action. 1. Simple voluntary action. 680. Action, N action, performance, doing, and CV, perpetration, exercise, excitation, movement, operation, evolution, work, labor, and C exertion. 686. Praxis, execution, procedure, and C conduct. 692. Handicraft, business, and C 625. Agency, and C power at work. 170. Deed, act, overt act, stitch, touch, just transaction, job, doings, dealings, proceeding, measure, step, maneuver, bout, passage, move, stroke, blow. Coup de main, coup d'état, tour de force, and C display. 882. Feat, exploit, achievement, and C completion. 729. Handiwork, workmanship, manufacture, stroke of policy, and C plan. 626. Actor, and C doer. 690. V, do, perform, execute, achieve, and C complete. 729. Transact, enact, commit, perpetrate, inflict, exercise, prosecute, carry on, work, practice, play, employ oneself, ply one's task, officiate, have in hand, and C business. 625. Labor, and C 686. Be at work, pursue a course, shape one's course, and C conduct. 692. Act, operate, take action, take steps, strike a blow, lift a finger, stretch forth one's hand, take in hand, and C undertake. 676. Put oneself in motion, put in practice, carry into execution, and C complete. 729. Act upon. Be an actor, and C 690. Take a part in, act a part in, play a part in, perform a part in, participate in, have a hand in, have a finger in the pie, have to do with, be a party to, be a participator in, bear a hand, lend a hand, pull an oar, run in a race, mix oneself up with, and C medal. 682. Be in action, come into operation, and C power at work. 170. Doing, and CV, acting, in action, in harness, on duty, in operation, and C 170. Adv. In the act, in the midst of, in the thick of, red-handed, in flagrante delicto, while one's hand is in. Phr. Action is eloquence. Actions speak louder than words. Actum aiunt ni agas, awake, arise, or be forever fallen. De pia facta vident, fair sans dire, fair fac. Front capillata post est Cassio calva. Our deeds are sometimes better than our thoughts. The great end of life is not knowledge but action. Thought is the soul of act R. Browning, vivre si nest pa respirer se agir, we live in deeds not years. 681. Inaction, N inaction, passiveness, abstinence from action, non-interference, non-intervention, Fabian policy, conservative policy, neglect, and C 460. Inactivity, and C 683. Rest, and C repose. 687. Quiescence, and C 265. Want of occupation, inoccupation, idle hours, time hanging on one's hands, dolce far niente, sinecure, featherbed, featherbedding, cushy job, no-show job, soft snap, soft thing. V, not do, not act, not attempt, be inactive, and C 683. Abstain from doing, do nothing, hold, spare, not stir, not move, not lift a finger, not lift a foot, not lift a peg, fold one's arms, fold one's hands, leave alone, let alone. Let be, let pass, let things take their course. Let it have its way, let well alone, let well enough alone. Quieta non-mover, stare super antiquas vias, rest and be thankful, live and let live, lie rest upon one's oars. Laus or aller, fair, stand aloof, refrain, and C avoid. 623. Keep oneself from doing, remit one's efforts, relax one's efforts. Desist, and C relinquish. 624. Stop, and C cease. 142. Pause, and C be quiet. 265. Wait, lie in wait, bide one's time, take time, tide it over. Cool one's heels, kick one's heels, while away the time, while away tedious hours, pass the time, fill up the time, beguile the time, talk against time. Let the grass grow under one's feet. Waste time, and C. Inactive. 683. Lie by, lie on the shelf, lie in ordinary, lie idle, lie to, lie fallow. Keep quiet, slug, have nothing to do, whistle for want of thought. Undo, do away with, take down, take to pieces, destroy, and C 162. Not doing, in CV, not done, in CV. Undone, passive, unoccupied, unemployed, out of employ, out of work, fallow, deceiver, adv. Reinfecta at a stand, less bras croises, with folded arms, with the hands in the pockets, with the hands behind one's back, poor passer temps int. So let it be, stop, and C 142, hands off, phr. Cunctando restituit rem, if it ain't broke don't fix it, stare decisis, let the decision stand. 682. Activity and activity, briskness, liveliness and sea edge. Animation, life, vivacity, spirit, dash, energy. Snap, vim, nimbleness, agility, smartness, quickness and sea edge. Velocity and C274. Alacrity, promptitude, dispatch, dispatch, expedition, haste and C684. Punctuality and C early, 132. Eagerness, zeal, ardor, perfervidum ingenium, empressment, earnestness, intentness. Abandon, vigor and C physical energy, 171. Devotion and C resolution, 604. Exertion and C 686. Industry, assiduity, assiduousness and C edge. Sedulity, laboriousness, drudgery and C labor, 686. Painstaking, diligence, perseverance and C 604.1. Indefatigation, habits of business. Vigilance and C 459. Wakefulness, sleeplessness, restlessness, insomnia, pervigilium, insomnium, racketing, movement, bustle, stir, fuss, ado, bother, pottering, fidgetiness. Flurry and C haste, 684. Officiousness, dabbling, meddling, interference, interposition, intermeddling, tampering with intrigue, press of business, no sinecure, plenty to do, many irons in the fire, great doings, busy hum of men, battle of life, thick of the action. Housewife, busy bee, new brooms, sharp fellow, sharp blade, devotee, enthusiast, zealot, meddler, intermeddler, intriguer, busybody, pickthank, hummer, hustler, live man, rustler, v. Be active and sea edge. Busy oneself in. Stir, stir about, stir one's stumps, bestir oneself, rouse oneself. Speed, hasten, peg away, lay about one, bustle, fuss, raise up, kick up a dust, push, make a fuss, make a stir, go ahead, push forward, fight one's way, elbow one's way, make progress and C 282, toll and C labor 686, plod, persist and C persevere, 604.1, keep up the ball, keep the pot boiling. Look sharp, have all one's eyes about one and C vigilance, 459 rise, arouse oneself, hustle, get up early, be about, keep moving, steal a march, kill two birds with one stone. Seize the opportunity and see 134, lose no time, not lose a moment, make the most of one's time, not suffer the grass to grow under one's feet, improve the shining hour, make short work of, dash off. Make haste and see 684. Do one's best, take pains and see exert oneself. 686, do wonders, work wonders. Have many irons in the fire, have one's hands full, have much on one's hands, have other things to do, have other fish to fry, be busy, not have a moment to spare, not have a moment that one can call one's own. Have one's fling, run the round of, go all lengths, stick at nothing, run riot. Outdo, overdo, overact, overlay, overshoot the mark, make a toil of a pleasure. Have a hand in and see, act in 680. Take an active part, put in one's oar, have a finger in the pie, mix oneself up with trouble one's head about intrigue. Agitate, tamper with metal, moil, intermeddle, interfere, interpose, obtrude, poke one's nose in, thrust one's nose in. Active, brisk, brisk as a lark, brisk as a bee. Lively, animated, vivacious. Alive, alive and kicking. Frisky, spirited, stirring. Nimble, nimble as a squirrel. Agile, light-footed, nimble-footed, featly, tripping. Quick, prompt, yare, instant, ready, alert, spry, sharp, smart, fast and sea swift, 274. Quick as a lamplighter, expeditious, awake, broad awake. Go ahead, live wide awake and see intelligent, 498. Forward, eager, strenuous, zealous, enterprising, in earnest, resolute and see 604. Industrious, assiduous, diligent, sedulous, notable, painstaking, intent and see attention, 457. Indefatigable and see persevering. 604.1 unwearied, unsleeping, never tired, plodding, hardworking and see 686 businesslike, workaday, bustling, restless, restless as a hyena, fussy, fidgety, pottering, busy, busy as hen with one chicken. Working at work on duty in harness, up in arms, on one's legs at call, up and doing, up and stirring. Busy, occupied, hard at work, hard at it, up to one's ears in, full of business, busy as a bee, busy as a one-armed paper hanger, meddling and CV, meddlesome, pushing, officious, over-officious, intrigant. Astir, stirring, a-going, afoot on foot, in full swing, eventful on the alert and see, vigilant, 459, adv. Actively and see edge. With life and spirit, with might and main and C 686, with haste and C 684, with wings, full tilt in mediis rebus int. Be alive, look sharp, move on, push on, keep moving, go ahead, stir your stumps, age quad agas, jaldi, caro, step lively, phr. Carp diem, seize the day, and see opportunity, 134 nulla dies sine linea, nec mora nec requiz, the plot thickens. No sooner said than done, and see early. 132. Veni vidi visa, catch a weasel asleep. Abens word dare fall flessig. Dictum ac factum. Schwer Arbeit in der Jugend ist sanft Ruhe im Alter. Hard work in youth means soft rest in age, the busy hum of men. 683. Inactivity and inactivity. Inaction and c. 681. Inertness and c. 172. Obstinacy and c. 606. Lull and c. Cessation 142. Quiescence and c. 265. Rust, rustiness, idleness, remissness and c. Edge. Sloth, indolence, indiligence, dawdling and cv. Ergophobia, odiosity. Dullness and c. Edge. Languor, segnity, segnitude, lentor, sluggishness and c. slowness 275. Procrastination and c. delay 133. Torpor, torpidity, torpescence, stupor and c. insensibility 823. Somnolence, drowsiness and c. Edge. Nodding and cv. Oscitation, oscitancy, pandiculation, hypnotism, lethargy, statuvalence, heaviness, heavy eyelids. Sleep, slumber, sound sleep, heavy sleep, balmy sleep. Morpheus, somnus, coma, trance, ecstasies, dream, hibernation, nap, doze, snooze, siesta, wink of sleep, 40 winks, snore, hypnology. Dull work, pottering, relaxation and c. loosening 47, castle of indolence. Lullaby, sedative, tranquilizer, hypnotic, sleeping pill, relaxant, anesthetic, general anesthetic and c. 174, torpedo. Idler, drone, droil, dawdle, mopus, doolittle fainant, dummy, sleeping partner. Afternoon farmer, truant and c. runaway 623. Bummer, loafer, goldbrick, goldbicker, lounger, lazarone, lubber, lubbard, slow coach and c. slow. 275. Opium eater, lotus eater, slug, lag, sluggard, slugabed, slumberer, dormouse, marmot, waiter on providence, frugs, consume your natus fee. Be inactive and c. Edge. Do nothing and c. 681. Move slowly and c. 275. Let the grass grow under one's feet. Take one's time, dawdle, drawl, droil, lag, hang back, slouch, loll, lollop, lounge, poke, loaf, loiter, go to sleep over, sleep at one's post, knee batter, quedune ale. Take it easy, take things as they come, lead an easy life, vegetate, swim with the stream, eat the bread of idleness. Loll in the lap of luxury, loll in the lap of indolence. Waste time, consume time, kill time, lose time, burn daylight, waste the precious hours. Idle away time, trifle away time, fritter away time, fool away time, spend time in, take time in. Peddle, piddle, potter, putter, dabble, faddle, fribble, fiddle faddle, dally, dilly dally. Sleep, slumber, be asleep. Hibernate, oversleep, sleep like a top, sleep like a log, sleep like a dormouse. Sleep soundly, heavily, doze, drowse, snooze, nap, take a nap and cn. Dream, snore one's best, settle to sleep, go off to sleep, doze off, drop off, fall asleep, drop asleep, close the eyes, seal up eyelids, weigh down the eyelids, get sleep, nod, yawn, go to bed, turn, get some z's, stack z's, languish, expend itself, flag, hang fire, relax. Render idle and c. Edge. Sluggardize, mitigate and c. 174, Edge. Inactive, motionless and c. 265, unoccupied and c. doing nothing 681, unbusied. Indolent, lazy, slothful, idle, lusk, remiss, slack, inert, torpid, sluggish, odiose, languid, supine, heavy, dull, leaden, lumpish. Exanimate, soulless, listless, drony, dronish, lazy as Ludlam's dog. Dilatory, laggard, lagging and cv. Slow and c. 275, rusty, flagging, lackadaisical, maudlin, fiddle-faddle, pottering and cv. Shilly-shally and c. irresolute 605, sleeping and cv. Asleep, fast asleep, dead asleep, sound asleep, in a sound sleep. Sound as a top, dormant, comatose, in the arms of Morpheus, in the lap of Morpheus. Sleepy, sleepful, dozy, drowsy, somnolent, torpescent, lethargic, lethargical, somnifacient, statuvalent, statuvolic, heavy, heavy with sleep. Napping, somnific, somniferous, soporiferous, soporific, soporiferous, hypnotic, balmy, dreamy, unawakened, unawakened, sedative and c. 174 adv. Inactively and c. Edge, at leisure and c. 685, phr. The eyes begin to draw straws, bankrupt of life yet prodigal of ease, better 50 years of Europe than a cycle of Cathay. Idly busy rolls their world away, the mystery of folded sleep, the timely dew of sleep, thou driftest gently down the tides of sleep. Tired nature's sweet restorer, balmy sleep. 684. Haste, urgency, dispatch, dispatch, acceleration, spurt, spurt, forced march, rush, dash, speed, velocity and c. 274. precipitancy, precipitation, precipitousness and siege. Impetuosity, brusquerie, hurry, drive, scramble, bustle, fuss, fidget, flurry, flutter, splutter. V. Haste, hasten, make a dash and cn. Hurry on, dash on, whip on, press forward. Hurry, scurry, scuttle along, barrel along, bundle on, dart to and fro, bustle, flutter, scramble, plunge headlong, dash off. Rush and see, violence. 173 express. Bestir oneself and see, be active. 682. Lose no time, lose not a moment, lose not an instant. Make short work of, make the best of one's time, make the best of one's way, be precipitate and siege. Jump at, be in haste, be in a hurry and cn. Have no time, have not a moment to lose, have not a moment to spare, work against time. Quicken and see 274. Accelerate, expedite, put on, precipitate, urge, whip. Railroad. Hasty, hurried, brusque. Scrambling, cursory, precipitate. Headlong, furious, boisterous, impetuous, hot-headed, feverish, fussy, pushing. In haste, in a hurry and cn. In hot haste, in all haste, breathless, pressed for time, hard-pressed, urgent. Adv. With haste, with all haste, with breathless speed, in haste and siege. Apace and see, swiftly, 274. Amen, all at once and see, instantaneously, 113. At short notice and see. Immediately and see, early, 132. Post haste, by cable, by express, by telegraph, by forced marches. Hastily, precipitately and siege. Helter-skelter, hurry-scurry, holus-bolus, slap-dash, slap-bang, full tilt, full drive, heels overhead, head and shoulders, headlong, a core perdu. By fits and starts, by spurts, hop, skip and jump, phr. Sovqui pute, every man for himself, devil take the hindmost, no time to be lost. No sooner said than done and see, early, 132. A word and a blow, haste makes waste, magir freda minorito, own hastaber own rast, stand not upon the order of your going, but go at once. Swift, swift, you dragons of the night. 685. Leisure and leisure, convenience, spare time, spare hours, spare moments, vacant hour, time to spare, time on one's hands, holiday, relaxation and see, rest. 687. Odium cum dignitate, ease, no hurry, no big rush, no deadline. V. Have leisure and cn. Take one's time, take one's leisure, take one's ease. Repose and see 687, move slowly and see 275. While away the time and see, inaction 681, be master of one's time, be an idle man. Leisure, leisurely, slow and see 275, deliberate, quiet, calm, undisturbed, at leisure, at one's ease, at loose ends, at a loose end, adv. Unhurriedly, deliberately, without undue haste, any time, phr. Time hanging heavy on one's hands, I'll mit while. 686. Exertion, an exertion, effort, strain, tug, pull, stress, throw, stretch, struggle, spell, spurt, stroke of work, stitch of work. A strong pull, a long pull, and a pull all together, deadlift, heft, gymnastics, exercise, exercitation, wear and tear, ado, toil and trouble, uphill work, hard work, warm work, harvest time. Labor, work, toil, travail, manual labor, sweat of one's brow, swink, drudgery, slavery, fagging, hammering, limmy labor, industry, industriousness, operoseness, operosity. Trouble, pains, duty, resolution and C 604, energy and C, physical 171 V. Exert oneself, exert one's energies, tax one's energies, use exertion. Labor, work, toil, moil, sweat, fag, drudge, slave, drag a lengthened chain, wade through, strive, stretch a long arm, pull, tug, ply the oar, tug at the oar, do the work. Take the laboring or bestir oneself, be active. 682. Take trouble, trouble oneself. Work hard, rough it. Put forth one's strength, put forth a strong arm, fall to work, bend the bow, buckle to, set one's shoulder to the wheel and see resolution 604. Work like a horse, work like a cart horse, work like a galley slave, work like a coal heaver. Labor day and night, work day and night. Redouble one's efforts, do double duty, work double hours, work double tides, sit up, burn the candle at both ends. Stick to and see, persevere. 604.1. Work one's way, fight one's way, lay about one, hammer at. Take pains, do one's best, do one's level best, do one's utmost. Give 100%, do the best one can, do all one can, do all in one's power, do as much as in one lies, do what lies in one's power. Use one's best endeavor, use one's utmost endeavor. Try one's best, try one's utmost. Play one's best card. Put one's best leg foremost, put one's right leg foremost. Have one's whole soul in his work, put all one's strength into, strain every nerve. Spare no efforts, spare no pains, go all lengths, go through fire and water and sea. Resolution 604, move heaven and earth, leave no stone unturned. Laboring and CV, laborious operose, elaborate, strained, toilsome, troublesome, wearisome, uphill, Herculean, gymnastic, palestric. Hardworking, painstaking, strenuous, energetic, hard at work on the stretch, adv. Laboriously and siege. Lustily, pugnies at calcibus, with might and main, with all one's might, with a strong hand, with a sledge-hammer, with much ado. To the best of one's abilities, toties viribus, Roman 6 et armies, manibus pedibusque, tooth and nail, unguibus et rostro, hammer and tongs, heart and soul, through thick and thin and sea, perseverance, 604.1. By the sweat of one's brow, suomart. Phr. Aid toi lacilti aedera, and still be doing, never done. Buen principio lamited is hecha, cosa ben fata e fata duvoli. It is better to wear out than to rust out. BP. Hornal, labor omnia vincit, labor, wide as the earth, has its summit in heaven, le travail du corps deliver des pains de l'esprit, manu forti, ora et labora. 687. Repose, en repose, rest, silken repose, sleep and see. 683. Relaxation, breathing time, halt, stay, pause and see. Cessation. 142. Respite, day of rest, dies non, Sabbath, Lord's Day, holiday, red letter day, vacation, recess. V. Repose, rest, rest and be thankful, take a rest, take one's ease, take it easy. Relax, unbend, slacken, take breath and see. Refresh. 689. Rest upon one's oars, pause and see. Cease. 142. Stay one's hand. Lie down, recline, recline on a bed of down, recline on an easy chair. Go to rest, go to bed, go to sleep and see. 683. Take a holiday, shut up shop, lie fallow and see in action. 681. Reposing and CV, relaxed and CV, unstrained, unstressed, adv. At rest. Phr. The best of men have ever loved repose, to repair our nature with comforting repose. 688. Fatigue, en fatigue, weariness and see. 841, yawning, drowsiness and see. 683, lassitude, tiredness, fatigation, exhaustion, sweat, dyspnea, inhalation, shortness of breath, faintness, collapse, prostration, swoon, fainting, deliquium, syncope, lipothymy, goneness. V. Be fatigued and siege. Yawn and see, get sleepy. 683. Droop, sink, flag, lose breath, lose wind, gasp, pant, puff, blow, drop, swoon, faint, succumb. Fatigue, tire, weary, irk, flag, jade, harass, exhaust, knock up, wear out, prostrate, tax, task, strain, overtask, overwork, overburden, overtax, overstrainage. Fatigue, tired and CV, weary and C. 841, drowsy and C. 683, drooping and CV. Haggard, toilworn, wayworn, footsore, surbated, weatherbeaten, faint, done up, used up, knocked up, bushed, exhausted, prostrate, spent, overtired, overspent, overfatigued, unrefreshed, unrestored. Worn, worn out, battered, shattered, pulled down, seedy, altered, breathless, windless, short of breath, out of breath, short of wind, blown, puffing and blowing, short-breathed, anhelos, broken-winded, short-winded, dyspneal, dyspneic. Ready to drop, all in, more dead than alive, dog-weary, walked off one's legs, tired to death on one's last legs, played out, horrors to combat, fatiguing and CV, tiresome, irksome, wearisome, weary, trying. 689. Refreshment, embracing and CV, recovery of strength, recuperation and C. 159, restoration, revival and C. 660, repair, refection, refocillation, refreshment, regalement, bait, relief and C. 834, break, spell, refreshment stand, refreshments, ice cream, cold soda, soda pop, hot dogs, food. V. Brace and C. Strengthen, 159, reinvigorate, air, freshen up, refresh, recruit, repair and C. Restore, 660, fan, refocillate, refresh the inner man. Breathe, respire, drink in the ozone, take a break, take a breather, take 5, draw breath, take a deep breath, take breath, gather breath, take a long breath, regain breath, recover breath, get better, raise one's head, recover one's strength, regain one's strength, renew one's strength and C. 159, perk up, get one's second wind, come to oneself and C. Revive. 660, feel refreshed, feel like a giant refreshed. Refreshing and CV, recuperative and C. 660, refreshed and CV, untired, unwearied. 690. Agent, endoer, actor, agent, performer, perpetrator, operator, executor, executrix, practitioner, worker, stager. Bee, ant, working bee, termite, white ant, laboring or, servant of all work, factotum. Workman, artisan, craftsman, handicraftsman, mechanic, operative, working man, laboring man, demiurgus, hewers of wood and drawers of water, laborer, navvy, hand, man, day laborer, journeyman, charwoman, hack, mere tool and C 633. Beast of burden, drudge, fag, lumper, roustabout, maker, artificer, artist, wright, manufacturer, architect, builder, mason, bricklayer, smith, forger, vulcan, carpenter, ganger, platelayer, blacksmith, locksmith, sailmaker, wheelwright. Machinist, mechanician, engineer, sempstress, seamstress, needlewoman, workwoman, tailor, cordwainer. Minister and C instrument, 631, servant and C 746, representative and C commissioner, 758, deputy, 759, coworker, party to, participator in, particeps criminis dramatis personi, personnel, phr. Quorum pars magna fui, faber est quisque fortuni sui. 691. Workshop, workshop, workhouse, workplace, shop, place of business, manufactory, mill, plant, works, factory, cabinet, studio office, branch office, bureau, atelier. Hive, hive of industry, nursery, hothouse, hotbed, kitchen, mint, forge, loom, dock, dockyard, alvery, armory, laboratory, lab, research institute, refinery, cannery, power plant, beauty parlor, beehive, bindery, forcing pit, nailery, usine, slip, yard, wharf, foundry, foundery, furnace, vineyard, crucible, alembic, cauldron, matrix. At work, at the office, at the shop, working. 2. Complex voluntary action. 692. Conduct and conduct, behavior, deportment, comportment, carriage, mention, demeanor, guise, bearing, manner, observance, dealing, transaction and C action. 680. Business and C 625. Tactics, game, game plan, policy, polity, generalship, statesmanship, seamanship, strategy, strategics, plan and C 626. Management, husbandry, housekeeping, housewifery, stewardship, manage, regime, economy, economics, political economy, government and C direction. 693. Execution, manipulation, treatment, campaign, career, life, course, walk, race, record, course of conduct, line of action, line of proceeding, role, process, ways, practice, procedure, modus operandi, method of operating, method and C. Path and C 627. V. Transact, execute, dispatch, proceed with discharge, carry on, carry through, carry out, carry into effect, put into effect, work out, go through, get through, enact, put into practice, do and C 680, officiate and C 625, bear oneself, behave oneself, comport oneself, demean oneself, carry oneself, conduct oneself, acquit oneself. Run a race, lead a life, play a game, take a course, adopt a course, steer one's course, shape one's course, play one's paint, play one's cards, shift for oneself, paddle one's own canoe, bail one's own boat. Conduct, manage, supervise and C direct. 693. Participate and C 680. Deal with, have to do with, treat, handle a case, take steps, take measures. Conducting and CV. Strategical, businesslike, practical, executive. 693. Direction and direction, management, managery, government, gubernation, conduct, legislation, regulation, guidance, bossism, legislature, steerage, pilotage, reins, reins of government, helm, rudder, needle, compass, guiding star, pole star, cynosure. Supervision, superintendence, surveillance, oversight, eye of the master, control, charge, board of control and C council. 696. Command and C authority. 737. Premiership, senatorship, director and C 694. Chair, portfolio, statesmanship, statecraft, kingcraft, queencraft. Ministry, ministration, administration, stewardship, proctorship, agency, director and C 694. V. Direct, manage, govern, conduct. Order, prescribe, cut out work for bead, lead the way, show the way, take the lead on, regulate, guide, steer, pilot, tackle, take the helm, be at the helm, have the reins, handle the reins, hold the reins, take the reins, drive, tool. Superintend, supervise, overlook, control, keep in order, look after, see to, legislate for, administer, ministrate, matronize, have the care of, have the charge of. Be in charge of, have charge of, take the direction, boss one around, pull the strings, pull the wires, rule and see command. 737. Have the direction, hold office, hold the portfolio, preside at the board, take the chair, occupy the chair, be in the chair, pull the stroke oar. Directing and CV, hegemonic adv, at the helm, at the head of. 694. Director and director, manager, governor, rector, controller. Superintendent, supervisor, straw boss. Intendant, overseer, overlooker, supercargo, husband, inspector, visitor, ranger, surveyor, edil, moderator, monitor, taskmaster, master and C745. Leader, ringleader, demagogue, corypheus, conductor, fugleman, precentor, bellwether, agitator, caporal, corgus, collector, file leader, flugelman, linkby. Guiding star and C guidance, 693. Advisor and C 695. Guide and C information, 527. Pilot, helmsman, steersman, steermate, wire puller, driver, whip, jehu, charioteer, coachman, carman, cabman, postilion, veterino, muleteer, arriero, teamster, whipper-in. Head, headman, head center, boss, principal, president, speaker, chair, chairman, chairwoman, chairperson, captain and C master, 745. Superior. Mayor and C civil authority, 745. Vice president, prime minister, premier, vizier, grand vizier, eparch. Officer, functionary, minister, official, red tapist, bureaucrat, man in office, jack in office, office bearer, person in authority and C 745. Statesman, strategist, legislator, lawgiver, politician, statist, statemonger. Minus, Draco, arbiter and C judge, 967. Boss, political dictator, board and C council, 696. Secretary, secretary of state, rise effendi, vicar and C deputy, 759. Steward, factor, agent and C 758. Bailiff, middleman, foreman, clerk of works. Landry, factotum, majordomo, seneschal, housekeeper, shepherd, croupier, proctor, procurator, adv. Ex officio. 695. Advice, an advice, counsel, adhortation, word to the wise, suggestion, submonition, recommendation, advocacy, advisement, exhortation and C persuasion, 615. Expostulation and C dissuasion, 616. Admonition and C warning, 668. Guidance and C direction, 693. Instruction, charge, injunction, obtestation, governor's message, president's message, king's message, queen's speech, message, speech from the throne, advisor, prompter, counsel, counselor, monitor, mentor, Nestor, Magnus Apollo, senator, teacher and C 540, guide, manual, chart and C information, 527, physician, doctor, leech, archeator. Arbiter and C judge, 967. Reference, referment, consultation, conference, pourparlor. V. Advise, counsel, give advice, give counsel, give a piece of advice. Suggest, prompt, submonish, recommend, prescribe, advocate, exhort and C. Persuade, 615. Enjoin, enforce, charge, instruct, call upon and C. Request, 765. Dictate, expostulate and C. Dissuade, 616. Admonish and C. Warn, 668. Advise with, lay heads together, consult together, compare notes, hold a council, deliberate, be closeted with, confer, consult, refer to, call in, take advice, follow advice, be advised by, have at one's elbow, take one's cue from edge. Recommendatory, hortative and C. Persuasive, 615, dehortatory and C. Dissuasive, 616, admonitory and C. Warning, 668. Int. Go to, phr. Give every man thine ear but few thy voice. I pray thee cease thy counsel, my guide, philosopher and friend. 'Twas good advice and meant, my son be good verbum sat sapienti. A word to the wise is sufficient. Vive memor leti, we ask advice but we mean approbation. 696. Council, council, committee, subcommittee, comitia, court, chamber, cabinet, board, bench, staff. Senate, senatus, parliament, chamber of deputies, directory, Reichsrath, Rigsdag, Cortes, Storthing, Whitenigmote, Junta, Divan, Musnud, Sanhedrim, classis, amphictyonic council, Duma, House of Representatives, Legislative Assembly, Legislative Council, Riksdag, Volksråd, Witten, Caput, Consistory, Chapter, Syndicate, Court of Appeal and C. Tribunal, 966, Board of Control, Board of Works, Vestry, County Council, Local Board. Audience Chamber, Council Chamber, State Chamber, Cabinet Council, Privy Council, Cockpit, Convocation, Synod, Congress, Convention, Diet, States General, Assembly, Caucus, Conclave, Clique, Conventicle, Meeting, Sitting, Seance, Conference, Convention, Exhibition, Session, Palaver, Pourparlor, Durbar, House, Quorum, Council, Fire, Powwow, Primary, Zero Meeting, Assemblage and C72. Member, Senator, Member of Parliament, MP, Councillor, Representative of the People, Assemblyman, Congressman, Councilman, Councilwoman, Alderman, Freeholder, v. Assemble, gather together, meet, assemblage, 72, confer, caucus, hold council, huddle, edge. senatorial, curule, congressional, parliamentary, legislative, lawmaking, regulatory, deliberative. 697. Precept, precept, direction, instruction, charge, prescript, prescription, recipe, receipt, golden rule, maxim, and c. 496. Rule, canon, law, code, corpus juris, lex scripta, act, statute, rubric, stage direction, regulation, form, formula, formulary, technicality, canon, law, norm, order, and c. command. 741. 698. Skill, skill, skillfulness, address, dexterity, dexterousness, adroitness, expertness, and edge. Proficiency, competence and technical competence, craft, calidity, facility, knack, trick, sleight, mastery, mastership, excellence, panergy, ambidexterity, ambidextrousness. Sleight of hand and deception. 545. Seamanship, airmanship, marksmanship, horsemanship, rope dancing. Accomplishment, acquirement, attainment, art, science, technicality, technology, practical knowledge, technical knowledge, knowledge of the world, world wisdom, savoir-faire, tact, mother wit, and sagacity. 498. Discretion and caution. 864. Finesse, craftiness, and cunning. 702. Management and conduct. 692. Self-help. Cleverness, talent, ability, ingenuity, capacity, parts, talents, faculty, endowment, forte, turn, gift, genius. Intelligence and 498. Sharpness, readiness, and activity. 682. Invention and 515. Aptness, aptitude. Turn for, capacity for, genius for, felicity, capability, curiosa, felicitas, qualification, habilitation. Proficient and 700. Masterpiece, coup de maître, chef d'oeuvre, tour de force. Good stroke and plan. 626. V. Be skillful and edge. Excel in, be master of, have a turn for and n. Know what's what, know a hawk from a handsaw, know what one is about, know on which side one's bread is buttered, know what's a clock, have cut one's eye teeth, have cut one's wisdom teeth. See one's way, see where the wind lies, see which way the wind blows, have all one's wits about one, have one's hand in, savoir vivre. Sire quid valent humori quid fair recusant, look after the main chance. Cut one's coat according to one's cloth, live by one's wits, exercise one's discretion, feather the oar, sail near the wind, stoop to conquer and cunning. 702. Play one's cards well, play one's best card, hit the right nail on the head, put the saddle on the right horse. Take advantage of, make the most of, profit by and use. 677. Make A hit and succeed. 731. Make a virtue of necessity, make hay while the sun shines and occasion. 134. Skillful, dexterous, adroit, expert, apt, handy, quick, deft, ready, gain, slick, smart, and active. 682. Proficient, good at, up to, at home in, master of, a good hand at, au fait, thoroughbred, masterly, crack, accomplished. Conversant and knowing. 490. Experienced, practiced, skilled, hackneyed. Up in, well up in practice, in proper cue. Competent, efficient, qualified, capable, fitted, fit for, up to the mark, trained, initiated, prepared, primed, finished. Clever, cute, able, ingenious, felicitous, gifted, talented, endowed. Inventive and 515. Shrewd, sharp, on the ball and intelligent. 498. Cunning and 702. Alive to, up to snuff, not to be caught with chaff, discreet. Neat-handed, fine-fingered, nimble-fingered, ambidextrous, sure-footed. Cut out for, fitted for, technical, artistic, scientific, daedalian, shipshape. Workmanlike, businesslike, statesmanlike, adv. Skillfully and edge. Well and 618. Artistically, with skill, with consummate skill. Secundum artem, suomart, to the best of one's abilities and exertion. 686. Phr. Ars celer artem, arts honorabit, cellui quivut cellula pute, seun grand habilite queta savoir cacher son habilite, expertus meduit. Ease bildet ein talent sich in der still sich ein Charakter in dem Strom der Welt. Heart to conceive, the understanding to direct, or the hand to execute. If you have lemons, make lemonade. 699. Unskillfulness, unskillfulness and edge. Want of skill and 698. Incompetence, incompetency, inability, infelicity, indexterity, and experience. Disqualification, unproficiency, quackery, folly, stupidity, and 499. Indiscretion and rashness. 863. Thoughtlessness and inattention. 458. Neglect. 460. Sabotage. Mismanagement, misconduct, impolicy, maladministration. misrule, misgovernment, misapplication, misdirection, misfeasance, petticoat government. Absence of rule, rule of thumb, bungling, and CV. Failure and C732, screw loose, too many cooks, blunder and C, mistake, 495. Eturtary gaucherie, act of folly, ballardize, botch, botchery, bad job, sad work. Sprat sent out to catch a whale, much ado about nothing, wild goose chase. Bungler and C701, fool and C501V. Be unskillful in siege. Not see an inch beyond one's nose, blunder, bungle, boggle, fumble, botch, bitch, flounder, stumble, trip, hobble and C275. Put one's foot in it. Make a mess of, make hash of, make sad work of, overshoot the mark. Play tricks with, play puck, mismanage, misconduct, misdirect, misapply, misend. Stultify oneself, make a fool of oneself, commit oneself, act foolishly. Play the fool, put oneself out of court, lose control of oneself, lose one's head, lose one's cunning. Begin at the wrong end. Do things by halves and see, not complete. 730 make 2 bites of a cherry, play at cross purposes. Strain at a gnat and swallow a camel and see, caprice, 608. Put the cart before the horse, lock the stable door when the horse is stolen and see, too late, 135. Not know what one is about, not know one's own interest, not know on which side one's bread is buttered. Stand in one's own light, quarrel with one's bread and butter, throw a stone in one's own garden. Kill the goose which lays the golden eggs, pay dear for one's whistle. Cut one's own throat, bum one's fingers. Knock one's head against a stone wall, beat one's head against a stone wall, fall into a trap, catch a tartar, bring the house about one's ears. Have too many eggs in one basket. Imprudent, 863, have too many irons in the fire. Mistake and see 495. Take the shadow for the substance and see credulity, 486. Bark up the wrong tree. Be in the wrong box, aim at a pigeon and kill a crow. Take the wrong pig by the tail, get the wrong pig by the tail, get the wrong sow by the ear, get the dirty end of the stick. Put the saddle on the wrong horse, put a square peg into a round hole, put new wine into old bottles. Cut blocks with a razor, hold a farthing candle to the sun and see. Useless, 645. Fight with a shadow, grasp at a shadow. Catch at straws, lean on a broken reed, reckon without one's host, pursue a wild goose chase. Go on a fool's goose chase, sleeveless errand, go further and fare worse. Lose one's way, miss one's way, fail and see 732. Unskillful and see 698. Inexpert, bungling and CV, awkward, clumsy, unhandy, lubberly, gauche, maladroit, left-handed, heavy-handed, slovenly, slatternly, gawky, adrift, at fault. Inapt, unapt, inhabile, untractable, unteachable, giddy and see inattentive, 458, inconsiderate and see neglectful, 460, stupid and see 499, inactive and see 683, incompetent, unqualified, disqualified, ill-qualified, unfit, quackish, raw, green, inexperienced, rusty, out of practice. Unaccustomed, unused, untrained and see 537, uninitiated, unconversant and see ignorant, 491, shiftless, unstatesmanlike, unadvised, ill-advised, misadvised, ill-devised, ill-imagined, ill-judged, ill-contrived, ill-conducted, unguided, misguided, misconducted, foolish, wild, infelicitous, penny-wise and pound-foolish and see inconsistent, 608, phr. One's fingers being all thumbs, the right hand forgets its cunning. Il si noierate dans un gout d'eau, incidit in silem qui vult vider charybdum, out of the frying pan into the fire, non omnia possumus omnes. 700. Proficient, proficient, expert, adept, dab, dabster, crackerjack, connoisseur and sea scholar, 492. Master, master hand, prima donna, first fiddle, top gun, chef de cuisine, top sawyer, protagonist, past master, Mahatma, picked man, medalist, prizeman. Veteran, old stager, old campaigner, old soldier, old file, old hand, man of business, man of the world. Nice hand, good hand, clean hand, practiced hand, experienced eye, experienced hand, marksman, good shot, dead shot, crack shot, rope dancer, funambulist, acrobat, cunning man, conjurer and sea deceiver, 548, wizard and sea 994, genius, mastermind, masterhead, master spirit, cunning blade, sharp fellow, jobber, cracksman and sea thief, 792, politician, tactician, strategist. Pantologist, admirable Crichton, jack of all trades, prodigy of learning. 701. Bungler and bungler, blunderer, blunderhead, marplot, fumbler, lubber, duffer, dauber, stick, bad hand, poor shot, butterfingers. No conjurer, flat muff, slow coach, luby, lubber, swab, clod, yokel, awkward squad, blankbeck, galoot. Landlubber, freshwater sailor, fair weather sailor, horse marine, fish out of water, ass in lion's skin, jackdaw in peacock's feathers, quack and sea, deceiver, 548, lord of misrule. Sloven, slattern, trapes. Amateur, novice, greenhorn learner, 541, phr. Il n'a pas invent la powder, he will never set the Thames on fire, assirda errando, aliquis in omnibus nullis in singulis zero. 702. Cunning, cunning, craft, cunningness, craftiness, and sea edge. Subtlety, artificiality, maneuvering, and CV. Temporization, circumvention. Chicane, chicanery, sharp practice, knavery, jugglery, concealment, and c. 528. Guile, doubling, duplicity, and c. falsehood. 544. Foul play, diplomacy, politics, Machiavellism, jobbery, backstairs influence. Art, artifice, device, machination, plot and c. plan, 626. Maneuver, stratagem, dodge, sidestep, artful dodge, wile, trick, trickery, and c. deception, 545. Ruse, ruse de guerre, finesse, side blow, thin end of the wedge, shift, go by, subterfuge, evasion, white lie, and c. untruth, 546. Juggle, tour de force, tricks of the trade, tricks upon travelers. Espigolry, net, trap, and c. 545. Ulysses, Machiavel, sly boots, fox, Reynard, Scotchman, Jew, Yankee, intriguer, intrigant, floater, Indian giver, keener, repeater, v. Be cunning and see edge. Have cut one's eye teeth. Contrive and see plan, 626. Live by one's wits, maneuver, intrigue, gerrymander, finesse, double, temporize, stoop to conquer, recular, pour, solder, circumvent, steal a march upon, overreach, and c. 545. Throw off one's guard, surprise, and c. 508. Snatch a verdict, waylay, undermine, introduce the thin end of the wedge. Play a deep game, play tricks with, ambiguous in vulgum sparger voces. Flatter, make things pleasant, have an axe to grind, dodge, sidestep, bob, and weavage. Cunning, crafty, artful, skillful, and c. 698. Subtle, feline, vulpine, cunning as a fox, cunning as a serpent. Deep, deep laid, profound, designing, contriving, intriguing, and cv. Strategic, diplomatic, politic, Machiavellian, time-serving, artificial, tricky, tricksy, wily, sly, slim, insidious, stealthy, underhand, and c. hidden, 528. Subtilous, deceitful, and c. 545. Slippery as an eel, evasive, and c. 623. Crooked, arch-pocky, shrewd, acute, sharp, sharp as a tack, sharp as a needle, canny, astute, leery, knowing, up to snuff, too clever by half, not to be caught with chaff, tactful, diplomatic, politic, polite, and c. 894. Adv. Cunningly and seeage. Slyly, slyly on the sly by a side wind, phr. Diamond, cut diamond. Abyss au blanc, fin contour fin, something is rotten in the state of Denmark. 703. Artlessness and sea edge. Nature, simplicity, innocence, and c. 946. Bonhomie, naivete, abandon, candor, sincerity, singleness of purpose, singleness of heart, honesty, and c. 939. Plain speaking, épanchement, rough diamond, matter-of-fact man, le palais de verite, enfant terrible v. Be artless and sea edge. Look one in the face, wear one's heart upon his sleeves for daws to peck at. Think aloud, speak out, speak one's mind, be free with one, call a spade a spade. Artless, natural, pure, native, confiding, simple, lane and artificial, untutored, unsophisticated, ingenuine, unaffected, naive, sincere, frank, open as day. Candid, ingenuous, guileless, unsuspicious, honest, and c. 939. Innocent, and c. 946. Arcadian, undesigning, straightforward, unreserved, above-board, simple-minded, single-minded, frank-hearted, open-hearted, single-hearted, simple-hearted. Free-spoken, plain-spoken, outspoken, blunt, downright, direct, matter-of-fact, unpoetical, unflattering, adv. In plain words in plain English, without mincing the matter, not to mince the matter, and see affirmation, 535, phr. Davus sum non Oedipus, liberavi animam meme, as frank as rain on cherry blossoms e.b. Browning. Section 4, Antagonism. 1. Conditional antagonism. 704. Difficulty, hardness, and c. edge. Impracticability and c. impossibility, 471. Tough work, hard work, uphill work, hard task, Herculean task, Augean task, task of Sisyphus, Sisyphean labor, tough job, teaser, rasper, deadlift. Dilemma, embarrassment, deadlock, perplexity and C, uncertainty, 475 intricacy, entanglement, complexity and C59. Crossfire, awkwardness, delicacy, ticklish card to play, knot, Gordian knot, dignus vindus notus, net, meshes, maze, coil and C, convolution, 248. Crooked path, involvement. Nice point, delicate point, subtle point, naughty point, vexed question, vexata quaestio, poser, puzzle and C, riddle, 533 paradox, hard nut to crack, bone to pick, crux, pons asinorum, where the shoe pinches, nonplus, quandary, straight, pass, pinch, pretty pass, stress, brunt, critical situation, crisis, trial, rub, emergency, exigency, scramble. Scrape, hobble, slew, quagmire, hot water, hornet's nest, sea of troubles, peck of troubles, pretty kettle of fish, pickle, stew, imbroglio, mess, ado, false position, set fast, stand, standstill, deadlock, dead set, fix, horns of a dilemma, cul-de-sac, hitch, stumbling block and C, hindrance, 706. Crab, curmudgeon v. Be difficult and siege. Run one hard, go against the grain, try one's patience, put one out, put to one's shifts, put to one's wit's end. Go hard with one, try one. Pose, perplex and C, uncert, 475. Bother, nonplus, gravel, bring to a deadlock, be impossible and C, 471. Be in the way of and C, hinder, 706. Meet with difficulties, labor under difficulties, get into difficulties, plunge into difficulties, struggle with difficulties, contend with difficulties, grapple with difficulties, labor under a disadvantage, be in difficulty and siege. Fish in troubled waters, buffet the waves, swim against the stream, scud under bare poles, have much ado with, have a hard time of it, come to the push, come to the pinch, bear the brunt, grope in the dark, lose one's way, weave a tangled web, walk among eggs. Get into a scrape and CN, bring a hornet's nest about one's ears, be put to one's shifts, flounder, boggle, struggle, not know which way to turn and see, uncert, 475. Perter sun Latin, stick at, stick in the mud, stick fast, come to a stand, come to a standstill, come to a deadlock, hold the wolf by the ears, hold the tiger by the tail, render difficult and siege. Enmesh, encumber, embarrass, ravel, entangle, put a spoke in the wheel and C, hinder, 706, lead a pretty dance. Difficult, not easy, hard, tough, troublesome, toilsome, irksome, operose, laborious, onerous, arduous, Herculean, formidable. Sooner said than done, more easily said than done, easier said than done. Difficult to deal with, hard to deal with, ill-conditioned, crabbed, crabby, not to be handled with kid gloves, not made with rose water. Awkward, unwieldy, unmanageable, intractable, stubborn and C, obstinate, 606. Perverse, refractory, plagi, trying, thorny, rugged, knotted, knotty, invious, pathless, trackless, labyrinthine and C, convoluted, 248. Intricate, complicated and C, tangled, 59. Impracticable and C, impossible, 471, not feasible and C, 470, desperate and C, hopeless, 859. Embarrassing, perplexing and C, uncertain, 475. Delicate, ticklish, critical, beset with difficulties, full of difficulties, surrounded by difficulties, entangled by difficulties, encompassed with difficulties. Under a difficulty, in a box. In difficulty, in hot water, in the suds, in a cleft stick, in a fix, in the wrong box, in a scrape and CN, in deep water, in a fine pickle, in extremis, between two stools, between Scylla and Charybdis. Surrounded by shoals, surrounded by breakers, surrounded by quicksands, at cross purposes, not out of the wood. Reduced to straits, hard pressed, sorely pressed, run hard, pinched, put to it, straightened, hard up, hard put to it, hard set, put to one's shifts, puzzled at a loss and C, uncertain, 475, at the end of one's tether, at the end of one's rope, at one's wit's end, at a nonplus, at a standstill. Graveled, nonplussed, stranded, aground, stuck fast, set fast. Up a tree at bay, oxabois driven into a corner, driven from pillar to post, driven to extremity, driven to one's wit's end, driven to the wall, about to sun Latin out of one's depth, thrown out, accomplished with difficulty, hard-fought, hard-earned adv. With difficulty, with much ado, barely, hardly and siege. Uphill, against the stream, against the grain, de reburs, in vita Minerva, in the teeth of, at a pinch upon a pinch, at long odds against long odds. Phr. There's the rub, hic labor hoc opus, things are come to a pretty pass, ob inconvenienti, ad astra per aspera. A con chemin de fleurs ni conduit a la gloire. 705. Facility, N facility, ease, easiness and C-edge. Capability, feasibility and C practicability 470. Flexibility, pliancy and C 324, smoothness and C 255. Plain sailing, smooth sailing, straight sailing, mere child's play, holiday task. Cinch, smooth water, fair wind, smooth royal road, clear coast, clear stage, tabula rasa, full play and C, freedom, 748. Disencumbrance, disentanglement, deopilation, permission and C 760. Simplicity, lack of complication, V, be easy and C-edge. Go on smoothly, run smoothly, have full play and CN, go on all fours, run on all fours, obey the helm, work well. Flow with the stream, swim with the stream, drift with the stream, go with the stream, flow with the tide, drift with the tide, see one's way, have all one's own way, have the game in one's own hands, walk over the course, win at a canter, make light of, make nothing of, make no bones of. Be at home in, make it look easy, do it with one's eyes closed, do it in one's sleep and see, skillful, 698. Render easy and C-edge. Facilitate, smooth, ease, popularize, lighten the labor, free, clear, disencumber, disembarrass, disentangle, disengage, deobstruct, unclog, extricate, unravel. Untie the knot, cut the knot, disburden, unload, exonerate, emancipate, free from, deopilate, humor and see aid, 707. Lubricate and C 332, relieve and C 834. Leave a hole to creep out of, leave a loophole, leave the matter open, give the reins to give full play, give full swing, make way for open the door to open the way, prepare the ground, smooth the ground, clear the ground, open the way, open the path, open the road, pave the way, bridge over, permit and C 760. Easy, facile, feasible and C practicable 470, easily managed, easily accomplished. Within reach, accessible, easy of access, for the million, open to. Manageable, wieldy, towardly, tractable, submissive, yielding, ductile, suent, pliant and C soft, 324, glib, slippery, smooth and C 255, on friction wheels on velvet, unembarrassed, disburdened, unburdened, disencumbered, unencumbered, disembarrassed, exonerated, unloaded, unobstructed, untrammeled, unrestrained and C free, 748, at ease, light. At home with, quite at home, in one's element in smooth water, skillful and C 698, accustomed and C 613, adv, easily and C-edge, readily, smoothly, swimmingly, on easy terms, single-handed, phr, touch and go. 2. Active antagonism. 706. Hindrance, N prevention, preclusion, obstruction, stoppage, embolism, infarct, interruption, interception, interclusion. Hindrance, impedition, retardment, retardation, embarrassment, opulation, corktation, stricture, restriction, restraint and C 751, inhibition and C 761, blockade and C closure, 261, interference, interposition, obtrusion, discouragement, discountenance. Impediment, let, obstacle, obstruction, knot, nag, check, hitch, contretemps, screw loose, grid in the oil bar, stile, barrier, turnstile, turnpike, gate, portcullis. Beaver dam, trocha, barricade and C defense, 717, wall, dead wall, sea wall, levee, breakwater, groin, bulkhead, block, buffer, stopper and C 263, boom, dam, weir, burrick. Drawback, objection, stumbling block, stumbling stone, lion in the path, snag, snags and sawyers. Encumbrance, clog, skid, shoe, spoke, drag, drag chain, drag weight, stay, stop, preventive, prophylactic. Load, burden, fardel, onus, millstone round one's neck, impedimenta, dead weight lumber, pack, nightmare, ephialtes, incubus, old man of the sea, remora. Difficulty and C 704, insuperable and C 471. Obstacle, estoppel, ill wind, head wind and C opposition, 708. Trammel, tether and C means of restraint, 752. Hold back, counterpoise, damper, wet blanket, hinderer, marplot, kilge, party pooper, party crasher, interloper, trail of a red herring, opponent and C 710. V. Hinder, impede, filibuster, impedite, embarrass. Keep off, stave off, ward off, obviate, avert, antivert, turn aside, draw off, prevent, forefend, nip in the bud, retard, slacken, check, let, counteract, countercheck, preclude, debar, foreclose, estop, inhibit and C 761. Shackle and C, restrain, 751, restrict. Obstruct, stop, stay, bar, bolt, lock, block up, choke off, belay, barricade, block the way, bar the way, stop the way, forelay, dam up and C close, 261, put on the brake and CN, Scotch the wheel, lock the wheel, put a spoke in the wheel, put a stop to in C142. Traverse, contravene, interrupt, intercept. Oppose in C708. Hedge in, hedge round, cut off. Interclude. Interpose, interfere, intermeddle, and C682. Cramp, hamper, clog, clog the wheels, cumber, encumber, handicap. Choke. Saddle with load, with overload, lay, lumber, trammel, tie one's hands, put to inconvenience. Incommode, discompose. Hustle, corner, drive into a corner, run foul of, fall foul of, cross the path of, break in upon. Thwart, frustrate, disconcert, balk, foil, phase, fees, baffle, snub, override, circumvent, defeat, and C731. Spike guns and C render useless, 645. Spoil, mar, clip the wings of, cripple and C injure, 659. Put an extinguisher on, damp, dishearten and C dissuade, 616. Discountenance, throw cold water on, spoil sport. Lay a wet blanket, throw a wet blanket on. Cut the ground from under one, take the wind out of one's sails, undermine, be in the way of, stand in the way of, act as a drag, hang like a millstone round one's neck. Hindering and CV, obstructive, obstruent, impeditive, impedient, intercipient, prophylactic and C remedial, 662, impedimentary, in the way of, unfavorable, onerous, burdensome, cumbrous, cumbersome, obtrusive. Hindered and CV, windbound, waterlogged, heavy laden, hard pressed. Unassisted and C assist and C 707, single-handed, alone, deserted and C 624, PHR. Occurrent nubs. 707. Aid, aidance, assistance, help, capitulation, succor, support, lift, advance, furtherance, promotion, coadjuvancy and C cooperation. 709. Patronage, championship, countenance, favor, interest, advocacy, sustentation, subvention, alimentation, nutrition, nourishment, eutrophy, manna in the wilderness, food and C 298, means and C 632, ministry, ministration, subministration, accommodation. Relief, rescue, help at a dead lift, supernatural aid, deus ex machina. Supplies, reinforcements, succors, contingents, recruits, support and C, physical, 215, adjunct, ally and C, helper, 711. V. Aid, assist, help, succor, lend one's aid, come to the aid and CN. Of contribute, subscribe to, bring aid, give aid, furnish aid, afford aid, supply aid and CN. Give a helping hand, stretch a hand, lend a helping hand, lend a hand, bear a helping hand, hold out a helping hand. Give one a life, give one a cast, give one a turn, take by the hand, take in tow. Help a lame dog over a stile, lend wings to. Relieve, rescue. Set up, set a going, set on one's legs, bear through, pull through. Give new life to be the making of, reinforce, recruit, set forward, push forward, give a lift, give a shove, give an impulse to, promote, further, forward, advance, expedite, speed, quicken, hasten. Support, sustain, uphold, prop, hold up, bolster. Cradle, nourish, nurture, nurse, dry nurse, suckle, put out to nurse. Manure, cultivate, force, foster, cherish, foment, feed the flame, fan the flame, serve. Do service to, tender to, pander to, administer to, subminister to, minister to, tend, attend, wait on, take care of and C 459. Entertain, smooth the bed of death, oblige, accommodate, consult the wishes of, humor, cheer, encourage. Second, stand by, back up, pay the piper, abet, work for, make interest for, stick up for, take up the cudgels for, take up the cause of, espouse the cause of, adopt the cause of, advocate, beat up for, recruits, press into the service. Squire, give moral support to, keep in countenance, patronize, lend oneself to, lend one's countenance to, smile upon, shine upon, favor, befriend, take in hand, enlist under the banners of, side with and see, cooperate, 709. Be of use to, subserve and see, instrument, 631, benefit and see, 648, render a service and see, utility, 644, conduce and see, tend, 176. Aiding and CV, auxiliary, adjuvant, helpful, coadjuvant and C 709, subservient, ministrant, ancillary, accessory, subsidiary. At one's beck and call, friendly, amicable, favorable, propitious, well-disposed, neighborly, obliging and C benevolent, 906 ad, with the aid, by the aid of and C, on behalf of, in behalf of, in aid of, in the service of, in the name of, in favor of, in furtherance of, on account of, for the sake of, on the part of, non-obstant int. Help, save us, to the rescue, PHR. Alterum alterius auxilio eget, God befriend us as our cause is just, at your service. 708. Opposition, N opposition, antagonism, oppugnancy, oppugnation, impugnation, contrariety, contravention, counteraction, and C179 counterplot. Crossfire, undercurrent, headwind, clashing, collision, conflict. Competition, two of a trade, rivalry, emulation, race. Absence of aid and C708. Resistance and C719. Restraint and C751. Hindrance and C706. V. Oppose, counteract, run counter to. Withstand and C. Resist. 719. Control and C. Restrain. 751. Hinder and C. 706. Antagonize, oppugn, fly in the face of, go dead against, kick against, fall afoul of, run afoul of, set against, pit against. Face, confront, cope with, make a stand, make a dead set against. Set oneself against, set one's face against, protest against, vote against, raise one's voice against. Disfavor, turn one's back upon, set it not, slap in the face, slam the door in one's face. Be at cross purposes, play at cross purposes. Counterwork, countermine, thwart, overthwart, work against, undermine. Stem, breast, encounter. Stem the tide, breast the tide, stem the current, stem the flood, buffet the waves, beat up against, make head against, grapple with, kick against the pricks and see resist. 719. Contend and see 720. Do battle with and see warfare. 722. Do battle against. Contradict, contravene, belie, go against, run against, beat against, militate against, come in conflict with. Emulate and see compete. 720. Rival, spoil one's trade. Opposing, opposed, and CV. Adverse, antagonistic. Contrary and C14. At variance and C24. At issue, at war with, unfavorable, unfriendly. Hostile, inimical, cross, unpropitious. In hostile array, front to front, with crossed bayonets at daggers drawn, up in arms. Resistant and C719. Competitive, emulous. Adv. Against versus, counter to, in conflict with, at cross purposes. Against the grain, against the current, against the stream, against the wind, against the tide, with a headwind, with the wind ahead, with the wind in one's teeth. In spite, in despite, in defiance, in the way, in the teeth of, in the face of, across, athwart, overthwart, where the shoe pinches, in spite of one's teeth, though in C30, even, quand meme per contra. PHR. Knitter in adversum. 709. Cooperation, N cooperation. Cojuvancy, cogitancy, coagency, coefficiency, concert, concurrence, complicity, participation, union and C43, additivity, combination and C48, collusion, association, alliance, colleagueship, joint stock, copartnership, cartel, confederation and C party, 712. Coalition, fusion, a long pull, a strong pull, and a pull all together, log rolling, Freemasonry. Unanimity and C assent, 488. Esprit de corps, party spirit, clanship, partisanship, concord and C714, synergy, coction V. Cooperate, concur, coked, synergize. Conduce and C178. Combine, unite one's efforts, keep together, draw together, pull together, club together, hand together, hold together, league together, band together, be banded together, pool, stand shoulder to shoulder, put shoulder to shoulder. Act in concert, join forces, fraternize, cling to one another, conspire, concert, lay one's heads together. Confederate, be in league with, collude, understand one another, play into the hands of, hunt in couples. Side with, take side with, go along with, go hand in hand with, join hands with, make common cause with, strike in with, unite with, join with, mix oneself up with, take part with, cast in one's lot with, join partnership, enter into partnership with. Rally round, follow the lead of, come to, pass over to, come into the views of, be in the same boat, row in the same boat, sail in the same boat, sail on the same tack. Be a party to, lend oneself to, chip in, participate, have a hand in, have a finger in the pie, take part in, bear part in. Second and C aid 707, take the part of, play the game of, espouse a cause, espouse a quarrel. Cooperating and CV, in cooperation and CN, in league and C party 712, cogivant, cojutant, dyed in the wool, cooperative, additive, participative, coctive, synergetic, synergistic. Favorable to and C707, unopposed and C708, adv. As one and C, unanimously 488, shoulder to shoulder, synergistically, cooperatively, PHR. Do test valgono puci una sola. 710 opponent, N opponent, antagonist, adversary, adverse party, opposition, enemy and C 891, the other side, assailant, oppositionist, obstructive, brawler, wrangler, brangler, disputant, filibuster, obstructionist, malcontent, Jacobin, Fenian, demagogue, reactionist. Rival, competitor, bête noire. 711. Auxiliary and auxiliary, recruit, assistant, adjuvant, adjutant, ayudante, coed, adjunct, help, helper, helpmate, helping hand, midwife, colleague, partner, mate, conferrer, cooperator, coadjutor, coadjutrix, collaborator, ally, friend in C 890, confidant, fidicicates, pal, buddy, alter ego. Confederate, accomplice, complice, accessory, accessory after the fact, particeps criminis, socius criminis, 0 aide-de-camp, secretary, clerk, associate, marshal, right hand man, Friday, girl, Friday, man, Friday, gopher, gopher, candle holder, bottle holder, handmaid, servant and C 746, puppet, catspaw, jackal, tool, dupe, stooge, aim, damney, satellite, adherent, votary, sectarian, secretary, seconder, backer, upholder, abettor, advocate, partisan, champion, patron, friend at court, mediator, angel, theater, entertainment, friend in need, jack at a pinch, deus ex machina, guardian angel, tutelary genius. 712. Party and party, faction, side, denomination, communion, set, crew, band, horde, posse, phalanx, family, clan, and C166. Team, tong, council, and C696. Community, body, fellowship, sodality, solidarity. Confraternity, familister, familistery, brotherhood, sisterhood. Knot, gang, clique, ring, circle, group, crowd, in-crowd, coterie, club, casino, machine, Tammany, Tammany Hall. Corporation, corporate body, guild, establishment, company, copartnership, partnership, firm, house, joint concern, joint stock company, cahoot, combined, trust. Society, association, institute, institution, union, trades union, league, syndicate, alliance, varying, bund, sulfurine combination, turnverine, league offensive and defensive, alliance offensive and defensive, coalition, federation, confederation, confederacy, junto, cabal, camarilla, camorra, brig, Freemasonry, party spirit and C cooperation, 709. Confederates, conservatives, Democrats, Federalists, Federals, Freemason, Knight Templar, Ku Klux, Ku Klux Klan, KKK, Liberals, Luddites, Republicans, Socialists, Tories, Whigs, and C staff, Dramatis Personae v. Unite, join, club together, and C cooperate, 709. Cement a party, form a party, and CN. Associate and C assemble, 72. In league, federalize, go cahoots. In league, in partnership, in alliance, and CN banded together, linked, and C joined, 43, joined together, embattled, confederated, federative, joint. Adv. Hand in hand, side by side, shoulder to shoulder, en masse in the same boat. 713. Discord and disagreement and C24. Discord, disaccord, dissidence, dissonance, jar, clash, shock, jarring, jostling, and CV. Screw loose. Variance, difference, dissension, misunderstanding, cross purposes, odds, bruillery, division, split, rupture, disruption, division in the camp, house divided against itself. Disunion, breach, schism, and C, dissent, 489. Feud, faction. Quarrel, dispute, tiff, tracasserie, squabble, altercation, barney, demel, snarl, spat, Torah, words, high words, wrangling, and CV. Jangle, brabble, cross questions and crooked answers, snip snap, family jars, polemics, litigation, strife and C contention, 720. Warfare and C 722 outbreak, open rupture, declaration of war. Broil, brawl, row, racket, hubbub, rixation, embroilment, embranglement, imbroglio, fracas, breach of the peace, piece of work, scrimmage, rumpus, breeze, squall, riot, disturbance and C disorder, 59. Commotion and C agitation, 315. Bear Garden, Donnybrook, Donnybrook Fair. Subject of dispute, ground of quarrel, battleground, disputed point. Bone of contention, bone to pick. Apple of discord, casus belli. Question at issue and C subject of inquiry, 461. Vexed question, vexata quistio, brand of discord. Troublous times, cat and dog life, contentiousness and C edge. Enmity and C 889. Hate and C 898. Kilkenny cats. Disputant and C 710. Strange bedfellows. V. Be discordant and C edge. Disagree, come amiss and C 24. Clash, jar, jostle, pull different ways. Conflict, have no measures with, misunderstand one another. Live like cat and dog, differ. Dissent and C 489. Have a bone to pick, have a crow to pluck with. Fallout, quarrel, dispute, litigate. Controvert and C, deny, 536, squabble, wrangle, jangle, brangle, bicker, nag, spar and C, contend, 720, have words and CN. With fall foul of. Split, break with, break squares with, part company with, declare war, try conclusions, join issue, put an issue, pick a quarrel, fasten a quarrel on, sow dissension, stir up dissension, and cn. Embroil, entangle, disunite, widen the breach. Set at odds, set together by the ears, set against, pit against. Get into hot water, fish in troubled waters, brawl, kick up a row, kick up a dust, turn the house out of window. Discordant, disagreeing, and CV. Out of tune, ajar, on bad terms, dissentient, and C 489. Unreconciled, unpacified. Contentious, and C 720. Quarrelsome, unpacific, gladiatorial, controversial, polemic, disputatious. Factious, litigious, litigant. Pettifogging, at odds, at loggerheads, at daggers drawn, at variance, at issue, at cross purposes, at sixes and sevens, at feud, at high words. Up in arms, together by the ears, in hot water, embroiled. Torn, disunited, phr. Quat homines tot sententiae, no love lost between them, non nostrum tantas componer lights, Mars gravure sub pace letet. 714. Concord, conquered, accord, harmony, symphony, homologue, agreement, and C23. Sympathy, empathy, and C love. 897. Response, union, unison, unity, bonds of harmony, peace, and C 721. Unanimity, and C assent. 488. League, and C 712. Happy family. Rapprochement, reunion, amity, and C friendship. 888. Alliance, entente, cordial, good understanding, conciliation, peacemaker, intercessor, mediator, v. Agree, and C23. Accord, harmonize with, fraternize, be concordant, and siege. Go hand in hand, run parallel, and C concur. 178. Understand one another, pull together, and C cooperate. 709. Put up one's horses together, sing in chorus. Side with, sympathize with, go with, chime in with, fall in with, come round, be pacified, and C 723. Assent, and C 488. Empathize with, enter into the ideas of, enter into the feelings of, reciprocate. Hurler avec les loops, go with the stream, swim with the stream. Keep in good humor, render accordant, put in tune, come to an understanding, meet halfway, keep the peace, remain at peace. Concordant, congenial, agreeing, and CV. In accord, and CN, harmonious, united, cemented, banded together, and C 712. Allied, friendly, and C 888. Fraternal, conciliatory, at one with, of one mind, and C assent. 488. At peace, in still water, tranquil, and C Pacific. 721. Adv. With one voice, and C assent. 488. In concert with, hand in hand, on one side. Phr. Commune periculum, concordium paret. 715. Defiance, defiance, daring, and CV, dare, challenge, cartel, threat, and C 909, war cry, war whoop, chest beating, chest thumping, saber rattling, v. Defy, dare, beard, brave, and C courage. 861, bid defiance to, set at defiance, set it not, hurl defiance at, dance the war dance, beat the war drums, snap the fingers at, laugh to scorn, disobey, and C 742. Show fight, show one's teeth, show a bold front, bluster, look big, stand akimbo, beat one's chest, double the fist, shake the fist, threaten, and C 909. Challenge, call out, throw down the gauntlet, fling down the gauge, fling down the glove, throw down the glove. Defiant, defying, and CV. With arms akimbo, adv. In defiance of, in the teeth of, under one's very nose, int. Do your worst, come if you dare, come on, marry, come up, hoity-toity, phr. Noli me tanger, nemo me impugn lacessit, don't tread on me, don't you dare, don't even think of it, go ahead, make my day. 716. Attack, and attack, assault, assault, and battery, onset, onslaught, charge, aggression, offense, incursion, inroad, invasion, eruption, outbreak, estrapade, ruide, coup de main, sally, sortie, camisade, raid, foray, run at, run against, dead set at, storm, storming, boarding, escalade, siege, investment, obsession, bombardment, cannonade. Fire, volley, platoon fire, file fire, fusillade, sharpshooting, broadside, raking fire, crossfire, volley of grapeshot, whiff of the grape, feud and fur, cut, thrust, lunge, pass, passado, cart and tierce, home thrust, coup de bec, kick, punch, and C impulse. 276. Badu, razzia, jacquerie, dragonade, devastation, and C 162 eblement, assailant, aggressor, invader, base of operations, point of attack, echelon. V. Attack, assault, assail, invade, set upon, fall upon, charge, impugn, break a lance with, enter the lists. Assume the offensive, take the offensive, be the aggressor, become the aggressor. Strike the first blow, draw first blood, throw the first stone at. Lift a hand against, draw the sword against, take up the cudgels, advance against, march against, march upon, Harry, come on, show fight. Strike at, poke at, thrust at. Aim a blow at, deal a blow at. Give one a blow, fetch one a blow, fetch one a kick, give one a kick, have a cut at, have a shot at, take a cut at, take a shot at, have a fling at, have a shy at. Be down upon, pounce upon, fall foul of, pitch into, launch out against, bait, slap on the face, make a thrust at, make a pass at, make a set at, make a dead set at, bear down upon. Close with, come to close quarters, bring to bay. Ride full tilt against, attack tooth and nail, go at hammer and tongs. Let fly at, dash at, run a tilt at, rush at, tilt at, run at, fly at, hawk at, have at, let out at, make a dash, make a rush at, strike home, drive one hard, press one hard, be hard upon, run down, strike at the root of, lay about one, run amuck. Aim at, draw a bead on. Fire upon, fire at, fire a shot at, shoot at, pop at, level at, let off a gun at. Open fire, pepper, bombard, shell, pour a broadside into, fire a volley, fire red-hot shot. Spring a mine. Throw a stone, throw stones at, stone, lapidate, pelt. Hurl at, hurl against, hurl at the head of, rock, beset, besiege, beleaguer. Lay siege to, invest, open the trenches, plant a battery, sap, mine, storm, board, scale the walls. Cut and thrust, bayonet, butt, kick, strike and see, impulse, 276, whip and see, punish, 972, assail, impugn, malign, detract, 934, bomb, rocket, blast, edge, attacking and CV, aggressive, offensive, obsidional. Up in arms, adv, on the offensive, int. Up and at them, phr. The din of arms, the yell of savage rage, the shriek of agony, the groan of death, their fatal hands no second stroke intend. Thirst for glory quells the love of life. 717. Defense, N defense, protection, guard, ward, shielding and CV propagation, preservation and C 670, guardianship, area defense, site defense, self-defense, self-preservation, resistance and C 719. Safeguard and sea safety, 664, balustraria, bunker, screen and sea shelter, 666. Camouflage and sea concealment, 530. Fortification, munition, muniment, trench, foxhole, bulwark, fosse, moat, ditch, entrenchment, entrenchment. Keela, dike, dike, parapet, sunk fence, embankment, mound, mole, bank, sandbag, revetment, earthwork, fieldwork, fence, wall, dead wall, contravallation. Paling and sea enclosure, 232. Palisade, haha, stockade, staccato, logger, sanger, barrier, barricade, boom, portcullis, chevox, defrise, abattis, abatis, abatis, vallum, circumvallation, battlement, rampart, scarp, escarp, counterscarp, glacis, casemate, vallation, vanfoes. Buttress, abutment, shore and sea support, 215. Breastwork, banquette, curtain, mantlet, bastion, redan, ravelin, vauntmere, advance work, hornwork, outwork, barbican, redoubt, fortilage, fortalis, lines, loophole, matriculation, sallyport, hold, stronghold, fastness, asylum and sea, refuge, 666, keep, dungeon, fortress, citadel, capital, castle, tower of strength, fort, barracoon, pa, sconce, martello tower, peelhouse, blockhouse, rath, wooden walls. Bulletproof vest, armored vest, buffer, cornerstone, fender, apron, mask, gauntlet, thimble, carapace, armor, shield, buckler, aegis, breastplate, backplate, cowcatcher, face guard, scutum, cuirass, habergeon, mail, coat of mail, brigandine, hauberk, lorication, helmet, helm, bassinet, salade, home, morion, murrion, armet, cabiset, visor, casquetel, siege cap, headpiece, casque, pickle, hob, vambrace, shako and sea dress, 225. Bearskin, panoply, truncheon and sea, weapon, 727. Garrison, picket, piquet, defender, protector, guardian and sea, safety, 664. Bodyguard, champion, knight-errant, paladin, propugner. Bulletproof window, hardened sight. V. Defend, forfend, fend, shield, screen, shroud and garrison, fend round and sea circumscribe, 229. Fence, entrench, guard and sea keep safe, 664. Guard against, take care of and see vigilance, 459. Bear harmless, fend off, keep off, ward off, beat back, hinder and see, 706. Parry, repel, propun, put to flight. Give a warm reception to, hold at bay, keep arm's length. Stand on the defensive, act on the defensive, show fight. Maintain one's ground, stand by, hold one's own, bear the brunt, stand the brunt, fall back upon, hold, stand in the gap. Defending and CV. Defensive, mural, armed at all points, armed capapi, armed to the teeth, panoplied, iron-plated, ironclad, loopholed, castellated, machicolated, casemated, defended and CV, proof against, armored, ballproof, bulletproof, hardened, adv. Defensively, on the defense, on the defensive, in defense, at bay, pro aris et faucis, int. No surrender, phr. Defense not defiance, dia defend l'adroit, fidei defensor, defender of the faith. 718. Retaliation, en retaliation, reprisal, retort, payback, counterstroke, counterblast, counterplot, counterproject, retribution, lex talionis, reciprocation and c reciprocity. 12. Tit for tat, give and take, blow for blow, quid pro quo, a Roland for an Oliver, measure for measure, diamond cut diamond, the biter bit, a game at which two can play, reproof valiant, retort courteous. Recrimination and c accusation. 938. Revenge and c 919. Compensation and c 30. Reaction and c recoil. 277. V. Retaliate, retort, turn upon, pay, pay off, pay back, pay in one's own coin, pay in the same coin, cap. Reciprocate and c 148. Turn the tables upon, return the compliment. Give a quid pro quo and cn, give as much as one takes, give as good as one gets. Give and take, exchange fisticuffs, be quits, be even with, pay off old scores. Serve one right, be hoist on one's own petard, throw a stone in one's own garden, catch a tartar. Retaliating and CV. Retaliatory, retaliative, talionic adv, in retaliation, en revanche phr. Mutato nomen de ti fabula narrator, parperi refero, tu quoque, you two, you're another. Seu sibi gladio hunc jugulo, a bow ju bow retur, lightum zero light resolve it. 719. Resistance, en resistance, stand, front, oppugnation, oppugnancy, opposition and c 708. Renitence, renitency, reluctation, recalcitration, kicking and cv, repulse, rebuff, insurrection and c disobedience. 742. Strike, turn out, lock out, barring out, levy en masse, jackery, riot and c disorder. 59. V. Resist, not submit and c 725. Repugn, reluct, reluctate, withstand, stand up against, strive against, bear up under, bear up against, be proof against, make head against. Stand, stand firm, stand one's ground, stand the brunt of, stand out. Hold one's grounds, hold one's own, hold out, hold firm. Breast the wave, breast the current, stem the tide, stem the torrent. Face, confront, grapple with, show a bold front and see, courage. 861. Present a front. Make a stand, take one's stand. Kick, kick against, recalcitrate, kick against the pricks. Oppose and c 708. Fly in the face of, lift the hand against and c attack. 716. Rise up in arms and c war. 722. Strike, turn out, draw up a round robin and c remonstrate. 932. Revolt and c disobey. 742. Make a riot. Prendre l'amour's ox dense, take the bit between the teeth, sell one's life dearly, die hard, keep at bay, repel, repulse. Resisting and cv, resistive, resistant, refractory and c disobedient. 742. Recalcitrant, renitent, up in arms, repulsive, repellent, proof against, unconquerable and c strong. 159. Stubborn, unconquered, indomitable and c persevering. 604.1. Unyielding and c obstinate. 606. Int hands off, keep off. 720. Contention, en contention, strife, contest, contestation, struggle, belligerency, opposition and c 708. Controversy, polemics, debate and c discussion. 476. War of words, logomachy, litigation, paper war, high words and c quarrel. 713. Sparring and cv. Competition, rivalry, corrivalship, agonism, concurs, match, race, horse racing, heat, steeplechase, handicap, regatta, field day, sham fight, derby day, turf, sporting, bullfight, tauromachy, gymkhana, boat race, torpids. Wrestling, Greco-Roman wrestling, pugilism, boxing, fisticuffs, the manly art of self-defense, spar, mill, set to, round, bout, event, prize fighting, quarterstaff, single stick, gladiatorship, gymnastics, jiu-jitsu, jujutsu, kushti, sumo. Athletics, athletic sports, games of skill and c 840. Shindy, fracas and c discord. 713. Clash of arms, tussle, scuffle, broil, fray, affray, affrayment, velitation, collectation, luctation, brabble, brigue, scramble, melee, scrimmage, stramash, bushfighting. Free fight, stand-up fight, hand-to-hand, running fight. Conflict, skirmish, rencounter, encounter, collision, affair, brush, fight, battle, battle royal, combat, action, engagement, joust, tournament, tilt, tilting, tournay, list, pitched battle, Death struggle, struggle for life or death struggle, Armageddon. Hard knocks, sharp contest, tug of war, naval engagement, naumatia, sea fight. Duel, duello, single combat, monomachy, satisfaction, passage d'armes, passage of arms, affair of honor. Triangular duel, hostile meeting, digladiation, deeds of arms, feats of arms, appeal to arms and sea warfare. 722. Pugnacity, combativeness and sea edge. Bone of contention and c. 713. V. Contend, contest, strive, struggle, scramble, wrestle, spar, square, exchange blows, exchange fisticuffs, fib, justle, tussle, tilt, box, stave, fence, skirmish, piquer, fight and see, war. 722. Wrangle and see, quarrel. 713. Contend with and see, grapple with, engage with, close with, buckle with, bandy with, try conclusions with, have a brush and cn. With tilt with, encounter, fall foul of, pitch into, clapperclaw, run a tilt at a pose and c. 708. Reluct. Join issue, come to blows, go to loggerheads, set to, come to the scratch, exchange shots, measure swords, meet hand to hand, take up the cudgels, take up the glove, take up the gauntlet, enter the lists, couch one's lance, give satisfaction, appeal to arms, and see warfare. 722. Lay about one, break the peace. Compete with, cope with, vie with, race with, outvie, emulate, rival, run a race, contend for and see, stipulate for, stickle for, insist upon, make a point of edge. Contending and CV. Together by the ears, at loggerheads, at war, at issue. Competitive, rival, belligerent, contentious, combative, bellicose, unpeaceful, warlike and c. 722. Quarrelsome and c. 901. Pugnacious, pugilistic, gladiatorial, palestric, palestrical, phr. A verbis adverbera, a word and a blow. A very pretty quarrel as it stands. Commune periculum concordium perit, lees litem generat. 721. Peace, N peace, amity and c. friendship. 888. Harmony and c. concord. 714. Tranquility, calm and c. quiescence. 265. Truce, peace treaty, accord and c. pacification. 723. Peace pipe, pipe of peace, calumet of peace. Piping time of peace, quiet life, neutrality, dove of peace, white dove, dove, pax romana, pax americana. V. Be at peace, keep the peace and c. conquered. 714. Make peace and c. 723. Edge. Pacific, peaceable, peaceful, calm, tranquil, untroubled, halcyon, bloodless, neutral, dovish, phr. The storm blown over, the lion lies down with the lamb, all quiet on the Potomac, parator pax bello. Peace hath her victories no less renowned than war, they make a desert and they call it peace. 722. Warfare, N warfare, fighting and CV, hostilities, war, arms, the sword, Mars, Bellona, grim-visaged war, horrida bella, bloodshed, appeal to arms, appeal to the sword, ordeal of battle, wager of battle, ultima ratio regum, arbitrament of the sword, battle array, campaign, crusade, expedition, operations, mobilization, state of siege, battlefield, theater of operations and c. Arena. 728. Warpath. Art of war, tactics, strategy, castrametation, generalship, soldiership, logistics, military evolutions, ballistics, gunnery, chivalry, gunpowder, shot, battle, tug of war and sea contention. 720. Service, campaigning, active service, tented field, Kriegspiel, Kriegspiel, fire, cross, trumpet, clarion, bugle, pibroch, slogan, war cry, war whoop, battle cry, beat of drum, rappel, tom-tom, calumet of war, word of command. Password, watchword, passage d'armes. War to the death, war to the knife. Guerre à mort, guerre à outrance, open war, internecine war, civil war. V. Arm, raise troops, mobilize troops, raise up in arms, take up the cudgels and c. 720. Take up arms, fly to arms, appeal to arms, fly to the sword, draw the sword, unsheath the sword, dig up the hatchet, dig up the tomahawk. Go to war, wage war, let slip the dogs of war, Julius Caesar. Cry havoc. Kindle the torch of war, light the torch of war, raise one's banner, raise the fire cross, hoist the black flag, throw away, fling away the scabbard, enroll, enlist. Take the field, take the law into one's own hands. Do battle, give battle, join battle, engage in battle, go to battle. Flesh one's sword, set to, fall to, engage, measure swords with, draw the trigger, cross swords, come to blows, come to close quarters, fight. Combat, contend and c. 720. Battle with, break a lance with. Raise the Jolly Roger, run up the Jolly Roger. Serve, see service, be on active service. Campaign, wield the sword, shoulder a musket, smell powder, be under fire. Spill blood, imbrue the hands in blood on the warpath. Carry on war, carry on hostilities, keep the field, fight the good fight, Fight it out, fight like devils, fight one's way, fight hand to hand. Sell one's life dearly, pay the ferryman's fee. Contending, contentious, and C 720. Armed, armed to the teeth, armed capapi. Sword in hand, in arms, under arms, up in arms. At war with bristling with arms, in battle array and open arms in the field embattled, battled. Unpacific, unpeaceful. Belligerent, combative, armigerous, bellicose, martial, warlike. Military, militant. Soldier-like, soldierly. Chivalrous, strategical, internecine. Adv. Flagrante bello, in the thick of the fray and the cannon's mouth, at the sword's point, at the point of the bayonet. Int. V. Victis, to arms, to your tents, O Israel, phr. The battle rages, a la guerra come la guerra, bis pecer in bello non licet, jus gladii, my voice is still for war. 'Tis well that war is so terrible, otherwise we might grow fond of it. Robert E. Lee, my sentence is for open war, pride, pomp, and circumstance of glorious war. The cannons have their bowels full of wrath, the cannons aspit forth their iron indignation, the fire-eyed maid of smoky war, silent legs inter arma, si vis pacem para bellum zir. 723. Pacification, pacification, conciliation, reconciliation, shaking of hands, accommodation, arrangement, adjustment, terms, compromise, amnesty, deed of release, peace offering, olive branch, calumet of peace, preliminaries of peace, truce, armistice, suspension of arms, suspension of hostilities, stand down, breathing time, convention, modus vivendi, flag of truce, white flag, parlementaire, cartel. Hollow truce, pax in bello, drawn battle. V. Pacify, tranquilize, compose, allay and see moderate, 174. Reconcile, propitiate, placate, conciliate, meet halfway, hold out the olive branch, heal the breach, make peace, restore harmony, bring to terms. Settle matters, arrange matters, accommodate differences, set straight, make up a quarrel, tantas componer lights, come to an understanding, come to terms, bridge over, hush up, make matters up, shake hands, mend one's fences. Raise a siege, lift a siege, put up the sword, sheathe the sword, bury the hatchet, lay down one's arms, turn swords into plowshares, smoke the calumet of peace, close the temple of Janus, keep the peace and see, conquered, 714, be pacified and see, come round. Conciliatory, composing and CV, pacified and CV. phr. Requiescat in pace. 724. Mediation, mediation, mediatorship, mediatization, intervention, interposition, interference, intermeddling, intercession, arbitration. Flag of truce and C 723. Good offices, peace offering, parley, negotiation, diplomatics, diplomacy, compromise and C 774. Mediator, arbitrator, intercessor, peacemaker, makepeace, negotiator, go-between, diplomatist, and C. consignee, 758. Moderator, propitiator, umpire v. Mediate, mediatize, intercede, interpose, interfere, intervene, step in, negotiate, meet halfway, arbitrate, magnas componer lights, bargain and C. 794 edge. Mediatory. 725. Submission, submission, yielding, non-resistance, obedience and C 743. Surrender, cession, capitulation, resignation, back down. Obeisance, homage, kneeling, genuflection, courtesy, curtsy, kowtow, prostration, v. Succumb, submit, yield, bend, resign, defer to, lay down one's arms, deliver up one's arms, lower colors, haul down colors, strike one's flag, strike colors. Surrender, surrender at discretion. Cede, capitulate, come to terms, retreat, beat a retreat, draw in one's horns and see humility. 879. Give way, give round, give in, give up, cave in. Suffer judgment by default. Bend, bend to one's yoke, bend before the storm, reel back, bend down, knuckle to knuckle under, knock under. Eat dirt, eat the leek, eat humble pie, bite the dust like the dust, be at one's feet, fall at one's feet. Craven, crouch before, throw oneself at the feet of, swallow the leek, swallow the pill, kiss the rod, turn the other cheek, avler less cooluvers, gulp down. Obey and C 743. Kneel to, bow to, pay homage to, cringe to, truckle to, bend the neck, bend the knee, kneel, fall on one's knees, bow submission, courtesy, curtsy, kowtow. Pocket the affront, make the best of, make a virtue of necessity, grin and abide, grin and bear it, shrug the shoulders, resign oneself. Submit with a good grace and see, bear with 826. Surrendering and CV. Submissive, resigned, crouching, downtrodden, down on one's marrow bones, on one's bended knee. Unresistant, unresisting, non-resisting. Pliant and C. soft, 324. Undefended, untenable, indefensible. Humble and C. 879. PHR, have it your own way, it can't be helped. Amen and sea assent 488, da locum meliribus, tempori parendum. 726 combatant, en combatant, disputant, controversialist, polemic litigant, belligerent, competitor, rival, corrival, fighter, assailant, champion, paladin, moss-trooper, swashbuckler, fire-eater, duelist, bully, bludgeon man, rough. Prize fighter, pugilist, boxer, bruiser, the fancy, gladiator, athlete, wrestler, fighting cock, gamecock, warrior, soldier, fighting man, Amazon, man-at-arms, armigurant, campaigner, veteran, swordsman, sabreur, redcoat, military man, Rajput. Armed force, troops, soldiery, military forces, Sabyath the army, standing army, regulars the line, troops of the line, militia yeomanry, volunteers, train band, fencible, auxiliary, bersagliere, brave, Guard National, Guard Real, Minuteman, auxiliary forces, reserves, posse comitatus, National Guard, gendarme, beefeater, guards, guardsmen, yeomen of the guard, lifeguards, household troops, janissary, myrmidon, mama, mameluke, spahi, spahai, Cossack, Croat, pandas. Irregular, guerrilla, partisan, condottiere, franc terror, Turulur, Bashibazok, Viet Minh, Viet Cong, Shining Path, Contras, Hukbalahap, mercenary, soldier of fortune, hired gun, gunfighter, gunslinger, bushwhacker, freelance, companion, Hessian, hitman, torpedo, soldier, levy, draft, landwehr, landsturm, conscript, recruit, cadet, raw levies. Infantry, infantryman, private, private soldier, foot soldier, Tommy Atkins, rank and file, peon, trooper, sepoy, legionnaire, legionary, cannon fodder, food for powder, officer and sea commander, 745, subaltern, ensign, standard bearer, spearman, pikeman, spear bearer, halberdier, lancer, musketeer, carabinier, rifleman, jaeger, sharpshooter, jaeger, skirmisher, grenadier, fusilier, archer, bowman. Horse and foot, horse soldier, cavalry, horse artillery, light horse, voltigeur, ulan, mounted rifles, dragoon, hussar, light dragoon, heavy, cuirassier, foot guards, horse guards, gunner, cannoneer, bombardier, artilleryman, matros, sapper, and miner, engineer, light infantry, rifles, chasseur, zouave, military train, coolie. Army, corps d'army, host, division, battalia, column, wing detachment, garrison, flying column, brigade, regiment, corps, battalion, sotnia, squadron, company, platoon, battery, subdivision, section, squad, piquet, picket, guard, rank, file, legion, phalanx, cohort. Cloud of skirmishers, warhorse, charger, destrier, marine, man-o'-war's man and sea sailor, 269. Navy, wooden walls, naval forces, fleet, flotilla, armada, squadron. Man of war, destroyer. Submarine, minesweeper, torpedo boat, torpedo destroyer, patrol torpedo boat, PT boat, torpedo catcher, war castle, HMS, battleship, battle wagon, dreadnought, line of battleship, ship of the line, aircraft carrier. Flat top, helicopter carrier, missile platform, missile boat, ironclad, turret ship, ram, monitor, floating battery. First rate, frigate, sloop of war, corvette, gunboat, bomb vessel. Flagship, guardship, cruiser, armored cruiser, protected cruiser, privateer, tender, storeship, troopship, transport, catamaran, merchant marine. 727. Arms, N-arm, arms, weapon, deadly weapon, armament, armaments, armature, panoply, stand of arms, armor and sea defense. 717. Armory and sea store. 636. Apparatus, belly, ammunition, powder and shot, cartridge, cartouche, fireball, villainous, saltpeter, dum-dum bullet. Explosive, gunpowder, guncott, mercury fulminate, picrates, penterythritol tetranitrate, petin. High explosive, trinitrotoluene, TNT, dynamite, melanite, cordite, lyddite, plastic explosive, plastique, pyroxylene. Sword, saber, broadsword, cutlass, falchion, scimitar, brand, whinyard, bilbo, glaive, rapier, scion, toledo, ferrara, tuck, claymore, adaga, baselard, lacheber, axe, scion, dhu, crease, dagger, dirk, banger, poniard, stiletto, stylet, dudgeon, bayonet, sword stick, side arms, foil, blade, steel, axe, bill. Poleaxe, battle axe, gisarm, halberd, partisan, tomahawk, bowie knife, adagan, atagan, yadakbin, assegai, good sword, trusty sword, naked sword, cold steel. Club, mace, truncheon, staff, bludgeon, cudgel, life preserver, shillelagh, sprig, handstaff, quarterstaff, bat, cane, stick, knuckle duster, billy, blackjack, sandbag, waddy. Gun, piece, firearms, artillery, ordnance, siege train, battering train, park, battery, cannon, gun of position, heavy gun, field piece, mortar, howitzer, carronade, culverin, basilisk, falconet, jingle, swivel, petarero, bouch a few, petard, torpedo, mitrailleur, mitrailleuse, infernal machine. Smooth bore, rifled cannon, Armstrong gun, Lancaster gun, Pakeson gun, Whitworth gun, Parrott gun, Krupp gun, Gatling gun, Maxim gun, machine gun, Pompum, 10-pounder. Small arms, musket, musketry, firelock, fowling piece, rifle, fusel, caliver, carbine, blunderbuss, musketoon, brown bess, matchlock, harquebus, arquebus, hagbut, pistol, postolet, petronel, small bore, breechloader, muzzle loader, revolver, repeater, Minas rifle, Enfield rifle, Flaubert rifle, Wesley Richards rifle, Snyder rifle, Martini Henry rifle, Lee Metford rifle, Lee Enfield rifle, Mosser rifle, magazine rifle, needle gun, chassepot, wind gun, air gun. Automatic gun, automatic pistol, escopette, escopette, gunflint, gunlock, hackbutt, shooter, shooting iron, six-shooter, shotgun, Uzi, assault rifle, Kalashnikov, bow, crossbow, ballister, catapult, sling, battering ram and sea, impulse, 276. Gunnery, ballistics and sea, propulsion, 284. Missile, bolt, projectile, shot, ball, grape shot, canister shot, bar shot, cannon shot, langrel shot, langrage shot, round shot, chain shot, ballista, ballista, slung shot, trebuchet, bullet, slug, stone, brickbat, grenade, shell, bomb, carcass, rocket, congreve rocket, shrapnel, mitra, levin bolt, levin brand, thunderbolt. Pike, lance, spear, spontoon, javelin, dart, jared arrow, reed, shaft, bolt, boomerang, harpoon, gaff, eel spear, oxgoad, wheat, wamara, cattle prod, chemical mace, phr. N flute, nervos belli pecuniam infinitam. 728. Arena, N arena, field, platform, scene of action, theater, walk, course, hustings, stair, boards, and sea playhouse. 599. Amphitheater, coliseum, Flavian amphitheater, hippodrome, circus, race course, turf, cockpit, bear garden, playground, gymnasium, palestra, ring, lists, tiltyard, tilting ground, campus martins, champ de allers, campus, boxing ring, canvas. Theater of war, seat of war, battlefield, battleground, field of battle, field of slaughter, asildama, camp, the enemy's camp, trusting place and sea, place of meeting, 74. Section 5. Results of voluntary action. 729. Completion, completion, accomplishment, achievement, fulfillment, performance, execution, dispatch, consummation, culmination, finish, conclusion, close and see end, 67, terminus and see arrival, 292, winding up, finale, denouement, catastrophe, issue, upshot, result, final touch, last touch, crowning touch, finishing stroke, last finish, coup de grace, crowning of the edifice, coping stone, keystone, missing link, and C53. Superstructure, ne plus ultra, work done, fait accompli, elaboration, finality, completeness, and C52V. Effect, effectuate, accomplish, achieve, compass, consummate, hammer out, bring to maturity, bring to perfection, perfect, complete, elaborate, do, execute, make, go through, get through, work out, and act, bring about, bring to bear, bring to pass, bring through, bring to a head. Dispatch, knock off, finish off, polish off, make short work of, dispose of, set at rest, perform, discharge, fulfill, realize, put in practice, put in force, carry out, carry into effect, carry into execution, make good, be as good as one's word. Do thoroughly, not do by halves, go the whole hog, drive home, be in at the death and see, persevere 604.1, carry through, play out, exhaust, fill the bill. Finish, bring to a close and see, end. 67, wind up, stamp, clinch, seal, set the seal on, put the seal, give the final touch and see, end to put the last, put the finishing hand to, put the finishing touches on, crown, crown all, cap, ripen, culminate, come to a head, come to a crisis, come to its end, die a natural death, die of old age, run its course, run one's race, touch the goal, reach the goal, attain the goal, reach and see, arrive. 292, get in the harvest. Completing, final, concluding, conclusive, crowning and CV, exhaustive, done, completed and CV, done for, sped, wrought out, highly wrought and C, preparation. 673, thorough and C, 52, ripe and C, ready. 673, adv, completely and C, thoroughly. 52, to crown all, out of hand. PHR. The race is run, actum est, finis coronat opus, consummatum est, cn est fate, it is all over, the game is played out, the bubble has burst. Aucitat dit aucitat fate, out non tentaris out perfus. 730. Non-completion, N non-completion, non-fulfillment, shortcoming and C 304. Incompleteness and C 53, drawn battle, drawn game, work of Penelope, non-performance, inexecution, neglect and C 460 v. Not complete and C 729, leave unfinished and C edge, leave undone, drop, put down, neglect and C 460, let alone, let slip, lose sight of, forget. 506. Fall short of and C 304, do things by halves, parboil, scotch the snake, not lull it, hang fire, be slow to, collapse and C 304, drop out, edge, not completed and CV, incomplete and C 53, uncompleted, unfinished, unaccomplished, unperformed, unexecuted, sketchy, addle, in progress, in hand, ongoing, going on, proceeding, on one's hands, on the anvil, in the fire, in the oven, parboiled, half-baked, adv. Re infecta. 731. Success, N success, successfulness, speed, advance and C progress. 282, trump card, hit, stroke, score, lucky hit, fortunate hit, good stroke, direct hit, bullseye, goal, point, touchdown, home run, homer, hole-in-one, grand slam, killing, windfall, bold stroke, master stroke, 10 strike, coup de maître, checkmate, half the battle, prize, profit and C acquisition. 775. Continued success, good fortune and C, prosperity. 734, time well spent, advantage over, upper hand, whip hand, ascendancy, mastery, expectation, conquest, victory, subdual, subjugation and C, subjection. 749, triumph and C, exultation. 884, proficiency and C, skill. 698. Conqueror, victor, winner, master of the situation, master of the position, top of the heap, king of the hill, achiever, success, success story, V. Succeed, be successful and C edge. Gain one's end, gain one's ends, crown with success. Gain a point, attain a point, carry a point, secure a point, win an object, get there, manage to, contrive to, accomplish and C effect. Complete. 729, do wonders, work wonders, make a go of it. Come off well, come off successful, come off with flying colors, make short work of, take by storm, carry by storm, bear away the bell, win one's wings, win one's spurs, win the battle, win the day, carry the day, gain the prize, gain the palm. Have the best of it, have it all one's own way, have the game in one's own hands, have the ball at one's feet, have one on the hop. Walk over the course, carry all before one, remain in possession of the field, score a success. Speed, make progress and see, advance. 282. Win one's way, make one's way, work one's way, find one's way, strive to some purpose. Prosper and see. 734. Drive a roaring trade, make profit and see, acquire. 775. Reap the fruits, gather the fruits, reap the benefit of, reap the harvest, strike oil, gain a windfall, make one's fortune, get in the harvest, turn to good account. Turn to account and see, use. 677. Triumph, be triumphant, gain a victory, obtain a victory, gain an advantage. Chain victory to one's car, nail a coonskin to the wall. Surmount a difficulty, overcome a difficulty, get over an obstacle and see. 706. See tire de fer, make head against. Stem the torrent, stem the tide, stem the current, whether the storm, whether a point, turn a corner, keep one's head above water, tide over. Master, get the better of, have the better of, gain the best of, gain the upper hand, gain the ascendancy, gain the whip hand, gain the start of, distance. Surpass and see, superiority. 33, defeat, conquer, vanquish, discomfit. Euchre, overcome, overthrow, overpower, overmaster, overmatch, overset, override, overreach. Outwit, outdo, outflank, outmaneuver, outgeneral, outvote. take the wind out of one's adversary's sails, beat hollow, rout, lick, drub, floor worst, put down, put to flight, put to the rout, put hors de combat, put out of court. Silence, quell, non-suit, checkmate, upset, confound, nonplus, stalemate, trump, baffle and see, hinder 706. Circumvent, elude, trip up the heels of, drive into a corner, drive to the wall, run hard, put one's nose out of joint. Settle, do for, break the neck of, break the back of, capsize, sink, shipwreck, drown, swamp, subdue, subjugate and see subject, 749 reduce, make the enemy bite the dust. Victimize, roll in the dust, trample underfoot, put an extinguisher upon, answer the purpose. Avail, prevail, take effect, do, turn out well, work well, take, tell, bear fruit, hit it, hit the mark, hit the right nail on the head, nick it, turn up trumps, make a hit, find one's account in. Edge, succeeding and CV, successful, prosperous and C 734, triumphant, flushed with success, crowned with success, victorious on top, set up in the ascendant, unbeaten and C beat and CV, well spent, felicitous effective in full swing adv. Successfully and C edge, well flying colors in triumph swimmingly a merveille beyond all hope, to some purpose, to good purpose, to one's heart's content. PHR. Veni vidi vici, the day being one's own, one star in the ascendant, omni celit punctum. Bis vincit qui si vincit in victoria, sed repugnanti sedendo victor abibis, chacun est l'artisan de sa fortune, dies faustus, l'art de vaincre est celui de mépriser la mort, omnia vincit amor, love conquers all. Peace hath her victories no less renown than war, the race by vigor not by vaunts is won, vincit qui patitor, vincit qui si vincit. The race is not always to the swift, nor the battle to the strong, but that's the way to bet. 732. Failure, end failure, non-success, non-fulfillment, dead failure, successlessness, abortion, miscarriage, brutum fulmen and C 158, labor in vain and C inutility, 645, no-go, inefficacy, inefficaciousness and C edge. Vain attempt, ineffectual attempt, abortive efforts, flash in the pan, lame and impotent conclusion, frustration, slip twixt cup and lip and C, disappointment, 509. Blunder in C, mistake, 495, fault, omission, miss, oversight, slip, trip, stumble, claudication, footfall, false step, wrong step, faux pas, titubation, bevue, fought, lurch, botchery and C, want of skill, 699, scrape, mess, fiasco, breakdown, flunk, mishap and C, misfortune, 735, split, collapse, smash, blow, explosion. Repulse, rebuff, defeat, rout, overthrow, discomfiture, beating, drubbing, quietus, non-suit, subjugation, checkmate, stalemate, fool's mate, fall, downfall, ruin, perdition, wreck and C, destruction, 162, deathblow, bankruptcy and C, non-payment, 808, losing game, affair, flamby, victim, bankrupt, flunker, flunky, v. Fail, be unsuccessful and C edge. Not succeed and C 731, make vain efforts and CN, do in vain, labor in vain, toil in vain. Flunk, lose one's labor, take nothing by one's motion, bring to naught, make nothing of, wash a blackamoor white and C impossible, 471. Roll the stones of Sisyphus and C useless, 645. Do by halves and C not complete, 730. Lose ground and C recede, 282. Fall short of and C 304. Miss one's aim, miss the mark, miss one's footing, miss stays, slip, trip, stumble, make a slip in CN. Blunder in C 495, make a mess of, make a botch of, bitch it, miscarry, abort, go up like a rocket and come down like the stick, come down in flames, get shot down, reckon without one's host, get the wrong pig by the tail, get the wrong sow by the ear and C blunder. Mismanage, 699. Limp, halt, hobble, titubate, fall, tumble, lose one's balance, fall to the ground, fall between two stools. Flounder, falter, stick in the mud, run aground, split upon a rock. Beat one's head against a stone wall, run one's head against a stone wall, knock one's head against a stone wall, dash one's head against a stone wall, break one's back. Break down, sink, drown, founder, have the ground cut from under one. Get into trouble, get into a mess, get into a scrape. Come to grief and see adversity, 735. Go to the wall, go to the dogs, go to pot, lick the dust, bite the dust, be defeated and see 731. Have the worst of it, lose the day, come off second best, lose, fall a prey to, succumb and see, submit, 725, not have a leg to stand on. Come to nothing, end in smoke, flat out, fall to the ground, fall through, fall dead, fall stillborn, fall flat, slip through one's fingers, hang fire, misfire, flash in the pan, collapse, topple down and see descent, 305. Go to rack and ruin and see destruction, 162. Go amiss, go wrong, go cross, go hard with go on a wrong tack, go on ill, come off ill, turn out ill, work ill, take a wrong term, take an ugly term, take an ugly turn, take a turn for the worse. Be all over with, be all up with, explode, dash one's hopes and see, disappoint, 509, defeat the purpose. Sow the wind and reap the whirlwind, jump out of the frying pan into the fire, go from the frying pan into the fire. Unsuccessful, successless, failing, tripping, and CV. At fault, unfortunate, and C 735. Abortive, addle, stillborn, fruitless, bootless. Ineffectual, ineffective, inconsequential, trifling, nugatory. Inefficient and C impotent, 158. Insufficient and C 640. Unavailing and C useless, 645. Of no effect. Ground, grounded, swamped. Stranded, castaway, wrecked, foundered, capsized, shipwrecked, non-suited. Foiled, defeated, and C 731, struck down, borne down, broken down. Downtrodden, overborne, overwhelmed. All up with plowed, plucked. Lost, undone, ruined, broken. Bankrupt and C not paying, 808. Played out, done up, done for, dead beat. Ruined, root and branch, flambe, knocked on the head. Destroyed and C 162. Frustrated, crossed, unhinged, disconcerted, dashed. Thrown off one's balance, thrown on one's back, thrown on one's beam ends, unhorsed in a sorry plight, hard hit. Stultified, befooled, dished, hoist on one's own petard, victimized, sacrificed, wide of the mark and C error, 495. Out of one's reckoning and C in expectation, 508, left in the lurch. Thrown away and C wasted, 638, unattained. Uncompleted and C 730 adv. Unsuccessfully in siege. To little or no purpose, in vain, reinfecta, phr. The bubble has burst, the jig is up, the game is up, all is lost. The devil to pay, parturient montes and C disappointment, 509, dies in Faustus, taut est perdu hors el hinor. 733. Trophy, trophy, medal, prize, palm, award, laurel, laurels, bays, crown, chaplet, wreath, civic crown, insignia and C 550. Feather in one's cap and C honor, 873. Decoration and C 877. Garland, triumphal arch, Victoria Cross, Iron Cross. Triumph and C celebration, 883. Flying colors and C show, 882. Monumentum air perennius, phr. For val. 734. Prosperity, prosperity, welfare, well-being, affluence and C. Wealth, 803. Success and C 731. Thrift, roaring trade. Good fortune, smiles of fortune, blessings, godsend, luck, good luck, run of luck, sunshine, fair weather, fair wind, palmy days, bright days, halcyon days, piping times, tide, flood, high tide. Saturnia regna, Saturnian age, golden time, golden age, bed of roses, fat city, fat of the land, milk and honey, loaves and fishes, made man, lucky dog, and fant gate, spoiled child of fortune. Upstart, parvenu, skipjack, mushroom, v. Prosper, thrive, flourish, be prosperous in siege. Drive a roaring trade, do a booming business, go on well, go on smoothly, go on swimmingly. Sail before the wind, swim with the tide, run smooth, run smoothly, run on all fours. Rise in the world, get on in the world, work one's way, make one's way, look up. Lift one's head, raise one's head, make one's fortune, feather one's nest, make one's pile, flower, blow, blossom, bloom, fructify, bear fruit, fat. Keep oneself afloat. Keep one's head above water, hold one's head above water. Land on one's feet, light on one's feet, light on one's legs, fall on one's legs, fall on one's feet. Drop into a good thing, bear a charmed life. Bask in the sunshine, have a good time of it, have a fine time of it, have a run of luck. Have the good fortune and see end to take a favorable turn. Live on the fat of the land, live off the fat of the land, live in clover. Prosperous, thriving and CV, in a fair way, buoyant. Well off, well-to-do in the world, set up at one's ease. Rich in C 803, in good case, in full in high feather, fortunate, lucky in luck. Born with a silver spoon in one's mouth, born under a lucky star, on the sunny side of the hedge, auspicious, propitious, providential, palmy halcyon, agreeable in C 829, couleur de rose adv. Prosperously and C edge. Swimmingly, as good luck would have it, beyond all hope, phr. One star in the ascendant, all for the best, one's course runs smooth. Chacun est el artisan de sa fortune, donic eris felix multos numerabis amicos, felicitas multos habet amicos, felix si nescit amari, good luck go with thee, nulli est himini perpetuum bonum. 735. Adversity, evil in C 619. Failure in C 732, bad luck, ill luck, evil luck, adverse luck, hard fortune, hard hap, hard luck, hard lot, frowns of fortune, evil dispensation, evil star, evil genius, vicissitudes of life, ups and downs of life, broken fortunes, hard case, hard lines, hard life, sea of troubles, peck of troubles, hell upon earth, slough of despond. Trouble, hardship, curse, blight, blast, load, pressure, pressure of the times, iron age, evil day, time out of joint. Hard times, bad times, sad times, rainy day, cloud, dark cloud, gathering clouds, ill wind, visitation, infliction, affliction, and sea, painfulness, 830, bitter pill, care, trial, the sport of fortune. Mishap, mischance, misadventure, misfortune, disaster, calamity, catastrophe, accident, casualty, cross, reverse, check, contretemps, rub, backset, come down, setback, losing game, falling and CV, fall, downfall, ruination, ruinousness, undoing, extremity, ruin and see, destruction, 162 v. Be ill off in siege. Go hard with fall on evil days go on ill, not prosper and see 734. Go downhill, go to rack and ruin and see destruction, 162 go to the dogs, fall from one's high estate. Decay, sink, decline, go down in the world, have seen better days. Bring down one's gray hairs with sorrow to the grave, come to grief. Be all over, be up with. Bring a wasp's nest about one's ears, bring a hornet's nest about one's ears. Unfortunate, unblessed, unhappy, unlucky, improsperous, unprosperous. Hoodooed, luckless, hapless, out of luck, in trouble, in a bad way, in an evil plight, under a cloud. Clouded, ill off, badly off, in adverse circumstances. Poor in C 804, behindhand, down in the world, decayed, undone, on the road to ruin, on its last legs on the wane, in one's utmost need. Planet struck, devoted, born under an evil star, born with a wooden ladle in one's mouth, ill-fated, ill-starred, ill-omened, adverse, untoward, disastrous, calamitous, ruinous, dire, deplorable. 736. Mediocrity, and moderate circumstances, average circumstances, respectability, middle classes, mediocrity, golden mean and C mid-course, 628, moderation, 174, v. Jog on, go fairly, go quietly, go peaceably, go tolerably, go respectably, get on fairly, get on quietly, get on peaceably, get on tolerably, get on respectably. Division Roman II, Intersocial Volition. Sect 1 General Intersocial Volition. 737. Authority and authority, influence, patronage, power, preponderance, credit, prestige, prerogative, jurisdiction, right and C title, 924, direction and C 693. Government and C 737.1, divine right, dynastic rights, authoritativeness, absoluteness, absolutism, despotism, jus nocendi, jus divinum, mastery, mastership, masterdom, dictation, control. Hold, grasp, grip, gripe, reach, iron sway and C severity, 739, fangs, clutches, talons, rod of empire and C scepter, 747, commission and C 755, deputy and C 759, permission and C 760 v. Authorize and C permit, 760, warrant and C right, 924, dictate and C order, 741, be at the head of and C edge. Hold office, be in office, fill in office. hold master, occupy master, a postmaster, be master, and see 745. Have the upper hand, get the upper hand, have the whip, get the whip. Gain a hold upon, preponderate, dominate, rule the roost. Boss, override, overrule, overawe, lord it over, hold in hand, keep under, make a puppet of, lead by the nose, turn round one's little finger, bend to one's will, hold one's own where the breeches. Have the ball at one's feet, have it all one's own way, have the game in one's own hand, have on the hip, have under one's thumb. Be master of the situation. Take the lead, play first fiddle, set the fashion, give the law to, carry with a high hand, lay down the law, ride in the whirlwind and direct the storm, rule with a rod of iron and see, severity, 739. At the head, dominant, paramount, supreme, predominant, preponderant, in the ascendant, influential, arbitrary, compulsory, and see 744, stringent, at one's command, in one's power, in one's grasp, under control. Adv, in the name of, by the authority of, de par le roi, in virtue of, under the auspices of, in the hands of, at one's pleasure, by a dash of the pen, by a stroke of the pen, ex miro motu, ex cathedra, from the chair, phr. The gray mare the better horse, every inch a king. 737a. Government, en government, legal authority, sovereign sovereign authority, authority, and c. 737, master, and c. 745, direction, and c. 693, national government, nation, state, country, nation-state, dominion, republic, empire, union, democratic republic, kingdom, principality. State government, state, shire, province, county, canton, territory, duchy, archduchy, archdukedom, woiwodschaft, commonwealth region, and c. 181, property, and c. 780, county, parish, city, domain, tract, arrondissement, mafussil, commune, wapentake, hundred, riding, lathe, garth, soak, tithing, ward, precinct, bailiwick. Command, empire, sway, rule, dominion, domination, sovereignty, supremacy, suzerainty, lordship, headship, chiefdom, seigneury, seniority. Rule, sway, command, control, administer, govern and see, direct, 693, lead, preside over, reign, possess the throne, be seated on the throne, occupy the throne, sway the scepter, wield the scepter, wear the crown, state, realm, body politic, posse comitatus. Judicature, and c. 965. Cabinet, and c. Council, 696. Seat of government, seat of authority, headquarters, accession, installation, and c. 755, politics, and c. 737.1, reign, regime, dynasty, directorship, dictatorship, protectorate, protectorship, caliphate, paschalic, electorate, presidency, presidentship, administration, proconsul, consulship, prefecture, seneschalship, magistrature, magistracy. Monarchy, kinghood, kingship, royalty, regality, aristarchy, aristocracy, oligarchy, democracy, theocracy, demagogy, commonwealth, dominion, heteronomy, republic, republicanism, socialism, collectivism, mob law, mobocracy, ochlocracy, vox populi, imperium and imperio, bureaucracy, beetledom, bumbledom, stratocracy, military power, military government, junta, feudality, feudal system, feudalism. Thearchy, theocracy, dinarchy, duarchy, triarchy, heterarchy, triumvirate, autocracy, autonomy, limited monarchy, constitutional government, constitutional monarchy, home rule, representative government, monocracy, pantasocracy. Gynarchy, gynocracy, gyneocracy, petticoat government, legislature, judiciary, administration. Office of the President, Office of the Prime Minister, Cabinet, Senate, House of Representatives, Parliament, Council, and c. 696, Courts, Supreme Court, State, Interior, Labor, Health and Human Services, Defense, Education, Agriculture, Justice, Commerce, Treasury, Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, National Institutes of Health, NI, Postal Service, Post Office, Federal Aviation Administration, FA. President, Vice President, Cabinet Member, Prime Minister, Minister, Senator, Representative, President Pro Tem, Speaker of the House, Department Head, Section Chief, Federal Judge, Justice, Justice of the Supreme Court, Chief Justice, Treasurer, Secretary of the Treasury, Director of the FBI, Governor, State Cabinet Member, State Senator, Assemblyman, Assemblywoman. V. Govern, rule, have authority, hold authority, possess authority, exercise authority, exert authority, wield authority, and cn. Reign, be sovereign. Ascend the throne, mount the throne, take the reins into one's hand. Assume authority, and cn. Assume the reins of government. Take command, assume command. Politics, and c. 737.1. be governed by, be in the power of, be a subject of, be a citizen of. Regal, sovereign, governing, royal, royalist, monarchical, kingly, imperial, imperatorial, princely, feudal, aristocratic, autocratic, oligarchic, and CN, republican, dynastic, ruling, and CV, regnant, gubernatorial, imperious, authoritative, executive, administrative, clothed with authority, official, departmental, ex officio, imperative, peremptory, overruling, absolute, hegemonic, hegemonical, authorized, and due 924. Government, public, national, federal, His Majesty's, Her Majesty's, state, county, city, and CN, PHR, a dog's obeyed in office. Cauda uno tine su alguazel le roi levute, regibus esse manus and nescio longas, regnant populi, the demigod authority measure for measure. The right divine of kings to govern wrong, uneasy lies the head that wears a crown. 737b. Politics. N. Politics, political science, candidacy, campaign, campaigning, electioneering, partisanship, ideology, factionalism, election, poll, ballot, vote, referendum, recall, initiative, voice, suffrage, plumper, cumulative vote, plebiscitum, plebiscite, vox populi, electioneering, voting, and CV, elective franchise, straight ticket, opinion poll, popularity poll, issue, opinion, stand, position, program, platform, party line. Democracy, republicanism, communism, statism, state socialism, socialism, conservatism, Toryism, liberalism, Whiggism, theocracy, constitutional monarchy. Party and C 712. Democratic Party, Republican Party, Socialist Party, Communist Party, Federalist Party, Bull Moose Party, Abolitionist Party, Christian Democratic Party, Social Democratic Party, National Socialist Workers' Party, Germany 1930-1945, Nazi Party, Liberal Party, Labor Party, Conservative Party. Ticket, slate. Politician, activist, specific politicians. List, candidate, aspirant, hopeful, office seeker, frontrunner, dark horse, long shot, shoo-in, supporter, backer, political worker, campaign worker, lobbyist, contributor, party hack, ward healer, regional candidate, favorite son, running mate, stalking horse, perpetual candidate, political animal. Political contribution, campaign contribution, political action committee, PAC. Political district, electoral division, electoral district, bailiwick, electorate, constituents, get out the vote campaign, political education, negative campaigning, dirty politics, smear campaign, also ran, loser, has been, office holder, official, occupant of a position, public servant, incumbent, winner v. Run for office, stand for office, campaign, stump, throw one's hat in the ring, announce one's candidacy. Political, partisan, PHR. Money is the mother's milk of politics. 738. Laxity and laxity, laxness, looseness, slackness, toleration and C lenity, 740. Freedom and C 748. Anarchy, interregnum, relaxation, loosening and CV. Remission, dead letter, brutum fulmen, misrule, license, licentiousness, insubordination and C disobedience. 742. Lynch law and C illegality, 964. Nihilism, reign of violence. Dethronement, deposition, usurpation, abdication, v. Be lax and siege. Laus or fair, laus or aller, hold a loose rein, give the reins to, give rope enough, give a loose to, tolerate, relax, misrule, go beyond the length of one's tether, have one's swing, have one's fling, act without instructions, act without authority, act outside of one's authority, act on one's own responsibility, usurp authority. Dethrone, depose, abdicate. Lax, loose, slack, remiss and C, careless, 460, weak, relaxed, licensed, reinless, unbridled, anarchical, unauthorized and C, unwarranted, 925, a despotic. 739. Severity, N severity, strictness, harshness and C edge. Rigor, stringency, austerity, inclemency and C pitilessness, 914.1, arrogance and C 885, precinism. Arbitrary power, absolutism, despotism, dictatorship, autocracy, tyranny, domineering, oppression, assumption, usurpation, inquisition, reign of terror, martial law, iron heel, iron rule, iron hand, iron sway, tight grasp, brute force, brute strength, coercion and C 744, strong hand, tight hand. Hard lines, hard measure, tender mercies, sharp practice, pipe clay, officialism, tyrant, disciplinarian, precision, martinet, stickler, basho, despot, hard master, Draco, oppressor, inquisitor, extortioner, harpy, vulture, accipiters, birds of prey, raptorials, raptors, v. Be severe and siege. Assume, usurp, arrogate, take liberties, domineer, bully, and c. 885. Tyrannize, inflict, wreak, stretch a point, put on the screw, be hard upon, bear a heavy hand on, lay a heavy hand on, be down upon, come down upon, ill treat, deal hardly with, deal hard measure to. Rule with a rod of iron, chastise with scorpions, die with blood, oppress, override, trample under foot, tread upon, trample upon, tread down upon, trample down upon. Crush under an iron heel, ride roughshod over, rivet the yoke, hold a tight hand, keep a tight hand, force down the throat. Coerce and c. 744, give no quarter and c. pitiless, 914.1. Severe, strict, hard, harsh, dour, rigid, stiff, stern, rigorous, uncompromising, exacting, exigent, inexorable, inflexible, obdurate, austere, hard-headed, hard-nosed, hard-shell, relentless, Spartan, draconian, stringent, straight-laced, searching, unsparing, iron-handed, peremptory, absolute, positive, arbitrary, imperative. Coercive and c. 744. Tyrannical, extortionate, grinding, withering, oppressive, inquisitorial. Inclement and c. ruthless, 914.1. Cruel and c. malevolent, 907. Haughty, arrogant and c. 885. Precision, adv. Severely and siege, with a high hand, with a strong hand, with a tight hand, with a heavy hand, at the point of the sword, at the point of the bayonet, phr. Delurent reges plectuntur achivi, manu forti, agni debol ha sempre il suo tyranno. 740. Lenity, lenity, lenience, leniency, moderation and c. 174. Tolerance, toleration, mildness, gentleness, favor, indulgence, indulgency, clemency, mercy, forbearance, quarter, compassion and c. 914. V. Be lenient and c. edge. Tolerate, bear with, parcere subjectis, give quarter, indulge, allow one to have his own way, spoil. Lenient, mild, mild as milk, gentle, soft, tolerant, indulgent, easygoing, clement and c. compassionate, 914, forbearing, long-suffering. 741. Command, command, order, ordinance, act, fiat, hucum, bidding, dictum, hest, behest, call, beck, nod, dispatch, dispatch, message, direction, injunction, charge, instructions, appointment, fixture, demand, exaction, imposition, requisition, claim, reclamation, revendication, ultimatum and c. terms, 770. Request and c. 765. Requirement. Dictation, dictate, mandate, caveat, decree, senatus consultum. Precept, prescript, rescript, writ, ordination, bull, ex cathedra pronouncement, edict, decretal, dispensation, prescription, brevet, placet, ukase, ukaz, firman, hattie, sheriff, warrant, passport, mitimus, mandamus, summons, subpoena, nisi prius, interpellation, citation, word, word of command, mot d'order, bugle call, trumpet call, beat of drum, tattoo, order of the day. Enactment and c. law, 963. Plebiscite and c. choice, 609. V. Command, order, decree, enact, ordain, dictate, direct, give orders. Prescribe, set, appoint, mark out, set a task, prescribe a task, impose a task, set to work, put in requisition. Bid, enjoin, charge, call upon, instruct. Require at the hands of exact, impose, tax, task, demand, insist on and c. compel. 744. Claim, lay claim to, revendicate, reclaim. Cite, summon, call for, send for, subpoena, beckon. Issue a command, make a requisition, issue a requisition, promulgate a requisition, make a decree, issue a decree, promulgate a decree, make an order, issue an order, promulgate an order and cn. Give the word of command, give the word, give the signal, call to order, give the law, lay down the law, assume the command and c. authority. 737. Remand, be ordered and c. receive an order and cn. Commanding and cv. Authoritative and c. 737. Decretory, decretive, decretal, callable, jussive, adv. In a commanding tone, by a stroke of the pen, by a dash of the pen, by order at beat of drum on the first summons, phr. The decree is gone forth, sic volo sic jubeo, leroy levute, baudes and avant. 742. Disobedience, disobedience, insubordination, contumacy, infraction, infringement, violation, noncompliance, non-observance and c. 773. Revolt, rebellion, mutiny, outbreak, rising, uprising, insurrection, immute, riot, tumult and c. disorder. 59. Strike and c. resistance. 719. Barring out, defiance and c. 715. Mutinousness and c. edge. Mutineering, sedition, treason, high treason, petty treason, misprision of treason, premunere lese majest, violation of law and c. 964. Defection, secession, insurgent, mutineer, rebel, revolter, revolutionary, rioter, traitor, quisling, carbonero, sansculottes, red republican, bonnet rouge, communist, fenian, frondeur, seceder, secessionist, runagate, renegade, brawler, anarchist, demagogue, Spartacus, Masseny L. Watt Tyler, Jack Cade, ringleader. V. Disobey, violate, infringe, shirk, set at defiance, and c. Defy. 715 set authority at naught, run riot, fly in the face of, take the law into one's own hands, kick over the traces, turn restive, run restive, champ the bit, strike and c. Resist. 719 rise, rise in arms, secede, mutiny, rebel edge. Disobedient, uncomplying, uncompliant, unsubmissive, unruly, ungovernable, breaky, insubordinate, impatient of control, incorrigible, restiff, restive, refractory, contumacious, recusant, and c. Refuse. 764, recalcitrant, resisting, and c. 719, lawless, mutinous, seditions, insurgent, riotous, unobeyed, unbidden, phr. Sididiossissimus quisque ignavis, unthread the rude eye of rebellion. 743, obedience and obedience, observance, and c. 772, compliance, submission, and c. 725, subjection, and c. 749, non-resistance, passiveness, resignation, allegiance, loyalty, fealty, homage, deference, devotion, constancy, fidelity, submissiveness, submissiveness, ductility, and c. softness. 324, obsequiousness, and c. servility. 886, v. Be obedient, and c. edge. Obey, bear obedience to. Submit, and c. 725, comply, answer the helm, come at one's call, do one's bidding, do what one is told, do suit and service, attend to orders, serve faithfully, follow the lead of follow to the world's end, serve, and c. 746, play second fiddle, edge. Obedient, complying, compliant, loyal, faithful, devoted, at one's call, at one's command, at one's orders, at one's beck and call, under control. Restrainable, resigned, passive, submissive, and c. 725, henpecked, pliant, and c. soft. 324, unresisted, adv. Obediently, and c. edge, in compliance with, in obedience to, phr. To hear is to obey, as you please, if you please, your wish is my command, as you wish, no sooner said than done. 744, compulsion and compulsion, coercion, coaction, constraint, duress, enforcement, press, conscription, force, brute force, main force, physical force, the sword, ultima ratio, club law, lynch law, mob law, argumentum baculinum, ledroit du plus fort, martial law, restraint, and c. 751, necessity, and c. 601, force majeure, Hobson's choice v. Compel, force, make, drive, coerce, constrain, enforce, necessitate, oblige. Force upon, press, cram down the throat, thrust down the throat, force down the throat. Say it must be done, make a point of, insist upon, take no denial. Put down, dragoon, extort, wring from, squeeze, put on the screws, turn on the screw, drag into, bind, bind over, pin down, tie down, require, tax, put in force, commandeer, restrain, and c. 751. Compelling, and cv. Coercive, coactive, inexorable, and c. 739, compulsory, compulsatory, obligatory, stringent, peremptory, forcible, not to be trifled with, irresistible, and c. 601, compelled, and cv. Feign to adv. By force, and cn, by force of arms, on compulsion, perforce, Roman 6 at armies, under the lash, at the point of the sword, at the point of the bayonet, forcibly, by a strong arm. Under protest, in spite of one's teeth, against one's will, and c. 603, nolens volens, and c. of necessity. 601, by stress of circumstances, by stress of weather, under press of, de rigueur, with a gun to one's head, phr. I'll make him an offer he can't refuse. 745, master and master, padrone, lord paramount, commander, commandant, captain, chief, chieftain, sirdar, sachem, sheik, head, senior, governor, ruler, dictator, leader, and c. director. 694, boss, cockerhouse, sagamore, werowance. Lord of the ascendant, cock of the walk, cock of the roost, grey mare, mistress, potentate, liege, liege lord, suzerain, sovereign, monarch, autocrat, despot, tyrant, oligarch. Crowned head, emperor, king, anointed king, majesty, imperator, protector, president, stadtholder, judge, Caesar, Kaiser, czar, sultan, soldan, grand turk, caliph, imam, shah, padishah, saf, mogul, great mogul, khan, lama, tycoon, mikado, tenno, inca, cazique, voivode, landeman, Sayyid, abuna, cacique, zarovitz, grand seigneur, prince, duke, and c. nobility. 875, archduke, doge, elector, seigneur, marland, margrave, raja, emir, wali, sheikh, nizam, nawab. Empress, Queen, Sultana, Tsarina, Princess, Infanta, Duchess, Margravine, Tsarevna, Tsarita, Maharani, Rani, Rectrix. Regent, Viceroy, Exarch, Palatine, Khedive, Hospodar, Beglabeg, Three-tailed Bashaw, Pasha, Bashaw, Bey, Beg, Dey, Sheriff, Tetrarch, Satrap, Mandarin, Subadar, Nabob, Maharaja. Burgrave, Laird and Sea Proprietor, 779. Collector, Commissioner, Deputy Commissioner, Woon. The authorities, the powers that be, the government. Staff, Edet Major, Aga, Official, Man in Office, Person in Authority, Sirkar, Sublime Port. Marshal, Field Marshal, Marechal, General, Generalissimo, Commander-in-Chief, Saraskier, Hetman, Lieutenant General, Major General, Colonel, Lieutenant Colonel, Major, Captain, Centurion, Skipper, Lieutenant, First Lieutenant, Second Lieutenant, Sub-Lieutenant, Officer, Staff Officer, Aide-de-Camp, Brigadier, Brigade Major, Adjutant, Jemadar, Ensign, Cornet, Cadet, Subaltern, Non-commissioned Officer, Warrant Officer. Sergeant, Sergeant Major, Color Sergeant. Corporal, Corporal Major. Lance Corporal, Acting Corporal, Drum Major, Captain General, Dizdar, Knight Marshal, Nake, Pendragon, Mayor, Mayoralty, Prefect, Chancellor, Archon, Provost, Magistrate, Syndic, Alcalde, Alcade, Burgomaster, Corregidor, Seneschal, Alderman, Councilman, Committeeman, Councilwoman, Warden, Constable, Portreeve, Lord Mayor. Officer and Sea Executive, 965. Douan Fonctionnaire. Admiral, Admiralty, Rear Admiral, Vice Admiral, Port Admiral, Commodore, Captain, Commander, Lieutenant, Ensign, Skipper, Mate, Master, Officer of the Day, Odd, Navarch, Phr. De locum meliribus, der first ist der erst diener seines Staats. The prince is the first servant of his state, lord of thy presence and no land beside. 746. Servant and subject liegeman, servant, retainer, follower, henchman, servitor, domestic, menial, help, lady help, employ attaché, official, retinue, suite, cordage, staff, court. Attendant, squire, usher, page, donzel, footboy, train bearer, cup bearer, waiter, lapster, butler, livery servant, lackey, footman, flunky, valet, valet de chamber, equerry, groom, jockey, hostler, ostler, tiger, orderly, messenger, cad, gilly, herdsman, swineherd. Barkeeper, bartender, bellboy, boots boy, counterjumper, consummon, kitmutger, yardman, bailiff, castellan, seneschal, chamberlain, majordomo, groom of the chambers. Secretary, undersecretary, assistant secretary, clerk, subsidiary, agent and C 758, subaltern, underling, understrapper, man. Maid, maidservant, handmaid. Confident, lady's maid, Abigail, soubrette, amma, biddy, nurse, bon, aya, nursemaid, nursery maid, housemaid, parlor maid, waiting maid, chambermaid, kitchen maid, scullery maid, femme de chamber, femme fille, camerista. Chef de cuisine, cordon bleu, cook, scullion, Cinderella, potwalloper. Maid of all work, servant of all work, laundress, bedmaker, journeyman, charwoman and sea, worker, 690. Bearer, chakra, gyp, Cambridge, Hamel, scout, Oxford. Serf, vassal, slave, negro, helot, bondsman, bondswoman, bondslave, aim, damney, odalisque, riot, adscriptus, glebo, villian, villain, beadsman, bedesman, sizar, pensioner, pensionary, client, dependent, hanger-on, satellite, parasite and sea, servility, 886. Lead captain, protege, ward, hireling, mercenary, puppet, tool, creature, badge of slavery, bonds and C 752. V. Serve, wait upon, attend upon, dance attendance upon, pin oneself upon, squire, tend, hang on the sleeve of, chore edge. In the train of, in one's pay, in one's employ, at one's call and see. Obedient, 743, in bonds. 747. Scepter, scepter, regalia, caduceus, Mercury's rod, Mercury's staff, Mercury's wand, rod of empire, mace, fasces, wand, staff of office. Baton, truncheon, flag and sea, insignia, 550, ensign of authority, emblem of authority, badge of authority, insignia of authority, throne, chair, musnud, divan, dais, woolsack. Toga, pall, mantle, robes of state, ermine, purple. Crown, coronet, diadem, tiara, cap of maintenance. Decoration, title and C 877. Portfolio, key, signet, seals, talisman, helm, reins and C means of restraint, 752. 748. Freedom, freedom, liberty, independence, license and C permission, 760. Facility and C 705. Scope, range, latitude, play, full play, free scope, full scope, free stage and no favor, swing, full swing, elbow room, margin, rope, wide berth, Liberty Hall, franchise, denization, free man, freedman, liveryman, denizen. Autonomy, self-government, liberalism, free trade, non-interference in C. 706, Monroe Doctrine, immunity, exemption, emancipation in C. liberation, 750, enfranchisement, affranchisement. Free land, freehold, allodium, Frankel Mogni, Mortmain zero, bushwhacker, freelance, freethinker, free trader, independent, v. Be free and see edge. Have scope and CN, have the run of, have one's own way, have a will of one's own, have one's fling. Do what one likes, do what one wishes, do what one pleases, do what one chooses. Go at large, feel at home, paddle one's own canoe, stand on one's legs, stand on one's rights, shift for oneself. Take a liberty, make free with, make oneself quite at home. Use a freedom, take leave, take French leave. Set free and see, liberate, 750. Give a loose to and see, permit, 760. Allow scope and CN to give scope and CN. To give a horse his head, make free of, give the freedom of, give the franchise and franchise a franchise. Laisser faire, laisser aller, live and let live, leave to oneself, leave alone, let alone. Free, free as air, out of harness, independent, at large, loose, scot-free, left alone, left to oneself. In full swing, uncaught, unconstrained, unbuttoned, unconfined, unrestrained, unchecked, unprevented, unhindered, unobstructed, unbound, uncontrolled, untrammeled. Unsubject, ungoverned, unenslaved, unenthralled, unchained, unshackled, unfettered, unreined, unbridled, uncurbed, unmuzzled. Unrestricted, unlimited, unmitigated, unconditional, absolute. Discretionary and C optional, 600. Unassailed, unforced, uncompelled, unbiased, spontaneous. Free and easy, at ease, at one's ease, digage, quite at home, wanton, rampant, irrepressible, unvanquished. Exempt, freed and C 750, freeborn, autonomous, freehold, allodial, gratis and C 815, Eleutherian. Unclaimed, going a begging, ad, freely and C edge, ad libitum and C, at will 600, phr. You by libertas, I by patria, free white and 21. 749. Subjection, en subjection, dependence, dependency, subordination, thrall, thraldom, thraldom, enthrallment, subjugation, bondage, serfdom, feudalism, feudality, vassalage, villanage, slavery, enslavement, involuntary servitude, conquest. Service, servitude, servitorship, tendance, employ, tutelage, clientship, liability and C 177, constraint and C 751, oppression and C, severity 739, yoke and C, means of restraint 752, submission and C 725, obedience and C 743 v. Be subject and C edge. Be at the mercy of, lie at the mercy of, depend upon, lean upon, hang upon, fall a prey to, fall under, play second fiddle. Be a mere machine, be a puppet, be a football, not dare to say one's soul is his own, drag a chain, serve and C 746, obey and C 743, submit and C 725. Break in, tame, subject, subjugate, master and C 731, tread down, tread underfoot, weigh down, drag at one's chariot wheels, reduce to subjection, reduce to slavery, enthrall, enthrall, bethrall, enslave, lead captive, take into custody and C restrain, 751, rule and C 737, drive into a corner, hold at the sword's point, keep under, hold in bondage, hold in leading strings, hold in swaddling clothes. Subject, dependent, subordinate, feudal, feudatory, in subjection to, under control, in leading strings and harness, subjected, enslaved in CV. Constrained in C 751, downtrodden, overborne, overwhelmed, under the lash, on the hip, led by the nose, henpecked. The puppet of, the sport of, the plaything of, under one's orders, under one's command, under one's thumb. A slave to, at the mercy of, in the power of, in the hands of, in the clutches of, at the feet of. At one's beck and call and C, obedient, 743, liable and C 177, parasitical, stipendiary adv, under, phr, slaves in a land of light and law. 750. Liberation, liberation, disengagement, release, enlargement, emancipation, disenthrallment, disenthrallment, affranchisement, enfranchisement, manumission, discharge, dismissal, deliverance and C 672, redemption, extrication, acquittance, absolution, acquittal and C 970, escape and C 671. V. Liberate, free, set clear, set at liberty, render free, emancipate, release, enfranchise, affranchise, manumit, enlarge, disband, discharge, disenthrall, disenthrall, dismiss. Let go, let loose, loose, let out, let slip, cast adrift, turn adrift, deliver and C 672. absolve and c. acquit 970. Unfetter and c. 751, untie and c. 43. Loose and c. disjoin 44. Loosen, relax, unbolt, unbar, unclose, uncork, unclog, unhand, unbind, unchain, unharness, unleash, disengage, disentangle, clear, extricate, unloose. Gain one's liberty, obtain one's liberty, acquire one's liberty, and c. 748. Get rid of, get clear of, deliver oneself from, shake off the yoke, slip the collar, break loose, break prison, tear asunder one's bonds, cast off trammels, escape, and c. 671. Liberated and cv, out of harness and c. free 748. Int. Unhand me, let me go. 751. Restraint and restraint, hindrance and c. 706. Coercion and c. compulsion 744. Cohibition, constraint, repression, suppression, discipline, control, confinement, durance, duress, imprisonment, incarceration, coarctation, entombment, emancipation, durance vile, limbo, captivity, blockade. Arrest, arrestation, custody, keep, care, charge, ward, restringency. Curb and c. means of restraint 752. Letters de cachet, limitation, restriction, protection, monopoly, prohibition, and c. 761. Prisoner and c. 754. Repressionist, v. Restrain, check, put under restraint, lay under restraint. Enthrall, 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 bethrall, restrict, debar and c. hinder 706. Constrain, coerce and c. compel 744. Curb, control, hold back, hold from, hold in check, hold within bounds, keep back, keep from, keep in check, keep within bounds, hold and leash, hold in leading strings, withhold. Keep under, repress, suppress, smother, pull in, rein in, hold fast, keep a tight hand on, prohibit and c. 761, inhibit, cohibit. Enchain, fasten and c. join 43, fetter, shackle, entrammel, bridle, muzzle, hopple, gag, pinion, manacle, handcuff, tie one's hands, hobble, bind hand and foot, swathe, swaddle, pin down, tether, picket, tie down, tie up, secure, forge fetters, disable, hamstring, incapacitate 158. Confine, shut up, shut in, clap up, lock up, box up, mew up, bottle up, cork up, seal up, button up, hem in, bolt in, wall in, rail in, impound, pen, coop, enclose and c. circumscribe 229. Cage, encage, close the door upon, cloister, imprison, immure, incarcerate, entomb, clap under hatches, lay under hatches, put in irons, put in a strait waistcoat, throw into prison, cast into prison, put into bilboes. Arrest, take up, take charge of, take into custody, take prisoner, take captive, make prisoner, make captive, captivate, lead captive, lead into captivity, send to prison, commit, give in charge, give in custody, subjugate and c. 749. Restrained, constrained, imprisoned and cv, pent up, jammed in, wedged in, under lock and key, under restraint, under hatches, in swaddling clothes, on parole, in custody, doing time and c. prisoner 754. Cohibitive, coactive and c. compulsory 744. Stiff, restringent, straight-laced, hide-bound, bark-bound. Ice-bound, wind-bound, weather-bound, cabined, cribbed, confined, in lobs pound, laid by the heels. 752. Prison and prison, prison house, jail, jail, cage, coop, den, cell, stronghold, fortress, keep, dungeon, dungeon, bastille, oubliette, bridewell, house of correction, hulks, tollbooth, panopticon, penitentiary, guardroom, lockup, hold, roundhouse, watch house, station house, sponging house, station, house of detention, black hole, pen, fold, pound, enclosure and c. 232. Isolation, exclusion 893. Penal settlement, penal colony, bilboes, stocks, limbo, quad. Calaboose, chalky, chokey, thana, workhouse, Newgate, Fleet, Marshalsea, King's Bench, Queen's Bench, bond, bandage, irons, pinion, jive, fetter, shackle, trammel, manacle, handcuff, straitjacket, 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 strait waistcoat, hopples, vice. Yoke, collar, halter, harness, muzzle, gag, bit, brake, curb, snaffle, bridle, rein, reins, bearing rein, martingale, leading string, tether, picket, band, guy, chain, cord and C, fastening 45. Caveson, hackamore, headstall, jacquema, lines, ribbons, bolt, deadbolt, bar, lock, police lock, combination lock, padlock, rail, wall, stone wall, paling, palisade, fence, picket fence, barbed wire fence, cyclone fence, stockade fence, chain link fence, barrier, barricade. Drag and C, hindrance, 706. 753. Keeper, innkeeper, custodian, custos, ranger, warder, jailer, jailer, turnkey, castellan, guard, watchdog, watchman, Charlie Chocodar Darwin Hayward, Sentry, Sentinel, Watch and Ward Concierge, Coast Guard, Guarda Costa, Gamekeeper, Escort, Bodyguard, Protector, Governor, Duenna, Guardian, Governess and Sea Teacher. 540 Nurse, Nanny, Babysitter, Catsitter, Dogsitter, Bon, Aya. 754. Prisoner, prisoner, prisoner of war, POW, captive, inmate, detainee, hostage, abductee, detenu, close prisoner, jailbird, ticket of leave man, chevron v. Stand committed, be imprisoned and see 751, take prisoner, take hostage, capture, 789. Imprisoned and see 751. In prison, in quad, in durance vile, in limbo, in custody, doing time, in charge, in chains, under lock and key, under hatches, on parole. 755. Commission, commission, delegation, consignment, assignment, procuration, deputation, legation, mission, embassy, agency, agentship, power of attorney, clerkship, surrogacy, errand, charge, brevet, diploma, exequator, permit and see. Permission 760. Appointment, nomination, designation, return, charter, ordination, installation, inauguration, investiture, swearing in, accession, coronation, enthronement. Vicegerency, regency, regentship. Viceroy and C 745. Consignee and C 758. Deputy and C 759. Agent, delegate, consignee and C 758 v. Commission, delegate, depute, consign, assign, charge, entrust and trust. Commit to the hands of, authorize and see, permit, 760. Put in commission, accredit, engage, hire, bespeak, appoint, name, nominate, return, ordain, install, induct, inaugurate, swear in, invest, crown, enroll, enlist, give power of attorney to employ, empower, set over, place over, send out, be commissioned, be accredited, represent, stand for, stand in the stead of, stand in the place of, stand in the shoes of, edge. Commissioned and CV. Adv. Per procurationum. 756. Abrogation, abrogation, annulment, nullification, rescission, vacatur, cancelling and CV, cancel, revocation, revokement, repeal, rescission, defeasance, dismissal, conge, demission, bounce, deposal, deposition, dethronement, disestablishment, disendowment, deconsecration, sack, walking papers, pink slip, walking ticket, yellow cover, abolition, abolishment, dissolution. Counter order, countermand, repudiation, retraction, retractation, recantation and c. Tergiversation, 607, abolitionist, v. Abrogate, annul, cancel, destroy and c. 162. Abolish, revoke, repeal, rescind, reverse, retract, recall, abolitionize, overrule, override, set aside, disannul, dissolve, quash, nullify, declare null and void, disestablish, disendow, deconsecrate. Disclaim and c. Deny, 536. Ignore, repudiate, recant and c. 607, divest oneself, break off. Countermand, counter-order, do away with, sweep away, brush away, throw overboard, throw to the dogs, scatter to the winds, cast behind. Dismiss, discard, cast off, turn off, cast out, cast adrift, cast out of doors, cast aside, cast away, send off, send away, send packing, send about one's business. Discharge, get rid of and see eject, 297. Bounce, fire, fire out, sack, cashier, break, oust, unseat, unsaddle, unthrone, dethrone, disenthrone, depose, uncrown, unfrock, strike off the roll, disbar, disbench. Be abrogated and c. Receive its quietus, walk the plank. Abrogated and cv. Functus officio, int. Get along with you, begone, go about your business, away with. 757. Resignation, resignation, retirement, abdication, renunciation, abjuration, abandonment, relinquishment, v. Resign, give up, throw up, lay down, throw up the cards, wash one's hands of, abjure, renounce, forgo, disclaim, retract, deny and c. 536, abrogate and c. 756, desert and c. relinquish, 624, get rid of and c. 782. Abdicate, vacate one's seat, accept the stewardship of the Chiltern Hundreds, retire, tender one's resignation. Abdicant, phr. Othello's occupation's gone. 758 Consignee, consignee, trustee, nominee, committee, agent, delegate, commissary, commissioner, emissary, envoy, commissionaire, messenger and c. 534. Diplomatist, diplomat, diplomate, corps diplomatique, embassy, ambassador, ambassador. Representative, resident, consul, legate, nuncio, internuncio, chargé d'affaires, attaché. Vicegerent and c. deputy, 759. Plenipotentiary. Functionary, placeman, curator, treasurer and c. 801. factor, bailiff, clerk, secretary, attorney, advocate, solicitor, proctor, broker, underwriter, commission agent, auctioneer, one's man of business, factotum and C director. 694, caretaker, dalal, dubesh, garnishi, gameshta. Negotiator, go-between, middleman, underagent, employ, servant and C 746. Referee, arbitrator and C, judge, 967. Traveler, bagman, commis voyageur, touter, commercial traveler, drummer, traveling man. Newspaper correspondent, own correspondent, special correspondent. 759. Deputy, deputy, substitute, vice, proxy, locum tenens, badly, delegate, representative, next friend, surrogate, secondary. Regent, vice-regent, vizier, minister, vicar, premier and C director. 694. Chancellor, prefect, provost, warden, lieutenant, archon, consul, proconsul, viceroy and C governor. 745. Commissioner and C 758. Tsunglai Yemen Y Wupu. Plenipotentiary, alter ego, team. 811. Champion. V. Be deputy and CN. Stand for, appear for, hold a brief for, answer for, represent. Stand in the shoes of, walk in the shoes of, stand in the stead of, ablegate, accredit. Acting, vice, vice-regal, accredited to adv. In behalf of. Section 2. Special intersocial volition. 760. Permission and permission, leave, allowance, sufferance, tolerance, toleration, liberty, law, license, concession, grace, indulgence, and C lenity. 740. Favor, dispensation, exemption, release, connivance, vouchsafement. Authorization, warranty, accordance, admission. Permit, warrant, brevet, precept, sanction, authority, firman, hukum, pass, passport, furlough, license, carte blanche, ticket of leave, grant, charter, patent, letters, patent. V. Permit, give permission and CN, give power. Let, allow, admit, suffer, bear with, tolerate, recognize, concede and C 762. Accord, vouchsafe, favor, humor, gratify, indulge, stretch, appoint, wink at, connive at. Shut one's eyes to, grant, empower, charter, enfranchise, privilege, confer a privilege, license, authorize, warrant. Sanction, entrust and C. Commission. 755. Give carte blanche, give the reins to, give scope to and C. Freedom. 748. Leave alone, leave it to one, leave the door open. Open the door to, open the floodgates, give a loose to. Let off. Absolve and C. Acquit. 970. Release, exonerate, dispense with, ask permission, beg permission, request permission, ask leave, beg leave, request leave. Permitting and CV. Permissive, indulgent, permitted and CV. Patent, chartered, permissible, allowable, lawful, legitimate, legal, legalized and C. Law. 963. Licit, unforbid, unforbidden, unconditional, adv. By leave, with leave, on leave and CN. Specially gratia, under favor of, pace, ad libitum and C. Freely. 748. At will. 600. By all means and C. Willingly. 602. Yes and C. Assent. 488. PHR, avec permission, brevet d'invention. 761. Prohibition, prohibition, inhibition, veto, disallowance, interdict, interdiction, injunction, estoppel, embargo, ban, taboo, proscription, index expurgatorius, restriction and C. Restraint. 751. Hindrance and C. 706. Forbidden fruit, main law. V. Prohibit, inhibit, forbid, put one's veto upon, disallow, enjoin, ban, outlaw, taboo, proscribe, estop, bar, debar, and see. Hinder, 706 forfend. Keep in, keep within bounds, restrain, and see 751. Cohibit, withhold, limit, circumscribe, clip the wings of, restrict. Interdict, taboo, put under an interdiction, place under an interdiction, put under the ban, place under the ban. Proscribe, exclude, shut out, shut the door, bolt the door, show the door, warn off, dash the cup from one's lips, forbid the bans. Prohibitive, prohibitory, proscriptive, restrictive, exclusive, forbidding, and CV. Prohibited and CV. Not permitted and C 760, unlicensed, contraband, impermissible under the ban of, illegal and C 964, unauthorized, not to be thought of, uncountenanced, unthinkable, beyond the pale adv. On no account and C no 536 int. Forbid at heaven and C deprecation 766, hands off, keep off, hold, stop, desist, cease and desist, avast, phr. That will never do, don't you dare forget it, don't even think about doing it, go ahead, make my day. 762. Consent and consent. Assent and C 488, acquiescence. Approval and C 931. Compliance, agreement, concession, yieldance, yieldingness, accession, acknowledgement, acceptance, agnition. Settlement, ratification, confirmation, adjustment. Permit and C permission, 760. Promise and C 768. V. Consent. Assent and C 488. Yield, assent, admit, allow, concede, grant, yield, come round, come over, give into, acknowledge, agonize, give consent, comply with, acquiesce, agree to, fall in with, accede. Accept, embrace an offer, close with, take at one's word, have no objection. Satisfy, meet one's wishes, settle, come to terms and see 488, not refuse and see 764, turn a willing ear and see willingness, 602, jump at, deign, vouchsafe, promise and see 768. Consenting and CV, squeezable, agreed and see assent, 488, unconditional, adv. Okay, yes and see assent, 488, by all means and see willingly, 602. No problem, if you please as you please, be it so, so be it, well and good of course, please do, don't hesitate, phr. Kai tesa cousent. 763. Offer, an offer, proffer, presentation, tender, bid, overture, proposal, proposition, motion, invitation, candidature, offering and see gift, 784, v. Offer, proffer, present, tender, bid, propose, move, make a motion, make advances, start, invite, hold out, place in one's way, put forward, hawk about, offer for sale and see 796, press and see request, 765, lay at one's feet. Offer oneself, present oneself, volunteer, come forward, be a candidate, stand for, bid for, seek, be at one's service, go a begging, bribe and see, give, 784. Offering, offered and CV, in the market, for sale, to let, disengaged on hire. 764. Refusal, en refusal, rejection, noncompliance, incompliance, denial, declining and CV. Declension, declinature, peremptory refusal, flat refusal, point-blank refusal, repulse, rebuff, discountenance. Recusancy, abnegation, protest, disclaimer, dissent and C 489, revocation and C 756. V. Refuse, reject, deny, decline, turn down. Nil, negative, refuse one's assent, withhold one's assent, shake the head, close the hand, close the purse. Grudge, begrudge, be slow to hang fire, pass at cards. Be deaf to dismiss, turn a deaf ear to, turn one's back upon. Set one's face against, discountenance, not hear of, have nothing to do with, wash one's hands of, stand aloof, forswear, set aside, cast behind one. Not yield an inch and see obstinacy, 606. Resist, cross, not grant and see 762. Repel, repulse, shut the door in one's face, slam the door in one's face. Rebuff, send back, send to the right about, send away with a flea in the ear. Deny oneself, not be at home to, discard, spurn and see, repudiate, 610. Rescind and see, revoke, 756, disclaim, protest, dissent and see 489. Refusing and CV, restive, restiff, recusant, uncomplying, unconsenting, not willing to hear of, deaf to, refused and CV, ungranted, out of the question, not to be thought of, impossible, adv. No and see 536, on no account, not for the world, no thank you, thanks but no thanks, phr. Non possumus, your humble servant, bien oblige, not on your life, no way, not even if you beg on your knees. 765. Request, N. Request, requisition, claim, and C. Demand. 741. Petition, suit, prayer, begging letter, round robin, motion, overture, application, canvass, address, appeal, apostrophe, imprecation, rogation, proposal, proposition, orison, and C. Worship. 990. Incantation, and C. Spell. 993. Mendicancy, asking, begging, and CV. Postulation, solicitation, invitation, entreaty, importunity, supplication, instance, impetration, imploration, obsecration, obtestation, invocation, interpellation. V. Request, ask, beg, crave, sue, pray, petition, solicit, invite, pop the question, make bold to ask, beg leave, beg a boon, apply to, put to, call upon, call for, make a request, address a request, prefer a request, put up a request, make a prayer, address a prayer, prefer a prayer, put up a prayer, make a petition, address a petition, prefer a petition, put up a petition, make application, make a requisition, ask trouble, ask one for. Claim, and C. Demand. 741. Offer up prayers, and C. Worship. 990. Whistle for, beg hard, entreat, beseech, plead, supplicate, implore, conjure, adjure, obtest. Cry to, kneel to, appeal to, invoke, evoke. Impetrate, imprecate, ply, press, urge, beset, importune, dun, tax, clamor for, cry aloud, cry for help, fall on one's knees, throw oneself at the feet of, come down on one's marrow bones. Beg from door to door, send the hat round, go a begging, mendicate, mump, cadge, beg one's bread. Dance attendance on, besiege, knock at the door, bespeak, canvass, tout, make interest, court, seek, bid for, and see offer. 763. Publish the bans. Requesting, and CV. Precatory, suppliant, supplicant, supplicatory, postulant, obsecratory. Importunate, clamorous, urgent, cap in hand, on one's knees, on one's bended knees, on one's marrow bones. Adv. Prithee do, please, pray, be so good as be good enough, have the goodness, vouchsafe, will you, I pray thee, if you please. Int, for God's sake, for heaven's sake, for goodness sake, for mercy's sake. Phr. Dieu vous garde, dirignos domine, would you be so kind as to. 766. Deprecation, N. Deprecation, expostulation, intercession, mediation, protest, remonstrance. V. Deprecate, protest, expostulate, enter a protest, intercede for, remonstrate. Deprecatory, expostulatory, intercessory, mediatorial. Deprecated, protested, unsought, unbesought, unasked, and C. Ask, and C. 765. Int. Cry you mercy, God forbid, forbid it, heaven, heaven forfend, heaven forbid, far be it from. Hands off, and C. Prohibition. 761. Please don't. 767. Petitioner, N. Petitioner, solicitor, applicant, suppliant, supplicant, suitor, candidate, claimant, postulant, aspirant, competitor, bidder, place hunter, pot hunter, prizer, seeker. Beggar, mendicant, moocher, panhandler, freeloader, sponger, mumper, sturdy beggar, cadger, hotel runner, runner, steerer, tout, touter. Pauper, homeless person, hobo, bum, tramp, bindle stiff, beau, night of the road, poverty. 804. Hippie, flower child, hardcore, unemployed, welfare client, welfare case, canvasser, bagman, and C. 758. Salesman. Section 3. Conditional intersocial volition. 768. Promise, N. Promise, undertaking, word, troth, plight, pledge, parole, word of honor, vow, oath, and C. Affirmation. 535. profession, assurance, warranty, guarantee, insurance, obligation, contract, and C 769, stipulation, engagement, pre-engagement, affiance, betroth, betrothal, betrothment. V, promise, give a promise, and CN, undertake, engage, make an engagement, form an engagement, enter into an engagement, enter on an engagement, bind oneself, tie oneself, pledge oneself, commit oneself, take upon oneself. Vow. Swear and see, affirm. 535, give one's word, pass one's word, pledge one's word, plight one's word, give one's honor, pass one's honor, pledge one's honor, plight one's honor, give credit, pass credit, pledge credit, plight credit, give troth, pass troth, pledge troth, plight troth, betroth, plight faith, assure, warrant, guarantee, covenant and C 769, attest and C bear witness, 467. Hold out an expectation, contract an obligation, become bound to become sponsor for, answer for be answerable for secure, give security and C 771, underwrite, adjure administer an oath, put to one's oath, swear a witness, promising and CV, promissory, votive, underhand and seal upon oath, promised and CV, affianced, pledged, bound, committed, compromised in for it, adv. As one's head shall answer for PHR. In for a penny, in for a pound, ex voto, gage de more. 768a. Release from engagement, N release and C liberation, 750, absolute, unconditional and C free, 748. 769. Compact, N compact, contract, agreement, bargain, affidation, pact, paction, bond, covenant, indenture, bundibast, deal, stipulation, settlement, convention, compromise, cartel, protocol, treaty, concordat, Zollverein, Sonderbund, charter, Magna Charta, pragmatic sanction, customs union, free trade region, general agreement on tariffs and trade, GATT, most favored nation status. Negotiation and C bargaining, 794, diplomacy and C mediation, 724, negotiator and C agent, 758, ratification, completion, signature, seal, sigil, signet, v. Contract, covenant, agree for, engage and C promise, 768, treat, negotiate, stipulate, make terms, bargain and C barter, 794. Make a bargain, strike a bargain, come to terms, come to an understanding, compromise and C 774, set at rest, close with, conclude, complete, settle, confirm, ratify, clench, subscribe, underwrite, endorse, put the seal to, sign, seal and C attest, 467, indent, take one at one's word, bargain by inch of candle, agreed and CV, conventional, underhand and seal, PHR, caveat emptor. 770. Conditions, N conditions, terms, articles of agreement, memorandum, clauses, provisions, proviso and C qualification, 469. Covenant, stipulation, obligation, ultimatum, sine qua non, casus foederis 0v. Make terms, come to terms and C contract, 769, make it a condition, stipulate, insist upon, make a point of, bind, tie up. Conditional, provisional, guarded, fenced, hedged in. Adv, conditionally and C, with qualification, 469, provisionally, pro re nata, on condition, with a string to it. 771. Security and security, guarantee, gauge, warranty, bond, tie, pledge, plight, mortgage, collateral, debenture, hypothecation, bill of sale, lien, pawn, pignoration, real security, vadium. Stake, deposit, earnest, hansel, caution, promissory note, bill of exchange, IOU. Personal security, covenant, specialty, parole and C, promise, 768. Acceptance, endorsement, signature, execution, stamp, seal. Sponsor, co-sponsor, sponsion, sponsorship, surety, bail, mainpreneur, hostage, godchild, godfather, godmother, recognizance, deed of indemnity, covenant of indemnity, authentication, verification, warrant, certificate, voucher, docket, record and C 551, probate, attested copy, receipt, acquittance, quittance, discharge, release. Muniment, title deed, instrument, deed poll, assurance, indenture, charter and C compact, 769, charter poll, paper, parchment, settlement, will, testament, last will and testament, codicil v. Give security, give bail, give substantial bail, go bail, pawn, impawn, spout, mortgage, hypothecate, impignorate. Guarantee, warrant, warranty, assure, accept, endorse, underwrite, insure, cosign, countersign, sponsor, co-sponsor. Execute, stamp, sign, seal and C evidence, 467. Let, set, grant a lease, take a lease, hold in pledge, lend on security, and c. 787, phr. Bonus avibus, gone where the woodbine twineth. 772. Observance, n. Observance, performance, compliance, acquiescence, concurrence, obedience, and c. 743. Fulfillment, satisfaction, discharge, acquittance, acquittal, adhesion, acknowledgement, fidelity, and c. Probity, 939. Exact, and c. 494. Observance. V. Observe, comply with, respect, acknowledge, abide by, cling to, adhere to, be faithful to, act up to, meet, fulfill, carry out, carry into execution, execute, perform, keep, satisfy, discharge, do one's office. Perform an obligation, fulfill an obligation, discharge an obligation, acquit oneself of an obligation, make good one's word, make good one's promise, keep one's word, keep one's promise, redeem one's pledge, keep faith with, stand to one's engagement. Observant, faithful, true, loyal, honorable, and c. 939. True as the dial to the sun, true as the needle to the pole, punctual, punctilious, literal, and c. Exact, 494. As good as one's word, adv. Faithfully, and c. Edge, phr. Ignicito sep alteri nunquam tibi, tempori parendum, to God, thy country, and thy friend be true. 773. Non-observance, n. Non-observance, and c. 772. Evasion, inobservance, failure, omission, neglect, laches, laxity, informality, infringement, infraction, violation, transgression, piracy, retraction, retractation, repudiation, nullification, protest, forfeiture, lawlessness, disobedience, and c. 742, bad faith, and c. 940. V. Fail, neglect, omit, elude, evade, give the go-by to, set aside, ignore, shut one's eyes to, close one's eyes to, infringe, transgress, violate, pirate, break, trample underfoot, do violence to, drive a coach and six through, discard, protest, repudiate, fling to the winds, set it not, nullify, declare null and void, cancel, and c. Wipe off, 552, retract, go back from, be off, forfeit, go from one's word, palter, stretch a point, strain a point. Violating, and cv. Lawless, transgressive, elusive, evasive, unfulfilled, and c. Fulfill, and c. 772. 774. Compromise, n. Compromise, commutation, composition, middle term, mezzo termin, compensation, and c. 30. Abatement of differences, adjustment, mutual concession. V. Compromise, commute, compound, take the mean, split the difference, meet one halfway, give and take, come to terms, and c. Contract. 769. Submit to arbitration, abide by arbitration, patch up, bridge over, arrange, straighten out, adjust, differences, agree, make the best of, make a virtue of necessity, take the will for the deed. Section 4. Possessive relations. 1. Property in general. 775. Acquisition, n. Acquisition, gaining, and cv. Obtainment, procuration, procurement, purchase, descent, inheritance, gift, and c. 784. Recovery, retrieval, revendication, replevin, restitution, and c. 790. Redemption, salvage, trover, find, truville, foundling, gain, thrift, money-making, money-grubbing, lucre, filthy lucre, pelf, loaves and fishes, the main chance, emolument, and c. Remuneration, 973. Profit, earnings, winnings, innings, pickings, net profit, Avails income and C receipt, 810. Proceeds produce product outcome output return fruit crop harvest. Second crop aftermath benefit and C good, 618. Sweepstakes trick prize pool pot wealth and C 803. Subreption, abreption, stealing and C 791. V. Acquire, get, gain, win, earn, obtain, procure, gather. Collect and see, assemble, 72. Pick, pick up, glean, find, come upon, pitch upon, light upon, scrape up, scrape together, get in, reap and carry, net, bag, sack, bring home, secure, derive, draw, get in the harvest. Profit, make profit, draw profit, turn a quick profit, turn to profit, turn to account. Make capital out of, make money by, obtain a return, reap the fruits of, reap an advantage, gain an advantage. Turn a penny, turn an honest penny. Make the pot boil, bring grist to the mill. Make money, coin money, raise funds, raise the wind, fill one's pocket and see wealth, 803. Treasure up and see store, 636. Realize, clear, produce and see 161. Take and see 789. Get back, recover, regain, retrieve, revendicate, replevy, redeem, come by one's own. Come by, come in for. Receive and see 785. Inherit, step into a fortune, step into the shoes of, succeed to. Get hold of, get between one's finger and thumb, get into one's hand, get at, take possession, come into possession, enter into possession, be profitable and see edge. Pay, answer, accrue and see, be received, 785. Edge. Acquiring, acquired and CV, profitable, advantageous, gainful, remunerative, paying, lucrative, PHR. Lucri casa. 776. Loss, loss, deperdition, perdition, forfeiture, lapse, privation, bereavement, deprivation and C dispossession. 789. Riddance, damage, squandering, waste, V. Lose, incur a loss, experience a loss, meet with a loss, mislay, let slip, allow to slip through the fingers, be without and C exempt. 777.1. Forfeit. Get rid of and C 782. Waste and C 638. Be lost, lapse, edge, losing and CV. Not having and C 777.1, shorn of, deprived of, denuded, bereaved, bereft, minus, cut off, dispossessed and C 789, rid of, quit of, out of pocket, lost and CV, long lost, irretrievable and C, hopeless, 859, off one's hands, int. Farewell to, adieu to. 777. Possession, possession, season, ownership and C 780, occupancy, hold, holding, tenure, tenancy, fidelity, dependency, villanage, sockage, chivalry, knight service. Exclusive possession, impropriation, monopoly, retention, and C 781. Prepossession, preoccupancy, 9 points of the law, corner, usu caption. Future possession, heritage, inheritance, heirship, reversion, fee, seniority, primogeniture, ultimogeniture. Futures contract, right of future possession, financial instruments, warrant, put, call, option, right of first refusal, bird in hand, eudeposites, chose in possession. V. Possess, have, hold, occupy, enjoy, be possessed of and siege. Have in hand and siege. Own and C 780. Command, inherit, come to, come in for, engross, monopolize, forestall, regrate, impropriate, have all to oneself. Corner, have a firm hold of and C, retain, 781, get into one's hand and C, acquire, 775. Belong to, appertain to, pertain to, be in one's possession and siege. Vest in. Possessing and CV. Worth, possessed of, seized of, master of, in possession of, usucapiant, endowed with, blessed with, instinct with, fraught with, laden with, charged with, possessed and CV, on hand by one, in hand, in store, in stock, in one's hands, in one's grasp, in one's possession, at one's command, at one's disposal, one's own and C, property, 780, unsold, unshared, PHR. Int bear journ was do nicht hast, miam et tuum est. 777a. Exemption, exemption, absence and C 187, exception, immunity, privilege, release, V. Not have and C 777, be without and C edge. Excuse, edge, exempt from, devoid of, without, unpossessed of, unblessed with, immune from, not having and C 777, unpossessed, untenanted and C vacant, 187 without an owner, unobtained, unacquired. 778. Participation, participation, cotenancy, joint tenancy, occupancy in common, possession in common, tenancy in common, joint stock, common stock, copartnership, partnership, communion, community of possessions, community of goods, communism, socialism, cooperation and C 709. Snacks, co-portion, picnic, hotspot, co-airship, co-parsony, co-parcenary, gavelkind. Participator, sharer, co-partner, partner, shareholder, co-tenant, joint tenant, tenants in common, co-heir, co-parsoner. Communist, socialist, v. Participate, partake, share, share in, come in for a share, go shares, go snacks, go halves, share and share alike. Have in common, possess in common, be seized in common, have as joint tenants, possess as joint tenants, be seized as joint tenants and cn. Join in, have a hand in and see, cooperate, 709. Partaking and CV, communistic, adv, share and share alike. 779. Possessor, en possessor, holder, occupant, occupier, tenant, person in possession, man in possession, and C777. Renter, lodger, lessee under lessee. Zemindar, riot, tenant on sufferance, tenant at will, tenant from year to year, tenant for years, tenant for life. Owner, proprietor, proprietress, proprietary, impropriator, master, mistress, lord. Landholder, landowner, landlord, landlady, slumlord, lord of the manor, lord paramount, heriter, laird, vavasor, landed gentry, mean lord, planter, sestuiquetrust, beneficiary, mortgagor, grantee, fifi, releasee, relessee, devisee, legatee, legatary. Trustee, holder of the legal estate and see. Mortgagee, right owner, rightful owner, heir presumptive, heir apparent, heiress, inheritor, inheritress, inheritrix, reversioner, remainderman. 780. Property, en property, possession, suum cuique, meum et tuum, ownership, proprietorship, lordship, seigneury, empire and sea dominion, 737. Interest, stake, estate, right, title, claim, demand, holding, tenure and sea possession, 777. Vested interest, contingent interest, beneficial interest, equitable interest, use, trust, benefit, legal estate, equitable estate, season. Absolute interest, paramount estate, freehold, fee tail, fee simple, estate in fee, estate entail, estate tail. Estate entail male, estate entail female, estate entail general, limitation, term, lease, settlement, strict settlement, particular estate. Estate for life, estate for years, estate per ottervi, remainder, reversion, expectancy, possibility. Dower, dowry, jointure, appanage, inheritance, heritage, patrimony, alimony. Legacy and sea gift, 784. Falsidian law, paternal estate, thirds. Assets, belongings, means, resources, circumstances, wealth, and C 803. Money and C 800. What one is worth, what one will cut up for. Estate and effects. Landed property, landed real estate property. Realty, land, lands, tenements, hereditaments, corporeal hereditaments, incorporeal hereditaments. Acres, ground and sea earth, 342. Equest, messuage, toft. Territory, state, kingdom, principality, realm, empire, protectorate, sphere of influence. Manor, honor, domain, farm, plantation, hacienda, allodium, and sea free, 748. Fief, feud, zemindery, dependency. Arado, maristead, ranch, free leaseholds, copy leaseholds. Folkland. Chattels, real fixtures, plant, heirloom, easement. Right of common, right of user. Personal property, personal estate, personal effects. Personalty, chattels, goods, effects, movables, stock in trade. Things, traps, rattle traps, paraphernalia, equipage and C 633. Parcels, appurtenances. Impedimenta, luggage, baggage, bag and baggage. Pelf, cargo, lading. Rent roll, income and C receipts, 810. Mall and wedges. Patent, copyright, chose and action. Credit and C 805. Debt and C 806. V. Possess and C 777. Be the possessor of and C 779. Own. Have for one's own, have for one's very own, come in for inherit. Savor of the realty. Be one's property and CN. Belong to, appertain to, pertain to, edge. One's own. Landed, predial, manorial, allodial. Free leasehold, copy leasehold. Feudal, adv. To one's credit, to one's account, to the good. To one and his heirs forever. To one and the heirs of his body. To one and his heirs and assigns. To one and his executors, administrators, and assigns. 781. Retention and retention, retaining and CV, keep, detention, custody, tenacity, firm hold, grasp, gripe, grip, iron grip, fangs, teeth, claws, talons, nail, unguis, hook, tentacle, tenaculum, bond and C, vinculum, 45, clutches, tongs, forceps, pincers, nippers, pliers, vice, paw, hand, finger, wrist, fist, neef. Bird and hand, captive and C 754. V. Retain, keep, hold fast one's own, hold tight one's own, hold fast one's ground, hold tight one's ground. Clinch, clench, clutch, grasp, gripe, hug, have a firm hold of, secure, withhold, detain, hold back, keep close, husband and see store 636. Reserve, have in stock, have on hand, keep in stock and see possess 777. Entail, tie up, settle. Edge, retaining and CV, retentive, tenacious. Unforfeited, undeprived, undisposed, uncommunicated, incommunicable, inalienable, in mortmain, in strict settlement, phr. Eutyposites. 782. Relinquishment, n relinquishment, abandonment and c of a course 624. Renunciation, expropriation, dereliction, cession, surrender, dispensation, quitclaim deed, resignation and c 757. Riddance, derelict and c edge. Foundling, jetsam, waif, discards, culls, rejects, garbage, refuse, rubbish. V. Relinquish, give up, surrender, yield, cede. Let go, let slip, spare, drop, resign, forgo, renounce, abandon, expropriate, give away, dispose of, part with. Lay aside, lay apart, lay down, lay on the shelf and see disuse. 678. Set aside, put away, make away with, cast behind. Maroon. Give notice to quit, give warning, supersede, be rid of, get quit of, eject and see 297. Rid oneself of, disburden oneself of, divest oneself of, dispossess oneself of. Wash one's hands of, discard, cast off, dismiss. Cast away, throw away, pitch away, fling away, cast aside, cast overboard, cast to the dogs, throw aside, throw overboard, throw to the dogs, pitch aside, pitch overboard, pitch to the dogs, fling aside, fling overboard, fling to the dogs, cast to the winds, throw to the winds, sweep to the winds. Put away, turn away, sweep away. Jettison, reject. Quit one's hold, quitclaim, edge. Relinquished and CV, cast off, derelict, unowned, unappropriated, unculled, left and C residuary 40, int. Away with. 2. Transfer of property. 783. Transfer and transfer, conveyance, assignment, alienation, abalienation, demise, limitation, conveyancing, transmission and C transference, 270. Enfeoffment, bargain and sale, lease and release, exchange and C interchange, 148. Barter and C 794. Substitution and C 147. Succession, reversion, shifting use, shifting trust, devolution. V. Transfer, convey, alienate, alien, assign, grant and C confer 784. Consign, makeover, handover, pass, hand, transmit, negotiate, hand down, exchange and C interchange 148. Change hands from one to another, devolve, succeed, come into possession and C acquire 775. Abalienate, disinherit, dispossess and C 789. Substitute and C 147. Alienable, negotiable, phr. Estate coming into possession. 784. Giving and CV. Bestowal, bestowment, donation, presentation, presentment, accordance, concession, delivery, consignment, dispensation, communication, endowment, investment, investiture, award, almsgiving, charity, liberality, generosity, gift, donation, present, cadeau, faring, free gift, boon, favor, benefaction, grant, offering, oblation, sacrifice, immolation, lanyap, pylon, grace, act of grace, bonus. Allowance, contribution, subscription, subsidy, tribute, subvention, bequest, legacy, devise, will, dotation, appanage, voluntary settlement, voluntary conveyance and C 783. Amortization, alms, largesse, bounty, dole, sportial, donative, help, oblation, offertory, honorarium, gratuity, Peter pence, sportula, Christmas box, Easter offering, veil, douceur, drink money, pourboire, trinkgeld, backshish. Fee and C, recompense 973, consideration. Bribe, bait, ground bait, peace offering, hansel, boodle, graft, grease, blat, giver, grantor and CV, donor, fifer, settlor v. Deliver, hand, pass, put into the hands of, hand over, make over, deliver over, pass over, turn over, assign dower. Present, give away, dispense, dispose of, give out, deal out, dole out, mete out, fork out, squeeze out. Pay and C 807, render, impart, communicate. Concede, cede, yield, part with, shed, cast, spend and C 809. Give, bestow, confer, grant, accord, award, assign, entrust, consign, vest in, make a present, allow, contribute, subscribe, furnish its quota, invest, endow, settle upon, bequeath, leave, devise, furnish, supply, help, administer to, afford, spare, accommodate with, indulge with, favor with, shower down upon, lavish, pour on, thrust upon. Tip, bribe, tickle the palm, grease the palm, offer and C 763, sacrifice, immolate edge, Giving and CV, given and CV, allowed, allowable, concessional, communicable, charitable, elemosynary, sportulary, tributary, gratis and C 815, donative, phr. Octor pretiosa facit, ex dono, res est ingeniosa dare. 785. Receiving and CV, acquisition and C 775, reception and C introduction 296, suscipiency, acceptance, admission, recipient, accipient, assignee, devisee, legatee, legatary, grantee, fifi, donee, releasee, relessee, lessee, receiver, sportulary, stipendiary, beneficiary, pensioner, pensionary, almsman. Income and C receipt 810. V. Receive, take in C 789, acquire in C 775, admit, take in, catch, touch, pocket, put into one's pocket, put into one's purse, accept, take off one's hands, be received, come in, come to hand, pass into one's hand, fall into one's hand, go into one's pocket, fall to one's lot, fall to one's share, come to one, fall to one, accrue, have given to one and C 784. Receiving and CV, recipient, suscipient. A received and CV, given and C 784, second hand, not given, unbestowed and C give, bestow and C 784. 786. Apportionment, an apportionment, allotment, consignment, assignment, appointment, appropriation, dispensation, distribution, division, deal, repartition, partition, administration. Dividend, portion, contingent, share, allotment, fair share, allocation, lot, measure, dose, dole, meed, pittance, quantum, ration, ratio, proportion, quota, modicum, mess, allowance, suerte v. Apportion, divide, distribute, administer, dispense, billet, allot, detail, cast, share, meet, portion out, parcel out, dole out, deal, carve, allocate, ration, ration out, assign, separate and C44. Partition, assign, appropriate, appoint. Come in for one's share and C, participate, 778, apportioning and CV, respective, adv, respectively, each to each. 787. Lending, N lending and CV loan, advance, accommodation, veneration, mortgage, second mortgage, home loan and C security. 771 investment, note, bond, commercial paper, Montepayet, pawn shop, my uncle's lender, pawnbroker, money lender, usurer, loan shark, loaner of item loaned, V. Lend, advance, accommodate with, lend on security, loan, pawn and C, security, 771. Entrust, invest, place out to interest, put out to interest. Let, demise, lease, set, under let, lending and CV, lent and CV, unborrowed and C borrowed and C 788 adv. In advance, on loan, on security. 788. Borrowing and borrowing, pledging, borrowed plumes, plagiarism and C thieving, 791. Replevin v. Borrow, desume. Hire, rent, farm, take a lease, take a demise, take by the hour, take by the mile, take by the year and C. Hire by the hour, hire by the mile, hire by the year and C. Adopt, apply, appropriate, imitate, make use of, take. Raise money, take up money, raise the wind, fly a kite, borrow from Peter to pay Paul, run into debt and see debt, 806. Replevi. 789. Taking and CV. Reception and C, taking and 296 deglutition and C, taking food, 298. Appropriation, prehension, prensation, capture, caption, apprehension, deprehension, abruption, seizure, expropriation, abduction, ablation, subtraction, withdrawal and C 38, abstraction, ademption, adrolepsy. Dispossession, deprivation, deprivement, bereavement, divestment, disharrison, distraint, distress, sequestration, confiscation. Eviction and C 297, rapacity, rapaciousness, extortion, vampirism, theft and C 791. Resumption, reprise, reprisal, recovery and C 775, clutch, swoop, wrench, grip and C retention, 781, haul, take, catch, scramble, taker, captor, subduction v. Take, catch, hook, nab, bag, sack, pocket, put into one's pocket, receive, accept. Reap, crop, cull, pluck, gather and see, get, 775, draw, appropriate, expropriate, impropriate, assume, possess oneself of, take possession of, commandeer, lay one's hands on, clap one's hands on, help oneself to, make free with, dip one's hands into, lay under contribution, intercept, scramble for, deprive of. Take away, carry away, bear away, take off, carry off, bear off, edeme, abstract, hurry off with, run away with, abduct, steal and C 791 ravish, seize, pounce upon, spring upon, swoop to, swoop down upon, take by storm, take by assault, snatch, reeve. Snap up, nip up, whip up, catch up, kidnap, crimp, capture, lay violent hands on. Get hold of, lay hold of, take hold of, catch hold of, lay fast hold of, take firm hold of, lay by the heels, take prisoner. Fasten upon, grip, grapple, embrace, gripe, clasp, grab, clutch, collar, throttle, take by the throat, claw, clinch, clench, make sure of. Catch at, jump at, make a grab at, snatch at. Reach, make a long arm, stretch forth one's hand. Take from, take away from, disseize, deduct and see 38. Retrench and see, curtail 201. Dispossess, ease one of, snatch from one's grasp. Tear from, tear away from, wrench from, wrest from, wring from, extort, deprive of, bereave, disinherit, cut off with a shilling. Oust and see, eject. 297. Divest, levy, distrain, confiscate, sequester, sequestrate, accroach. Usurp, despoil, strip, fleece, shear, displume, impoverish, eat out of house and home. Drain, drain to the dregs, gut, dry, exhaust, swallow up. Absorb and see, suck in 296. Draw off, suck the blood of, suck like a leech. Retake, resume, recover and see 775. Taking and CV, privative, prehensile, predacious, predal, predatory, predatorial, lupin, rapacious, raptorial, ravenous, parasitic. Bereft and see 776 adv. At one fell swoop, phr. Give an inch and take an L. 790. Restitution, restitution, return, rendition, redition, restoration, reinvestment, recuperation, rehabilitation and see reconstruction. 660. Reparation, atonement, compensation, indemnification. Release, replevin, redemption, recovery and see, getting back. 775. Remitter, reversion. V. Return, restore, give back, carry back, bring back, render, render up, give up. Let go, unclutch, disgorge, regorge, regurgitate, recoup, reimburse, compensate, indemnify, remit, rehabilitate, repair and see, make good. 660. Reinvest, revest, reinstate. Redeem, recover and see, get back. 775. Take back again, revest, revert. Restoring and CV, recuperative and see. 660. PHR. Suum cuique. 791. Stealing and CV, theft, thievery, latriciny, diurption, abstraction, appropriation, plagiary, plagiarism, autoplagiarism, latricinium. Spoliation, plunder, pillage, sack, sackage, rapine, brigandage, foray, razzia, rape, depredation, raid, blackmail, piracy, privateering, buccaneering, license to plunder, letters of marque, and reprisal. Filibustering, filibusterism, burglary, housebreaking, badger game, zero, robbery, highway robbery, hold-up, mugging, peculation, embezzlement, fraud and see 545. Larceny, petty larceny, grand larceny, shoplifting, thievishness, rapacity, kleptomania, Alsatia, den of Cacus, den of thieves, blackmail, extortion, shakedown, black hand, thief and see 792. V. Steal, thieve, rob, mug, purloin, pilfer, filch, prig, bag, nim, crib, cabbage, palm, abstract, appropriate, plagiarize, convey away, carry off, abduct, kidnap, crimp, make off with, walk off with, run away with, spirit away, seize and see, lay violent hands on. 789. Plunder, pillage, rifle, sack, loot, ransack, spoil, spoliate, despoil, strip, sweep, gut, forage, levy, blackmail, pirate, procure, maraud, lift cattle, poach, smuggle, run, badger, bail up, hold up, stick up, bunco, filibuster, swindle, peculate, embezzle, sponge, mulct, rook, bilk, pluck, pigeon, fleece, defraud and see 545, obtain under false pretenses, live by one's wits, rob Peter to pay Paul, borrow of Peter to pay Paul, set a thief to catch a thief. Disregard the distinction between meum and tuum, fence, launder money, edge, thieving and CV, thievish, light-fingered, furacious, furtive, piratical, predacious, predal, predatory, predatorial, raptorial and see rapacious. 789, stolen and CV, PHR. Sic vos non vobis. 792 thief, and thief, robber, homo trium literarum, pilferer, rifler, filcher, plagiarist. Spoiler, depredator, pillager, marauder. Harpy, shark, landshark, falcon, moss-trooper, bushranger, Bedouin, brigand, freebooter, bandit, thug, dacate. Pirate, corsair, Viking, Paul Jones, buccaneer, procurer, rover, ranger, privateer, filibuster. Rappery, wrecker, picaroon. Smuggler, poacher. abductor, badger, bunco man, cattle thief, chore, contrabandist, crook, hawk, hold-up man, hold-up, jackleg, kidnapper, rustler, cattle rustler, sandbagger, sea king, skin, sneak thief, spieler, strong-arm man, highwayman, Dick Turpin, Claude Duval, mashheath, footpad, sturdy beggar. Cut purse, pickpocket, light-fingered gentry, sharper, card sharper, skittle sharper, thimble rigger, rook, Greek, blackleg, leg, welsher, defaulter, Autolycus, Jeremy Diddler, Robert Mycare, artful dodger, trickster, swell mob, chevalier d'industry, shoplifter, swindler, peculator, forger, coiner, fence, receiver of stolen goods, duffer, smasher, burglar, housebreaker, cracksman, magsman, Bill Sykes, Jack Shepherd, Jonathan Wild. Gang, gang of thieves, theft ring, organized crime, mafia, the Sicilian mafia, the mob, La Cosa Nostra, Dillinger, Al Capone, Robin Hood. 793. Booty, booty, spoil, plunder, prize, loot, swag, pickings, spolia opima, prey, blackmail, stolen goods, edge, manubial. 3. Interchange of property. 794. Barter, barter, exchange, scourse, truck system, interchange, and C. 148, a Roland for an Oliver, quid pro quo, commutation, composition, Indian gift, trade, commerce, mercature, buying and selling, bargain and sale, traffic, business, nundination, custom, shopping, commercial enterprise, speculation, jobbing, stock jobbing, agiotage, brokery. Deal, dealing, transaction, negotiation, bargain, free trade. V. Barter, exchange, swap, truck, scourse, interchange, and C. 148, commutate, and C. Substitute. 147, compound for trade, traffic, buy and sell, give and take, nundinate. Carry on a trade, ply a trade, drive a trade, be in business, be in the city, keep a shop, deal in, employ one's capital in, trade with, deal with, have dealings with, transact business with, do business with, open an account with, keep an account with. Bargain, drive a bargain, make a bargain, negotiate, bid for, haggle, higgle, dicker, chaffer, huckster, cheapen, beat down, stickle for, outbid, underbid, ask, charge, strike a bargain, and see contract. 769. Speculate, give a sprat to catch a herring. Buy in the cheapest and sell in the dearest market, buy low and sell high, corner the market, rig the market, stag the market. Commercial, mercantile, trading, interchangeable, marketable, staple in the market, for sale, wholesale, retail, adv, across the counter, phr. Cambio non e furto. 795. Purchase, purchase, emption, buying, purchasing, shopping, preemption, refusal, coemption, bribery, slave trade, buyer, purchaser, emptor, vendi, patron, employer, client, customer, clientele. V. Buy, purchase, invest in, procure, rent and see, hire. 788. Repurchase, buy in, keep in one's pay, bribe, suborn, pay and see. 807. Spend and see. 809. Make a purchase, complete a purchase, buy over the counter. Shop, market, go shopping, edge, purchased and CV, phr, caveat emptor, the customer is always right. 796. Sale, sale, vent, disposal, auction, roop, Dutch auction, outcry, vendu, custom and see, traffic. 794. Vendability, vendableness. Seller, vendor, merchant and see. 797. Auctioneer. V. Sell, vend, dispose of, effect a sale, sell over the counter, sell by auction and CN, dispense, retail, deal in and C. 794. Sell off, sell out, turn into money, realize, bring to the hammer, bring under the hammer, put up to auction, put up for auction, offer for sale, put up for sale, hawk, bring to market, offer and C. 763. Undersell. Let, mortgage and C. Security. 771. Under the hammer, on the market, for sale, saleable, marketable, vendable, unsaleable and C. Unpurchased, unbought, on one's hands, phr. Chose qui plate est demi vendu. 797. Merchant, merchant, trader, dealer, monger, chandler, salesman, changer, regrater, shopkeeper, shopman, tradesman, tradespeople, tradesfolk, retailer, chapman, hawker, huckster, higgler, peddler, colporteur, cadger, autolycus, sutler, vivandier, costerman, costermonger, talaman, camelot, faker, vintner, money broker, money changer, money lender, cambist, usurer, munyer, banker. Jobber, broker and C. Agent. 758. Buyer and C. 795. Seller and C. 796. Bear, bull, concern, firm and C. Partnership. 712. 798. Merchandise and merchandise, where commodity affects goods, article, stock, product, produce, staple commodity, stock in trade and C. Store. 636. cargo and sea, contents, 190. 799. Mart, N-Mart, market, marketplace, fair, bazaar, staple, exchange, change, bourse, hall, guildhall, toll booth, custom house, tattersalls, stall, booth, stand, newsstand, cart, wagon. Wharf, office, chambers, counting house, bureau, counter, compter, zero, shop, emporium, establishment, store and C 636, department store, general store, 5 and 10, variety store, co-op, finding store, grindery, warehouse. Grocery, supermarket, candy store, sweet shop, confectionery, bakery, greengrocer, delicatessen, bake shop, butcher shop, fish store, farmer's market, mom and pop store, dairy, health food store. Tobacco shop, tobacco store, tobacconists, cigar store, hardware store, jewelry shop, bookstore, liquor store, gun shop, rod and reel shop, furniture store, drugstore, chemists, florist, flower shop, shoe store, stationer, stationers, electronics shop, telephone store, music store, record shop, fur store, sporting goods store, video rental store, lumber yard, home improvement store, home improvement center. Gas station, auto repair shop, auto dealer, used car dealer, mall, suburban mall, commons, pedestrian mall, shopping street, surplus store, Army-Navy surplus store, auction, flea market, yard sale, garage sale, pawn shop, antique store, second-hand store, second-time around shop, thrift shop. Warehouse, wareroom, depot, interposit, entrepot, market overt, real estate broker, vending machine. 799A. Stock market, N. Stock market, stock exchange, securities exchange, bourse, board, the big board, the New York Stock Exchange, the market, the open market, over-the-counter market, privately traded issues, commodities exchange, futures market, the pit, the floor. Ticker, stock ticker, quotation, stock index, market index, the Dow Jones Index, the Dow Industrials, the Transportation Index, utilities, the Utilities Index, the New York Stock Exchange Index, the Nikkei Index, the Financial Times Index, the FTI, the Over-the-Counter Index, NASDAQ Index. Broker, stockbroker, jobber, stock dealer, odd lot dealer, specialist. Investor, speculator, operator, bull, buyer, bear, short seller, scalper, arbitrager, arbitrageur, stockholder, shareholder, stockholder of record, bondholder, coupon clipper, investment. Speculation, V. Speculate, invest, trade stocks, play the market, buy long, sell short, take a position, straddle, take a plunge in, take a flyer. 799B. Securities, N. Securities, stocks, common stock, preferred stock, bonds, puts, calls, options, option contract, warrants, commercial paper, bearer bond, tax-exempt bond, callable bond, convertible bond. Share, stock certificate, coupon, bond, coupon, liquid assets. 4. Monetary relations. 800 money, N. Money, legal tender, money matters, money market finance, accounts and C 811, funds, treasure, capital, stock, assets and C property 780, wealth and C 803, supplies, ways and means, wherewithal, sinews of war, almighty dollar, needful, cash, mammon, dough, cabbage, money-like instruments, M1, M2, sum, amount, balance, balance sheet, sum total, proceeds and C receipts 810. Currency, circulating medium, specie, coin, piece, hard cash, cold cash, dollar, sterling coin, pounds, shillings, and pence, LSD. Pocket, breeches pocket, purse, money in hand, cash at hand, ready money, ready cash, slug, wad of bills, wad of money, thick wad of bills, roll of dough, rhino, blunt, dust, mopus, tin, salt, chink, argent comptant, bottom dollar, buzzard dollar, checks, dibs. Double eagle, federal currency, fractional currency, postal currency. Federal Reserve note, United States note, silver certificate, gold certificate. Long bit, short bit, moss, nickel, pile, pin money, quarter, red cent, roanoke, rock, seawin, seawant. $1,000, grand, single, $1 bill, $2 bill, $5 bill, fiver, fin, Lincoln, $10 bill, sawbuck, $20 bill, Jackson, double sawbuck, $50 bill, $100 bill, C-note. Penny, cent, Lincoln cent, Indian head penny, copper, 2-cent piece, 3-cent piece, half dime, nickel, buffalo nickel, V-nickel, dime, disme, mercury dime, quarter, 2 bits, half dollar, dollar, silver dollar, Eisenhower dollar, Susan B. Anthony dollar. Precious metals, gold, silver, copper, bullion, ingot, nugget. Petty cash, pocket money, change, small coin, Deutsch, stiver, rap, mite, farthing, sou, penny, shilling, tester, groat, guinea, rouleau, wampum, good sum, round sum, lump sum, power of money, plum, lack of rupees, major coin, crown, minor coin, monetarist, monetary theory, numismatics, chrysology. numismatist. Paper money, greenback. Major denomination, minor denomination money order, postal money order, post office order, banknote. Bond bill, bill of exchange. Order, warrant, coupon, debenture, exchequer bill, assignat, blueback, hundi, shinplaster, note, note of hand. Promissory note, IOU, draft, check, check, backdated check. Negotiable order of withdrawal, now. Remittance and C payment 807. Credit and C 805. Liability and C 806. Drawer, drowie, obligor, obligee. Munyer, coiner, false money, bad money, base coin, flash note, slip, kite, fancy stocks, bank of elegance. Argumentum ad crumenam, letter of credit, circulation, multiplier effect. Inflation, double-digit inflation, hyperinflation, erosion of the currency, debasement of the currency, deflation, stagflation. Exchange rate, rate of exchange, floating exchange rates, fixed rates. Currency counter, currency exchange, bureau de change. Gold-backed currency, gold standard, silver standard, bank account, savings account, checking account, money market account, now account, time deposit, deposit, demand deposit, super now account. Certificate of deposit, CD. US dollar, Y a dollar. Federal Reserve Bank, Central Bank, Federal Reserve Board, Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve, Treasury Department, Secret Service, Mint, Bureau of Engraving, seigniorage. Counterfeit, funny money, bogus money, falsehood, 545. Interest, interest rate, discount rate, V. Amount to, come to, mount up to, touch the pocket, draw, draw upon, endorse and C, security 771. Issue, utter, discount and C 813, back, demonetize, remonetize, fiscalize, monetize, circulate, be in circulation, be out of circulation. Mint, coins, coin, print, paper, currency. Inflate, deflate, debase, devalue, revalue. Circulate, put in circulation, withdraw from circulation. Exchange currencies, change money, charge interest, pay interest, lose interest. Monetary, pecuniary, criminal, fiscal, financial, sumptuary, numismatic, numismatical, sterling, nummery, phr. Barbarus ips placet da modo sit dives. But the jingling of the guinea helps the hurt that honor feels. Gelt regiert die Welt, money rules the world, money makes the world go round. Nervos belli pecuniam infinitam, redet geld so schwagt die Welt. Money is the mother's milk of politics, Tip O'Neill. Money is the root of all evil. Money isn't everything. As phony as a $3 bill, don't take any wooden nickels. 801. Treasurer, treasurer, bursar, bursary, purser, purse-bearer, cash-keeper, banker, depositary, quester, receiver, steward, trustee, accountant, accountant general, almoner, liquidator, paymaster, cashier, teller, cambist, money changer and C merchant. 797. Financier, Secretary of the Treasury, Chancellor of the Exchequer, Minister of Finance. 802. Treasury, Treasury, Bank, Exchequer, Fisc, Hanaper, Cash Register, Cutchery, Bursary, Strong Box, Stronghold, Strong Room, Coffer, Chest and C Receptacle 191. Safe, Bank Vault, Depository and C 636 Till, Tiller, Purse, Money Bag, Money Box, Portmanteau, Purse Strings, Pocket, Breeches Pocket. Sinking Fund, Stocks, public funds, public securities, parliamentary stocks, parliamentary funds, parliamentary securities, consols, credit mobilier, bonds. 803. Wealth, wealth, riches, fortune, handsome fortune, opulence, affluence, good circumstances, easy circumstances, independence, competence, and C sufficiency. 639. Solvency, provision, livelihood, maintenance, alimony, dowry, means, resources, substance, property and C 780. Command of money. Income and C 810. Capital, money, round sum and C treasure 800. Min of money, mine of wealth, El Dorado, Bonanza, Pacatolis, Golconda, Potosi. Long purse, full purse, well-lined purse, heavy purse, deep pockets, purse of fortunatus, embarrassed richesses. Pelf, mammon, lucre, filthy lucre, loaves and fishes. Rich man, moneyed man, warm man, man of substance, capitalist, millionaire, Tipibob, Nabob, Croesus, Idas, Plutus, Dives, Timon of Athens, Timocracy, Plutocracy, Danny v. Be rich and siege. Roll in wealth, roll in riches, wallow in wealth, wallow in riches. Afford, well afford, command money, command a sum, make both ends meet, hold one's head above water, become rich and siege. Strike it rich, come into a sum of money, receive a windfall, receive an inheritance, hit the jackpot, win the lottery. Fill one's pocket and see treasury 802. Feather one's nest, make a fortune, make money and see acquire 775. Enrich, imburse, worship the golden calf, worship mammon. wealthy, rich, affluent, opulent, moneyed, moneyed, worth much, well-to-do, well-off, warm, comfortable, well provided for. Made of money, rich as Croesus, filthy rich, rich as a Jew, rolling in riches, rolling in wealth, flush, flush of cash, flush of money, flush of tin, in funds, in cash, in full feather, solvent, pecunious, out of debt, in the black, all straight, phr, one's ship coming in. Amor fate, beaucoup mais argent fate tout, love does much but money does everything. Aurea rumpunt tecta quietum, magna servitus ist magna fortuna, mammon, the least erected spirit that fell from heaven, opum furiata cupido, vera prosperita e non aver necessita, y juanen so zeronen. 804. Poverty, indigence, penury, pauperism, destitution, want, need, neediness, lack, necessity, privation, distress, difficulties, wolf at the door, bad circumstances, poor circumstances, need circumstances, embarrassed circumstances, reduced circumstances, straitened circumstances, slender means, narrow means, straits, hand-to-mouth existence, raise angusta domi, low water, impecuniosity. Beggary, mendicancy, mendicity, broken fortune, loss of fortune, insolvency and c. non-payment. 808. Empty pocket, empty purse, light purse, beggarly account of empty boxes. Poor man, pauper, mendicant, mumper, beggar, starveling, pover, diable, fakir, schnorra, homeless person v. Be poor and siege. Want, lack, starve, live from hand to mouth, have seen better days, go down in the world, come upon the parish. Go to the dogs, go to rack and ruin. Not have a penny and see money. 800. Not have a shot in one's locker, beg one's bread. Tire le diable par la queue, run into debt and see debt. 806. Render poor and siege. Impoverish, reduce, reduce to poverty, pauperize, fleece, ruin, bring to the parish. Poor, indigent, poverty-stricken, badly off, poorly off, ill off, poor as a rat, poor as a church mouse, poor as a job. Fortuneless, dowerless, moneyless, penniless, unportioned, unmoneyed. Impecunious, out of money, out of cash, short of money, short of cash, without a rap, not worth a rap, and see money. 800. Quiana palasu, out of pocket, hard up, out at elbows, out at heels. Seedy, barefooted, beggarly, beggared, destitute, fleeced, stripped, bereft, bereaved, reduced, homeless. In want and cn, needy, necessitous, distressed, pinched, straitened, put to one's shifts, put to one's last shifts, unable to keep the wolf from the door, unable to make both ends meet, embarrassed under hatches, involved and c. in debt. 806. Insolvent and c. not paying. 808. Adv. Informa pauperis, phr. Zanam perdidit, a penniless lass y, a lang pedigree lady nairn, a pobreza no hay vergenza, he that is down can fall no lower. Poca roba poco pensiro. Steeped, 00 in poverty to the very lips, the short and simple annals of the poor. 805. Credit, credit, trust, tick, score, tally, account, letter of credit, circular note, duplicate, mortgage, lien, debenture, paper credit, floating capital, draft, letter, decreance, securities, creditor, lender, lessor, mortgagee, done, usurer, credit account, line of credit, open line of credit, credit cards v. Keep an account with, run up an account with, in trust, credit, a credit. Place to one's credit, credit to one's account, place to one's account, give credit, take credit, fly a kite, edge, crediting, credited, accredited, adv, on credit and cn, on account, to the account of, to the credit of a compte. 806. Debt, debt, obligation, liability, indebtment, debit, score, bill, check, account, credit. 805. Arrears, deferred payment, deficit, default, insolvency and c. non-payment. 808. Bad debt, interest, premium, usance, usury, floating debt, floating capital, debtor, debitor, mortgagor, defaulter and c. 808. Borrower v. Be in debt and siege. O. Incur a debt, contract a debt and cn, run up a bill, run up a score, run up an account, go on tick. Borrow and c. 788. Run into debt, get into debt, outrun the constable, run up debts, run up bills, spend. 809. Answer for, go bail for, bill, charge, indebted, liable, chargeable, answerable for. In debt, in embarrassed circumstances, in difficulties, encumbered, involved, involved in debt, plunged in debt, deep in debt, over one's head in debt, overhead and ears in debt, deeply involved, fast tied up, insolvent and c. not paying. 808. Minus, out of pocket, unpaid, unrequited, unrewarded, owing, due, in arrear, outstanding, past due, phr. Is alienum debitorum leave gravius inimicum facit, neither a borrower nor a lender be. 807. Payment, N payment, defrayment, discharge, acquittance, quittance. Settlement, clearance, liquidation, satisfaction, reckoning, arrangement. Acknowledgement, release, receipt, receipt in full of all demands. Voucher, salary, compensation, remuneration, reward, 973. Repayment, reimbursement, retribution, pay and see, reward, 973. Money paid and see, expenditure, 809. Ready money and see, cash, 800. Stake, remittance, installment. Payer, liquidator and see, 801. Pay cash on the barrelhead, V. Pay, defray, make payment. Pay down, pay on the nail, pay ready money, pay at sight, pay in advance, cash, honor a bill, acknowledge, redeem, pay in kind. Pay one's way, pay one's shot, pay one's footing, pay the piper, pay sauce for all, pay costs, do the needful, shell out, cough up, fork over, come down with the dust, tickle the palm, grease the palm, expend and see, 809, put down, lay down. Discharge, settle, quit, acquit oneself of, foot the bill, account with, reckon with, settle with, be even with, be quits with, strike a balance. Settle accounts with, balance accounts with, square accounts with, quit scores, wipe off old scores, clear off old scores. Satisfy, pay in full. Satisfy all demands, pay in full of all demands. Clear, liquidate, pay up, pay old debts. Disgorge, make repayment. Repay, refund, reimburse, retribute, make compensation, and C30. Pay by credit card, put it on the plastic edge. Paying and C, paid and CV, owing nothing, out of debt, all straight, unowed, never indebted, adv. To the tune of on the nail, money down. 808. Non-payment, N non-payment, default, defalcation, protest, repudiation, application of the sponge, whitewashing, insolvency, bankruptcy, failure, insufficiency, and C640, run upon a bank, overdrawn account. Waste paper bonds, dishonored bills, protested bills, bogus check, rubber check. Bankrupt, insolvent, debtor, lame duck, man of straw, welsher, stag, defaulter, levanter, v. Not pay and see, 807. Fail, break, stop payment, become insolvent, become bankrupt, be gazetted. Protest, dishonor, repudiate, nullify, refuse payment. Pay under protest. Button up one's pockets, draw the purse strings, apply the sponge. Pay over the left shoulder, get whitewashed, swindle and see, 791. Run up bills, fly kites. Not paying, non-paying, non-performing, in debt and see, 806, behindhand, in arrear, behind in payments, in arrears, beggared and see, poor, 804, unable to make both ends meet, minus, worse than nothing, worthless. Insolvent, bankrupt in the Gazette, gazetted, unpaid and see, outstanding, 806, gratis and see, 815, unremunerated. 809. Expenditure and expenditure, money going out, outgoings, outlay, expenses, disbursement, prime cost and C price, 812. Circulation run upon a bank, payment and C, 807. Pay and C remuneration, 973. Bribe and C, 973. Fee, footing, garnish, subsidy, tribute, contingent, quota, donation and C, 784. Pay in advance, earnest, hansel, deposit, installment. Investment, purchase and C, 795 V. Expend, spend, run through, get through, pay, disperse, ante up, pony up, open the purse strings, loose the purse strings, untie the purse strings, lay out, shell out, fork over, bleed, make up a sum, invest, sink money, run up debts, run up bills, debt, 806. Fee and C, reward, 973, pay one's way and C, pay, 807, subscribe and C, give, 784, subsidize, expending, expended and CV. Sumptuary, PHR. Vectigalia nervos esse republici. 810. Receipt, N receipt, value received, money coming in. Income, incomings, innings, revenue, return, proceeds, gross receipts, net profit, earnings, and C gain, 775. Accepta avails, rent, rent roll, rental, rentage, rack rent, premium, bonus, sweepstakes, tontine, pension, annuity, jointure, and C property, 780. Alimony, palimony, pittance, emolument and C remuneration, 973. V. Receive and C 785. Take money, draw from, derive from, acquire and C 775. Take and C 789. Bring in, yield, afford, pay, return, accrue and C be received from, 785. Receiving, received and CV. Profitable and C gainful, 775. 811. Accounts, N accounts, accomps, commercial arithmetic, monetary arithmetic, statistics and C numeration, 85, money matters, finance, budget, bill, score, reckoning, account. Books, account book, ledger, daybook, cash book, passbook, journal, debtor and creditor account, cash account, running account, account current, balance, balance sheet. Compte rendu, account settled, acquit, assets, expenditure, liabilities, outstanding accounts. Profit and loss account, profit and loss statement, receipts. Bookkeeping, accounting, double entry bookkeeping, reckoning, audit. Accountant, auditor, actuary, bookkeeper, bean counter, financier and C801. Accounting party, chartered accountant, certified accountant, accounting firm, auditing firm, v. Keep accounts, enter, post, book, credit, debit, carry over, take stock. Balance accounts, make up accounts, square accounts, settle accounts, wind up accounts, cast up accounts, make accounts, square, square accounts. Bring to book, tax, surcharge and falsify, audit, field audit, check the books, verify accounts. Falsify an account, garble an account, cook the books, doctor an account, edge, monetary and C800, accountable, accounting. 812. Price, N price, amount, cost, expense, prime cost, charge figure, demand, damage, fare, hire, wages and C remuneration, 973. Value and C 812.1, dues, duty, toll, tax, impost, cess, tallage, levy, abkari, capitation tax, poll tax, dumage, licken, gable, gabel, gavel, octroi, custom, excise, assessment, benevolence, tithe, tenths, exactment, ransom, salvage, tariff, brokerage, wharfage, freightage. Bill and C account, 811, shot v. Bear a price, set a price, fix a price, appraise, assess, doom, price, charge, demand, ask, require, exact, run up, distrain, run up a bill and C debt, 806, have one's price, liquidate. Amount to, come to, mount up to, stand one in, fetch, sell for, cost, bring in, yield, afford. Priced and CV, to the tune of ad valorem, dutiable, mercenary, venal, phr. No penny, no paternoster, point d'argent, point de suis, no longer pipe, no longer dance, no song, no supper, if you dance you have to pay the piper, you get what you pay for, there's no such thing as a free lunch. One may have it for, a bon marché. 812a. Value N ant, to 812b, worth, rate, value, intrinsic value, quality, par value, valuation, appraisal, assessment, appraisement. Price, current, market price, quotation, fair price, going price, what it will fetch in CV, what the market will bear, money's worth, penny's worth in C, worth, cost, price, 812v. Value, esteem, appreciate, appraise, evaluate, assess. Valuable, estimable, worthwhile, worthy, full of worth. Precious, expensive, 814, phr. Worth the price, worth a king's ransom, accountants who know the price of everything and the value of nothing. 812b. Worthlessness, N ant, to 812a, worthlessness, valuelessness, lack of value, uselessness, cheapness, shoddiness, low quality, poor quality, trash, garbage, edge, worthless, valueless, useless, cheap, shoddy, slapdash, inexpensive and C 815, phr. Not worth the paper it's printed on, not worth a sou. 813. Discount, N discount, abatement, concession, reduction, depreciation, allowance, qualification, set-off, drawback, poundage, agio, percentage, rebate, rebatement, backwardation, contango, salvage, tear and tret. Sale, bargain, half price, price war, wholesale price, dealer's price, trade price. Coupon, discount coupon, cents off coupon, store coupon, manufacturer's coupon, double coupon discount, triple coupon discount. V. Discount, bait, abate, rebate, reduce, price down, mark down, take off, allow, give, make allowance, tax, edge, discounting and CV. Adv, at a discount, below par, at wholesale, have a friend in the business. 814. Dearness, N dearness and C edge. High price, famine price, fancy price, overcharge, extravagance, exorbitance, extortion, heavy pull upon the purse, V. Be dear and C edge. Cost much, cost a pretty penny, rise in price, look up, overcharge, bleed, fleece, extort. Pay too much, pay through the nose, pay too dear for one's whistle, pay top dollar. Dear, high-priced, of great price, expensive, costly, precious, worth a Jew's eye, dear bought, at a premium. Not to be had for love or money, beyond price, above price, priceless, of priceless value, unreasonable, extravagant, exorbitant, extortionate, overpriced, more than its worth, adv. Dear, dearly, at great cost, heavy cost, a grand's fries, phr. Prices looking up. Le junivout pa la chandelle, le cout and out legout, vel pris vel pertio. Too high a price to pay, not worth it. 815. Cheapness, N cheapness, low price, depreciation, bargain, good penny worth and C. Snap, gratuity, free quarters, free seats, free admission, pass, free warren, giveaway, freebie, run of one's teeth, nominal price, peppercorn rent, labor of love, drug in the market, deadhead v, be cheap and siege. Cost little, come down in price, fall in price. Buy for a mere nothing, buy for an old song, have one's money's worth. Cheap, low priced, moderate, reasonable, inexpensive, unexpensive, well worth the money, magnifique et pas cher, good at the price, cheap at the price, dirt cheap, dog cheap, cheap as dirt, cheap and nasty, catchpenny, discounted and C 813, half price, depreciated, unsaleable. Gratuitous, gratis, free, for nothing, costless, expenseless, without charge, not charged, untaxed. Scot-free, shot-free, rent-free, free of cost, free of expense, honorary, unbought, unpaid, adv. For a mere song, for a song, at cost price, at prime cost, at a reduction, a bon marché. 816. Liberality, liberality, generosity, munificence, bounty, bounteousness, bountifulness, hospitality, charity and see beneficence. 906 v. Be liberal and siege, spend freely, bleed freely, shower down upon, open one's purse strings and see disperse. 809. Spare no expense, give carte blanche, edge. Liberal, free, generous, charitable and see beneficent. 906. Hospitable, bountiful, bounteous, handsome, unsparing, ungrudging, unselfish, open-handed, free-handed, full-handed, open-hearted, large-hearted, free-hearted, munificent, princely, overpaid. Phr. Handsome is that handsome does. 817. Economy, economy, frugality, thrift, thriftiness, care, husbandry, good housewifery, savingness, retrenchment, savings, prevention of waste, save all, cheese parings and candle ends, parsimony and C 819, cost-cutting, cost control v. Be economical and see edge. Practice economy, economize, save, retrench, cut back expenses, cut one's coat according to one's cloth, make both ends meet, keep within compass, meet one's expenses, pay one's way, pay as you go, husband and see lay by. 636. Save money, invest money, put out to interest. Provide for a rainy day, save for a rainy day, provide against a rainy day, save against a rainy day, feather one's nest, look after the main chance, cut costs. Economical, frugal, careful, thrifty, saving, chary, spare, sparing, parsimonious and C 819, underpaid, adv, sparingly and siege. Ni quid nimis, phr. Ad parvum parvo magnus a service erit, magnum est vectigal parsimonia. 817a. Greed, covetousness, ravenousness and siege. Venality, avidity, cupidity, acquisitiveness, acquisition. 775 desire and C 865, greed, greediness, avarice, avidity, rapacity, extortion. Selfishness and C 943, ori sacra fames, grasping, craving, canine appetite, rapacity, v. Covet, crave, desire. 865, grasp, exact, extort. Greedy, avaricious, covetous, acquisitive, grasping, rapacious, liquorish. Greedy as a hog, overeager, voracious, ravenous as a wolf, open-mouthed, extortionate, exacting, sordid, alienea petens, insatiable, insatiate, unquenchable, quenchless, omnivorous. 818. Prodigality, prodigance, unthriftiness, waste, profusion, profuseness, extravagance, squandering and CV, malversation. Prodigal, spendthrift, wastethrift, losel, squanderer, locust, high roller v. Be prodigal and siege. Squander, lavish, sow broadcast, pour forth like water, blow in, pay through the nose and see dear. 814 spill, waste, dissipate, exhaust, drain, eat out of house and home, overdraw, outrun the constable, run out, run through. Misspend. Throw good money after bad, throw the helve after the hatchet, burn the candle at both ends, make ducks and drakes of one's money. Fool away one's money, potter away one's money, muddle away one's money, fritter away one's money, throw away one's money, run through one's money, pour water into a sieve, kill the goose that lays the golden eggs, manger sun blee and herb. Prodigal, profuse, thriftless, unthrifty, improvident, wasteful, losel, extravagant, lavish, dissipated, overliberal, full-handed and see. Liberal. 816. Penny wise and pound foolish. Adv, with an unsparing hand, money burning a hole in one's pocket. Phr. Amor nummi, facile largiri de alieno, why juanen so zeronen, less fous font less festins et less sages less mangent. Spendthrift alike of money and of wit, Squandering wealth was his peculiar art. 819. Parsimony and parsimony, parsity, parsimoniousness, stinginess and sea-edge. Stint, illiberality, tenacity, avarice, greed and c. 817.1. Miser, niggard, churl, screw, skinflint, crib, codger, muckworm, scrimp, lickpenny, hunks, curmudgeon, harpagon, harpy, extortioner, Jew, usurer. Hessian, pinch fist, pinch penny v. Be parsimonious and sea-edge. Grudge, begrudge, stint, pinch, gripe, screw, dole out, hold back, withhold, starve, famish, live upon nothing, skin a flint. Drive a bargain, drive a hard bargain, cheapen, beat down. Stop one hole in a sieve, have an itching palm, grasp, grab. Parsimonious, penurious, stingy, miserly, mean, shabby, peddling, scrubby, pennywise, near, niggardly, close, fast-handed, close-handed, straight-handed, close-fisted, hard-fisted, tight-fisted. Tight, sparing, chary, grudging, griping, and CV. Illiberal, ungenerous, churlish, hidebound, sordid, mercenary, venal, covetous, usurious, avaricious, greedy, extortionate, rapacious, adv. With a sparing hand. Phr. Desunt inopio multa avaritii omnia. Hordes after hordes his rising raptures fill, the unsunned heaps of miser's treasures.